of this current lineup of FUT Esports, and I think that's really what matters a lot, because FUT, by the moment that they came into MLBB, that was such a wise decision to make. Like picking up the cores of Boostgate, who had a really impressive run in their last appearance.
But again, I kind of feel like we just got to talk about the Mongols just a little bit more. We will be looking more forward towards Zexora. But yes, now we're looking at FUT. We're thinking that they will be the ones starting off stronger here, at least in the early and mid.
Yeah, I rated them as the second top team here, as the second best team in the wildcards. And looking at them, talking to them a couple of times as well, Kazue, Foot Esports in general, all of them are just so confident. They walked up to me, Kazue with his phone, he's like, yo, Miracle, do you think I'm going to make it through wildcard? And I'm like, dude, you were number 2 in my list, number 1's gone, so I think you will,
yeah.
man. Yeah, so yeah, again, this is a very experienced lineup. They went 6 games against Aurora Gaming, who've been fantastic even in M7.
Yeah. And I wonder how much of an impact will their change in terms of the mid duo make, because I know for a fact that these two players, especially in the current metagame, would really matter so much, and that's what they decided to really switch up before heading into wildcard.
Yeah, so honestly, looking at this lineup between Mongols as well as FUT, we're going to be more so looking at the draft. Then we can really have a clear picture just to say who's good and who's bad. Like, personally for me, people have been prioritizing the Boxia, Fredrin, as well as the Akai. Honestly, I'm more annoyed with the Akai. Just because of the steal potential of the early game. Like, sure, Fredrin is fun. A lot of chain CC just by himself. He doesn't need no help. And Boxia giving that early life bane just to make it so that sometimes you can see Zushin rushing that Sky Piercer, not even going for the glowing wand. So each jungler, I believe, for this meta really has a mid pairing, right?
Yeah.
I feel like Boxia Zushin is so strong.
Boxia Kimi even.
Boxia Kimi. Fredrin, honestly, like, who doesn't like Fredrin?
Yeah.
Your opponents.
That's
just
true.
them.
He's a good all-rounder, man. So everybody has their own strengths, and I agree. Objectives really are very, very important in this current meta, but it then comes down to the players and their play styles.
Yeah.
If they're more of a brawly team, if they love going in, playing those brawls, long brawls, they can't really utilize those Akais.
Yeah.
They have to go for more of those Bakshas, more of those tempo picks.
I feel like Akai is an amazing pick if you have an amazing gold leaner.
And if you're disciplined enough to make those abilities work, because you're very reliant on a cycle.
I agree. It's like more on what you're used to playing around with too or against, because I think for me, I'm so used to seeing these boxes in terms of play styles.
Yeah.
But the Akai just destroys all of that.
Yep.
It's a circle.
It's a spinning circle.
Yeah.
So it doesn't like allow you to set up that box.
It's a Beyblade, yeah. So
Let it rip.
definitely, I gotta say, it's going back to maybe 2023 era of MLBB, where just like 3 front lines and try to see who has more crowd control to punish those front lines, and then hoping for your mid and your goal laner to just not mess up. And that's why we see picks like the Gorid and etc. Even against divers from the EXP, most of the time they do survive.
That's the thing, and that's why I think the highest skills,
skill expression,
the highest skill ceiling you need in a team now is in that XP.
I agree.
If you have a great XP, person on my right knows a great XP.
Yeah. I wonder who, but yeah, I feel like let's list down those great EXP heroes that can dominate this meta.
Paquito.
Vendetta.
Yuzong.
All those heroes
Lapu.
belong to someone that we know.
Alice is not damage E, but still very, very strong, right? As long as you can dive to the backline. But we see in the current meta, there's still a lot of Terizlas, a lot of Fovias.
Blues even.
But here's
sometimes.
the thing. I feel like if you pick up a tank EXP, it's super unsafe with the Yuzong roaming around.
Yeah. So gone are the days where we'll be considering a Uranus in the EXP.
Like, at least not first pick. Like, if you know who you're going up against, then okay, sure.
Yeah, if there's no Shred, if there's no Baksha early on, then maybe we can still see some of those, tanky boys that just can prolong those fights, especially considering it's all about cycles, right? If you have an Akai. So if you have someone like a Uranus who can just bait out those cycles and then come back, you can still control neutral objectives really well. And if you're playing tempo, if you're talking about that Selena pick that we saw in Asian games as well, then Uranus is a great pick to just get tempo early.
Especially because if I remember correctly, during the Asia Games, when we do see a Uranus, it was a red 4 pick. By that time, there was not...
Never first phase.
There was no carry, I believe, in that game. I believe it was a Harif, and basically, no one could kill the Uranus. Even 5-man gank the Uranus, he'll get away, and his team just get 2 turrets for free.
Okay, now that makes me a bit more confused because it's like nowadays we did talk about this off stream. It's more on the Claudes and the Harrods. And maybe the Moskovs next, but the carry...
Yeah,
the carry fits in if you can play that box.
In the Asian games, Teddy, amazing on that carry. Basically just carried the entire team. You know, like even during the cast, I feel like Nepo Miceno needs to step up, you know? Vinny needs to step up because Teddy's amazing.
I agree.
Yeah.
Guy's overrated, you know?
Yeah,
I prefer Carl and Sanford over those two you mentioned.
Yeah. 40 is amazing, man.
I don't know, man. King Bob or Alabu is better.
You know what?
Yeah.
You're right. King Bob. He has King in his name. And Bob.
I need to use the cuff button.
You don't need to mention the cuff, you know? You just do it. Yeah.
So, Briggs, what is your take on the EXP?
You know a lot about XP.
You know a lot about EXP.
No, I agree. I feel like it's one of the most...
we're starting. We have a Harara.
What?
Whoa, okay.
Brother.
Let's talk about the draft here. Mongols first pick, FUT second pick. The map is going to be Dangerous Grass. The Fovius, Kalia, and Valentina banned by Mongols. Freya, Matilda, as well as Baxia banned by FUT. Now go on.
I love the fact that we were, teasing the fact that Mongols, they're the calculated boys. They don't want to go early on. They want to download their opponents. And Foot, on the other hand, they're aggressive. Yep. They're not too calculated. They want to go and, just shine on their mechanics, but it's the complete opposite if we see it in the drafts, right? It's Mongols with all the individual flair, even a Hirara in the first phase.
Yeah.
And Foot, this is what we expect the Mongols to go for. Objective heavy comp.
Yeah, just like imagine how the interaction could potentially go. Like, I know the Hirara is just so flexible. He has the capability to keep herself immune, but that's already an Atlas and an Akai.
Wait. Wow. Is this for you? Why did they ban the Novaria? There's already an Atlas. There's already a Zushin. I don't know if there's a misban or anything because you already have the mid and the roam. So where else would the Novaria go? Unless FUT just has some crazy strat, like, I don't know, Novaria Gold?
Wait, that's true, yeah.
I mean, Tezet is known to have his, very
out of the box
interesting picks.
Yeah,
If you know, you know. This is the guy who brought up like a Kufra jungle back in the day as well for High when he was coaching Aura Season 8, Season 9. So you can expect a lot more crazy picks here from Foot.
Well, Claude has been banned out. Bricks, the last ban here coming in from Mongols.
Isn't it crazy to see that the Claude is banned all the way and the Marcel as well towards the end? When we were talking about it backstage, we were talking about Marcel Claude being first phase picks.
I mean, like, look at Mongols pick. Paquito, the Gord, Hirara is the new one, but I still think the opener is pretty good for both teams. FUT a little bit less for me.
I know we talked about like cheese strats and best of ones, but I never expected it to be this kind of...
Maybe it's not a cheese. Maybe this is their perfect strat, because let's put this into context, right? Both of these teams are the favorites because they've done it before, right? They faced each other before, and now they're batting out the Obsidia. The Harv is still open, but maybe that's not a concern for them.
I guess not. The Moskov's a great pick. They need someone to just deal a lot of damage, but also not be reliant on just a cycle of skills. The Harrow is a pretty good choice, but I think I like this a little bit better, Just constant DPS coming through. And then the XP later, I think is going to be a damage one. We've seen that matchup.
It has to be.
The Arlet fits.
Yeah, 100%.
I can't see if they really want to set up a box still with this kind of draft. Because they have very high mobility heroes, maybe apart from the Gord.
Oh, wow. Even the Grok comes in here.
What?
Wait, was it a Grok? I mean, the Grok... I guess the Grok just showed himself.
If they want to go fast, Mongols, I do want to see if they have a very early roamer, like maybe even a Cho, so that you can evade. But again, going up against an Akai Zushin, kind of not the best of idea. Grok Ranger.
Huh.
A skill-based marksman hasn't been working that well unless you're a Harv. So very interesting to see how this Granger is gonna play out.
Yeah, it really just seems like Mongols have taken Foot Esports' aggression, right? Because it's all about snowballing in the early game here.
I would like to use on, but I don't know if that's in their repertoire.
So this is assuming the jungle and roam already, right? So it is the EXP that we're looking for, despite the Novaria ban.
Maybe even Benedetta wouldn't be bad.
Yeah.
A lot of damage EXP should work here. Like, you have a Zushin, Akai, and an Atlas. You kind of don't need any more defense.
Yeah, it's not the best matchup against the Paquito unless your name is King Bob Vanuya, one of those guys. But
don't fight the Paquito. What's so hard about that?
Exactly. I mean, a lot easier said than done. They go for just even more CC. They're just trying to overwhelm the Mongols with crowd control. Man, look at the amount of crowd control they got.
I mean, like, personally, my thoughts, in the first phase of that turtle. As long as no aggression happens in the first 2 minutes, I feel like FUT has got it, especially if the Sora just dives in with the lightning form. They should have enough damage and heal to secure that turtle. But with that being said, we're be throwing it over for Mirka and Brigida to cast this game, Mongols against FUT. You guys got this.
Thank you so much, Lafel. We are now officially heading into the first best of one that we're having here in the wild cards of MSC 2026. A lot of surprises, especially as we came into the draft, approaching the second half already. Surprised to see the Hiraras, even the bans heading into the second phase were a lot of surprise for us. But man, how are we feeling about this? It's a lot of crowd control on the other side, and a team fight that could get just really messy on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm looking on paper, I definitely got to side with Foot on the drafts, man. It just seems like this is the standard that what we've seen, you know, the standard from what we've seen from our own leagues as well. But Mongols, again, they're coming into the best of one thinking comfort. We've seen a lot of that. We've heard a lot of that word recently in interviews as well.
I'm so curious if Zixora already considers the Hirara as comfort, though. Like, for you to be confident enough to pull it out in your first series. Oh, speaking of,
it looks pretty comfortable on it so far, but this is the problem without the Hirara early on. Once, well, where do you don't have cooldown? It's gonna get really tough. XC burns out the flicker, tries to go in, but the Lantern Flare knocks Ox up. It's gonna be Kazuma with the rotation as well. Ox, he's gonna have to flicker out the safety. Psyche, no mana to take him down.
What do we say about Mongols wanting to be the more disciplined or careful team? That's like a very brawly start to this game number one. Well, understandable. That's one of the more common rotations you're seeing, especially considering that they're still sticking with a quote-unquote assassin jungler. I think you would consider the Hirara an assassin still. But then Foot, they were so aggressive to fight back. That was a flicker burned by Exi early on.
Yeah. They really wanted to get that kill early, man. They really wanted to stop the snowball from happening here for Zixora. Great start to the game for Foot, I'd say, man. Again, with the Hirara, you're just constantly going to have to take it in an early game. You're not going to have enough cooldowns to just spam your skills. But look at this rotation quickly into the bottom lane. They're playing that strong side, as we mentioned, Zixora. Zoning RX, Retri even going to go for early.
Survive that. But then it seems like Mongols had their eyes set on the bottom side of the map. Could this be the approach? They do not want to fight FUT Esports in terms of objectives, considering that that's an Akai, and he's already an entire level ahead of Zixora because of that rotation.
I love the approach, though, you know? It's kind of like Mongols know that Foot will have the lead early on when it comes to neutral objective battles, so they try to go for the strong side, gold lane. K helping him out. A lot of damage placed down with the perfect match. It'll force out a flicker from K, but I think that should be it.
Yeah. Mongols are quick to sense that there could be something happening right after that objective take. Look at Kazue. He's just showing himself. Still, the level gap exists. And there are going to be in the slight advantage against Foot, but K, no flicker left for K.
Yeah, the problem with the strong side gold lane is if you leave him, yeah, the hard CC and tanky boys are just gonna get him out. No flicker, as you mentioned, Brigida. It was just such an easy kill, and they didn't even need to use any ults aside from the SOD.
Yeah, we haven't seen Bloodspit really use that Fatal Links just yet. Not even the heavy spin, because there was no contest whatsoever to that objective that we saw. And now they take half of the energy shields down bot. RX is having a really good time. Ox doesn't have level 4 yet.
But look at Zixora. Again, something that we kind of know from him is that he is very sporadic. He knows how to think on the go, and he's already seen that rotation go straight up top, plays with the strong side that he has in XP to take the orange buff, and this means Kazue is going to be behind in XP despite getting Turtle 1.
Oh, that was quick for Mongols to catch up, and now it's Foot who's just mostly staying down bottom. They get to find Ox isolated here, though.
Lantern Flare. Oh, the perfect match. Even a body. Oh, wait a second. Kazue with the heavy spin. Straight up.
The Spear of Misery kind of helped him there, too.
Yeah, that was a bit of miscoordination.
So I feel like this time we'll see the EXP laners actually be part of this upcoming fight. Let's see how it goes, because Mongols this time might actually contest. But we're seeing Zixora just starting to make his way. I
Sora.
There is no heavy spin though.
Oh, Psyche passing Crimson Beacon. Good shifting clouds and a pickup as well on Mumu. As it lands, great Mystic Gush with the knockup with the tectonic charge. Sixora gets a kill on XC. And it's RX trying to run away now as that's going to be the cutoff as K rotates over Mumu. Takes Bloodsped out, and it's a free neutral objective for the Mongols.
Okay, Foot probably did not want to be in that position. They just made things so much easier for Ox and Mikey. Mikey didn't have to put himself out there in danger to use that Mystic Gush, and that was a quick way to just use the tech charge. Now it's Mongols stealing away that small lead that Foot had earlier.
And Mongols are just using that aggression so well. They're forcing Foot to play those team fights. Foot, you got a composition to play neutral objectives. You can't be brawling early on, and a few of those abilities.
Yeah, I think it's Mongols who's capable of finding those kinds of pickoffs in the mid before the objective rather than Foot. Foot might want to just really fight the objectives head on, and especially considering that earlier they did not have the heavy spin. We mentioned it, but they still decided to go for the fight.
Those cycles are very important, especially for Foot, because if you don't have the shifting skies, oh god, wait, Makey. Good projectile, man. So much poke coming on. Psyche. Sixora steals a camp away from Kazue. Panda's walking up, though. He's very tanky.
This is interesting because I feel like Mongols, their lineup doesn't really require you to just go full commit. They're fighting it with range because of the Granger and the Gourd. And the ability of both the Paquito and the Hirara to just go in and out is helping them so much and just baiting out stuff from Foot Esports. Okay, gonna be safe. But going back, Foot, I feel like this time, they're the ones struggling to find their footing. Like, when are they going to come into a fight? And when are Mongols actually going to fight back? Or when are they just baiting them out? Because they are capable of doing that.
I don't know. Right now, it just seems like Mongols have Foot's number. Again, they're going to use a Lantern Flare. Perfect match on Ox. If they can bait out the tech charge, that'll be big for them. And actually go for the heavy spin. The tech charge comes around. And a flicker out. Psyche! Crimson Beacon, the SOD lands. It's Psyche with a kill. Mumu into the mid.
Okay. Oh, now that's a Fatal Link set up!
Great call into the shifting skies. Now Mumu picked up as well. Zixora in the midst of it all trying to go damage some of those members, but XC zones them away, and this is a Foot win. They go to the turtle, the last one of the game.
It's interesting though, because it still feels like they used up so much just to get those small wins, when in fact I felt like it would have been easier for them considering the amount of crowd control and how low effort this draft overall could have been for them. But at least they've got that advantage just now and are able to convert it into a structure up top.
It's all good zone.
But I can't believe it's been 7 minutes before we actually see that happen, because they're with the Moskov all this time.
Yeah. I don't know about going all in on Kazue. They just going for a bit of poke. Zixora with a rotation in mid. Psyche taking up a lot of damage.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's like the fullest potential you could see from Zixora. Just
Wait,
but
what?
he's trapped.
Yeah, Zixora way too far, gets caught in the Fatal Links, thrown back to the rest of Foot.
I think that's the second time we saw a favorable team fight just because of a mistake.
Yeah, that's the thing about the Hirara though, right? Like once you have enough cooldown, you just think you're untargetable. You can just make those risky plays happen and it just bites you back.
These team fights need to be a bit more calculated, I'd say, for both sides. Oh, that's going to be a setup on Ox.
Yeah, they took the tectonic charge. There's no Fatal Links, but they're going to get the pickup. Ox, no flicker. This should just be a free kill as Kazue knocks him up and picks up the kill.
That's happened twice now. It's been successful. We do see some, I'd say, quote-unquote, questionable targetings and priorities in terms of the recent team fights. But because of that, the back and forth has been on for so long. Like, we barely see a significant lead in this fight.
Yeah, and it's still so surprising, despite, you know, the last two team fights going in favor of Foot, that Mongols are actually still ahead in gold. They've been farming really, really well, and it's been because they have had better control over the side lanes, which is weird to hear, but there you go. Mumu with the knockout strike. RX gonna cut him off with the help of Blotsfet. He's already used a perfect match. Lord is spawning in the bottom lane. Mumu Yeah, he's just gonna get chain CC. The Spear of Misery pins him down. He tries to get out with a flicker, but the Lantern Flare is on him. It's a Sky Piercer as he goes for the Crimson Beacon. Making caught in the bad spot. SOD lands in the back. RX gets the Spear of Misery, pins him down, goes under turret, and it's all fed to the Sky Piercer. And Maniac for Psyche. Could we see it a Savage on day 1, match 1? Ox, can you escape? The Lantern Flare is on him. Psyche gets a Savage on day 1 of the wild card.
Day 1 and game 1 at that. We're seeing a Savage in as early as that. And can I just say, the ones who were the more aggressive in that team fight and the ones who put themselves up front were not Blotsfeth nor Kazue. It was just really RX and Psyche. They knew that they were that much ahead. They knew that they were in that kind of advantage just with Mumu out of the picture. And now it's an immediate objective for FUT. It's interesting though. Okay, let's see that instant replay. Psyche, my god.
I don't know, it was kind of also Mongols though. They did not need to back Mumu up all the way there. No one saw that. Don't point it out. No. Why you step back? No, man. No one saw that tech charge, all right? I can't even make Bigatron jokes anymore.
This is why we are saying that there needs to be a bit more calculation from their part. It demands so much more just because of the kind of draft that they decided to go with. Now, Foot, this is where we expected them to be. This is exactly how they play this out. The amount of crowd control, actually in that recent team fight, they didn't even have to use much of it just because they were just going all in terms of the damage. I feel like that's another thing. You feel a lot more of the damage coming from this tanky lineup of Foot rather than of Mongols at this point. So they're really making sure that they're using it to their advantage. And at least for now, Mongols are defending and weirdly enough, still in the lead.
Yeah. I think it's not that accurate. Blotsfeth, though, goes in with perfect match. They're trying to go for the zone. Psyche, an absolute monster, brings Mumu back. And it's a flicker, burn down. Ox.
Again.
Goes for the tech char. Oh no, you hate to see fatal wings from Blotsfeth. Gets him down, K. Oh no, Psyche gets another double. A disaster for the Mongols as they're gonna have to take 3 of their members out and about as just Sixora and Makey left to defend.
This should be full stack Sky Piercer for Psyche, right?
Oh yeah.
So that just explains why you could barely get out alive once you're in that kind of position if you're the Mongols. This is very tough and risky if you're the Mongols. With very little crowd control and just mostly Ox, and by the way, it's always been Ox that they've been targeting first, I could barely see an opportunity for the Mongols to turn this around with a team fight win.
Yeah, it's a composition that really relies on them winning out early game, you know, snowballing out control and then relying on their individual flair. Now, I'm not saying it can't happen, but we've seen 2 Brock ultimates go.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They
out
always...
Right? It's landed on.
I thought you didn't see that.
I didn't see the first one.
Okay.
But then the replay showed me. LaFell saw all of it.
Yeah, I really want to know how LaFell feels about everything right now because it's just day 1, game 1. But well,
he has a thumbs up.
Is it a thumbs up?
Yeah, if you've watched Project Hail Mary, that's a good thing, right? Like, yeah.
We get to talk to him later, but for now we gotta really talk to the Mongols and Foot, maybe especially the Mongols and how they're really dealing with everything right now. Let's take a quick look at the items. Okay.
Let's not.
It's not.
Let's just talk about the game. The Lord spawning.
Okay.
And that's not the new Lord, you know? The new Lord, like, it kind of gets players to go for the Lord.
Diva.
Yeah. It's like, now as a player, I want to go for Lord. 13-3, now we see the actual goal lead. It is, I don't know if this is comebackable. We've had that term, geekable. Do you think it's geekable?
Well, I, at this point, could not see it coming for now. Like, even Ox, they've just been very aggressive. Psyche, this is where you really want to see your Juicin come to play. He's the one in charge of all the zoning right now. It's like Blotsfest will just go in for a late entry and surprise everyone. And that's the last thing you'd want to see if you're the Mongols.
Yeah.
Oh my god, all of their flickers are still intact. You could already imagine what kind of game-ending plays they could attempt to go for with this Lord's.
Let's give it to the Mongols a bit. They do have clear. I don't want to say if it's good or bad. They got
They have
clear with the gourd.
They have gourd.
But then I look at the Granger and it's like, yeah, you're not that good at clearing. The Hirara is like, she's bad in, oh god, no damage to Exy as well.
I'm looking for the damage too, but...
Maybe you just look at different things when you look at the Hirara, you know. Exy trying to walk off. They're going to go for the mid lane siege here. Oh, RX is piercing through that turret onto Ox and K. And the base turret down below has already fallen.
Okay. Bloodspith looks like he wants to do something. But let's see. They still have to clear out the waves.
Yeah,
oh, he's already below half HP.
Oh, Fatal Links on the back. Both of the frontliners, and they get caught with the heavy spin. That's the pin down immobilization already. Zixora gets away, but Psyche's just tearing them apart. Zixora's trying to gap close now. He goes immobilized. Oh, but Psyche is unkillable. Picks the Hirara up. Zixora's walking up again, trying to go for the clear again. Untargetable for a bit. But it's still Psyche just zoning all of them, and they've lost no members.
Okay, they're still dealing with it. Sora and Kay still left to defend, still have an entire wave to deal with, but Sora is down. Kay back in the fountain, but what can he do? It's just gonna be a game number 1, or the only game in this best of 1. Going over to Foot Esports.
It's over for game 1. Foot Esports getting the revenge that they've desperately been waiting for since that M7 wildcard where they lost to a Mongolian team. Team Zone, Kay, Zixora, they showed them how it's done, but today it seems like it's a Foot day.
Want to introduce me in? Oh, I'm in.
Hey!
So first of all, let's just say congratulations to FUT for winning that one. But my TLDR, my summary of this game, the reason why Mongols win and lose is because of their mechanics. Because the only time that they won in the team fight was that incredible tech charge into the Mystic Gush. But then after that, any kind of team fight, we've seen mistakes coming in from Zixora. We've seen mistakes coming in from, of course, the Grok from Alp. So I really feel like this might be one of those situations where you probably just need to warm up just a little bit, because there was a lot of unnecessary situations where I believe Mongols had the kit to outplay that, but that just didn't happen. But when we're talking about a draft, Ranger is not really one of those geekable heroes, because it's a hero that heavily relies on the Skypiercer stacks.
What if you get 40 Skypiercer stacks in the last team fight?
That's good enough.
Yeah.
That's good enough. But compared to basic attack heroes that just needs that Trinity, they're more reliable. So I would say in this game, it's all about execution from the Mongols. And the good thing that I can say is that you're not eliminated right now, right? As long as you make it to top 4, that's still fine. So, hey, maybe a warm-up after this, they might look better.
Yeah, because there was a clear game plan from them anyway. Like, you saw their first rotation, them just deliberately letting go of the objective and wanting to focus their resources onto one lane. But after that rotation, I feel like we no longer got to see the idea anymore, because we got to see like the team fights that
feels
were
a bit
accidental.
autopilot-y, honestly.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel planned.
It really didn't, man, because at the Granger with the Gourd as well, you get 2 very vulnerable backliners, but then there's no tank up forward, right? It's just Ox on the Grok. He's mainly an initiation tool, and then the Paquito is kind of there to deal damage, because if you look at the build, it was a 100 strike C halberd.
Yep.
Usually if you want to go for a bit of tankier build, you go for maybe Fury Hammer straight into the Queen's Wings and then full tank, so that you can provide a bit more utility for your backliners, but okay.
Let's talk about the Savage as well, right?
Taiki.
Day 1, game 1 at what, 9 minutes of the game, and we're starting to see something change here in terms of the items, because as a roamer, I haven't built Dominance Ice for a long time. If I build it, you know my team is bad. Let me just say that.
Yeah.
And even in that game, they didn't build Glowing 1 early item, because again, the sustain isn't from healing. It's just nothing really, right?
And
so they didn't have to cut anything in half.
Yeah. They got a lot of untargetables.
Right?
And like,
so the first item, you know, just get the Skypiercer, then the Ice Queen's 1, and then having the Blood Wings, just to make sure that you can stay there and deal the damage.
Yeah, I think that's very MVP worthy for Psyche too.
If you get a Savage and you didn't get an MVP, I'll be upset.
sometimes actually, there are times where the Savage guy is just, you know, shooting in the back and not doing too much.
But this one
Psyche.
Look at the skill expression of holding down the second skill.
Dang.
And then moving it left a bit, right a bit as you move your joystick. Like, Who can do that?
And when he got that, it wasn't
Moreno.
really set up by
The maestro, my goat. Thanks for the
Sorry.
mention.
It wasn't really set up by Blotsfest or Kazue or anyone. It was just him.
It was set up by Mongols.
Yes. Yes.
Am I wrong? Okay, let's look
You're
at this replay, right?
Oh
This is
my
one of the only times we see good skill expression coming in from the Mongols, and then the team fight looks good. The team fight looks clean. And we cannot say that FUT, they play amazingly because they also made mistakes by expending the skills, and then even we're like, wait, what's going on? But the Mongols just didn't respond well enough to capitalize on those mistakes, and just being good. Like, even in this situation, Mumu, honestly, if he just stayed there, there's a high chance he could have just escaped.
Yeah.
He had the flicker. He could have flickered out and then just double jabbed all the way back to his team, but he didn't do that.
We didn't see that. We didn't see that.
Oh, I saw that plenty times. I'll see it in my dreams tonight.
Okay. Will you
As
see
a-
Psyche Savage?
As a roamer, that hurts.
Yes, it does. It's
I've done it plenty of times, but it still hurts.
Shh. Look.
Oi, I didn't see
What
that
am I
the first time.
Oh, you
Oh.
actually didn't see that the first time. I didn't see the first one the first time.
She's not wearing her glasses.
I'm wearing contacts.
Not as good as glasses.
Sure. That
Okay.
works, but this, right? I mean, to go two flickers
And
in
the
the back
shifting
with no
skies.
frontliner,
Oh
it's
my
kind of like, we're better than you. That's
Yeah.
literally what they thought, right? Like, you have to have that respect. You're up against a composition that is just full CC, dude. If you don't get caught by the Atlas, you're going to get caught by the Sora. If that doesn't happen, then the Panda's going to spin at you.
And this is the lineup. If you don't get like 3,000 gold lead by the first 2 minutes, you're kind of done. Because Gort, once he's finished his skills, then what? Ranger, once he finishes skills, then what? Hirara is pretty fast to finish her skill and no damage. And then what?
Yeah.
Right? It's just a composition where you kind of want to blow everything instantly and hope it's enough. And, you know, newsflash, usually isn't.
Because I think even the sides weren't able to accomplish much in that game. Like Mumu, not that he was held in lane by his counterpart, by Xe, but whenever he did try to go or catch up to the fights, it's a bit too late.
Yeah.
Or like Ox is already gone, and what can he do as the only other quote-unquote frontline when he actually went for damage build?
Yeah.
Well, so far we've seen Hirara in the game hasn't been performing so well so far. We got 7 more best of ones for today. So who knows? Maybe someone else wants to give it a shot. Maybe.
Please don't.
I don't know. It's
Whenever
very
you play,
risky.
whenever you play Hirara, it just feels like it's a tickling contest, you know? Yeah, because you're not doing any damage to any of the tanks. The tanks are just gonna stop it, bro.
Yeah,
It's just a little annoying.
you're kind of hoping that your goal laner is like, I don't know, Kelra.
Eman, bro.
Eman.
My goat.
Yeah.
So even if you try to go for... No, did we actually see him reach the squishy targets? I can't recall.
Here's the thing. We might know a little bit more if we talk to Foot themselves, but we're not going to be talking to them. Eterna is standby there. So let's see what Eterna has to say with FUT Esports.
Ask about Hirara, please.
Eterna here. Thank you so much, casters. And of course, I'm here with Kazue for the Kadia City interview. So once again, congratulations for this first best of one. How did it feel to find this victory here in the city of Paris?
Güzel bir turnuva. İlk maçı oynadığımız için gayet mutlu hissediyorum açıkçası. Güzel bir maçtı. Hatalarımız var. Daha iyi olacak. Burada olduğum için çok mutluyum. Bu kadar.
It was good to play the first match, and we also win the first match. That's also make us very happy, and we love the city, and we want to go to the main stage.
Okay.
We did little mistakes, but we will fix them in the next matches.
And we're excited to see your next few matches. Now, your first opening match here, it looked like a little bit of a revenge story because technically they were the ones to knock you out at M7 Swiss stages. How does it feel to find this win against them?
Mutlu hissediyorum çünkü gerçekten geliştiğimizi hissettim. Yeni rosterımızla beraber daha iyi olduğumuzu düşünüyorum. MLBB'den sonra kendimizi geliştirdik ve gerçekten bunun karşılığını görmek beni çok mutlu ediyor. Kendilerine çok saygı duyuyorum.
We respect them, but we changed our roster, and now I feel like we really improved ourselves from last tournament, and we are also happy about it. We also respect them too.
We're seeing that. We're seeing that. A very decisive victory there in that first game. Now, we have a question from Mirko. I think you're familiar with him. He's asking, were you surprised with the Hirara pick coming through today?
Yani evet, o piki beklemiyorum açıkçası. Şu an çünkü metada tanky jungle seçiliyor. Ve Hirara'nın turnuvalarda çok iş yapacağını düşünmüyorum. Çünkü bence güçlü ama ranked da güçlü. turnuvalarda iş yapacağını düşünmüyorum şu an için. Çünkü meta biraz değişti ve hero'lar çok slow dönüyor bence. Yavaş dönüyor ormanlara.
Actually, I was not expecting the pick. I think this hero is a ranked hero, not a competitive matches, and I don't think any other player will play this character next of the tournament.
Okay. So the first time we've seen the Harara and it doesn't look like it's doing too great, maybe stick to rank games, right? All right, Kazue, final question. You are going to be up against VSG next. Do you have a message perhaps for that team?
Biz onlarla aynı bölgede olduğumuz için onlarla çok fazla scrim atıyoruz. Bizim scrim partnerimiz. Onları seviyorum, saygı duyuyorum. Güzel rakip. İnşallah biz kazanırız.
Because we are of the same region, we did a lot of scrims against them, and we love them, we respect them, we wish them luck, but I hope we will win today.
Okay, we'll see if you guys are going to make the win. But once again, congratulations for your first victory. We'll see you later on. And we're going to throw it over back to our casters to maybe break down some of what Kazue said earlier. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Eterna, as well as Kazui. So, yeah, Hirara, let's just keep it in rank. It's not competitive just yet. And, you know, I think he said this is a tanky meta. Don't know why he picked that up. I understood what he was saying, don't you?
Yes, because of the translation.
Look at Mirko. He's cringing slightly.
Wait, let's wait for him to show on cam. There.
There you go. There
How do you
go.
explain that face? Like,
Yeah, it's kind of like... I agree
I
with him.
told you so.
No, I mean, I disagree with him. You know, it's something that you would expect in ranked games.
Yeah.
It's something you'd expect in some of the streamers' games. But like you saw how much it did against the Akai. It was kind of just dancing there.
yeah, there was probably some bit of attempt to cheese.
No, I think I have the same mindset as the Mongols. You know what my mindset always is?
What?
What's the worst that could happen? Get savaged on. You know, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad.
pretty bad for your first match.
But, you know, like, hey, what's the worst that can happen? What's the worst that can happen? By the way, guys, this is the first best of one for today. We got 7 more matches after this. We're going to go for a short break, but when we return, we got a lot more games. So we'll see whether we see Harara again or not. But for now, we're going over to a break. See you guys later.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup 2026 here in Paris. We are here at the wildcards where we just finished watching Mongols going up against FUT Esports, where FUT won that best of one and they even secured a Savage. My name is Phil. Alongside with me is Mirko as well as Brigida, where we will be talking about the newcomers coming in from East Asia. They might be the new wave. We're talking about Sunset Ravens going up against the Huns.
I'm at Sunset Ravens, y'all. I
Are they
flew
nice?
in to Paris with them, with Coach Raizan. Raizan, Indonesian coach, was the coach at Dewa United, so I know him.
Spend some small time in Malaysia with KGE.
There you go. A little bit of time in China with Rare Adam.
There you go.
And now to Japan he goes with Sunset Ravens and Mui Minette. So honestly, Sunset Ravens, it's a Cinderella story. If you really look at it, right? They were able to beat, well, Mui Minette was able to beat his ex-teammates in Junichi and 10 all the way in the Japanese qualifiers. So I'm really excited to see what they have been cooking up because they actually boot camped in Indonesia.
Yeah, they were the more familiar names when it comes to the Japanese teams before. And I think there was also one player from 10S Gaming Frost who they were also able to defeat. So they're definitely making a statement for themselves. We're just really looking forward to see how it's going to fare now that they're in the wild card and going up against the other regions. But for the Huns, I think they've made enough introductions about themselves. We're very familiar with a lot of their players as well. These are like the rest of the Team Zone guys who we also witnessed in series number 1 from the Mongols. It's just that now they're split up and they're with a new lineup.
If we're going to compare between the Huns as well as the Mongols, you would say that the Huns are more, I would say, micro heavy. They really want to show their strength very, very early on. The thing is, we expect the Mongols to play a bit slower, but then their draft didn't really say that.
Yeah.
And then they didn't fare well. So, I don't know. Huns is going to be playing slower instead. I don't know. The thing is, will we see more assassins in the jungle? Because Hirara already doesn't look great. So, it's going to be very interesting to see what Huns is, well, the team Huns is going to go for.
Yeah. Let's take a look at Mui Minette and the boys first. Sunset Ravens coming in as, I guess, well, for everybody except for Mui Minette and Ryzen, no international experience. They're coming in here trying to prove to the world that Japanese MLBB.
Yeah. And that's why Mui
It's
Minette
good.
is the captain.
Yeah.
He will be
And-
leading the charge.
Let's talk about the history of Japan as well, right?
The entire history of Japan?
Yeah, because, okay, fast forward.
Okay, fast forward.
Fast forward to M1, right?
Oh, okay.
Fast forward to M1 with Tenseka Gaming. They revolutionized that period of MLBB, bringing up the Rafaela, bringing up the Exborg jungle, right? And then 10-second gaming Frost, and they're very lovely people, you know, like very easy to talk to and very humble as well. So we always love seeing Japan come here because they might bring something new, and it's something that we didn't think of, and they were like, huh, that does work.
And we miss seeing Japan in the
Yes!
international stage. I remember.
Konnichiwa minasan.
Yeah, we did a trailer, right? Do you remember that trailer? Of like when Japan finally returned.
Oh.
And we went to the jungle. And then we were just like celebrating.
So that one was the one with the leeches.
Yep, that's the one.
Shout out Renmar.
Shout out
Renmar.
and Gideon Q.
And Gideon Hu.
Gideon Q. Oh God, that nice.
You know
good
what? I
times,
love
good
the
times.
jungle. Love the jungle.
Not as much, but yes.
Okay, you know what? It's in my top 200.
It's in my top 3, but like I've only done like 3 shoots, so.
There you go.
You know what
there
I
you
mean?
go. So now let's talk about the game again. Okay, so far
Back
it
to
looks
it.
like as long as you keep to the standard of the current meta of tank jungles, right? Having a basic attack marksman, or unless your name is Harif, and then in terms of the EXP, if possible, get a diver.
Yeah.
Some drafts require you to be a frontline, but hey, that seems to be the the template.
Yeah, I think that fits the bill entirely for Sunset Ravens. But if we talk about the Huns Esports, I think they got to rely a little bit more on their XP and their mid lane, just because they're the only dudes here with international experience, and they're pretty darn good. Last time we saw them, Bankai on the XP, on those carries as well at M7 in the wildcard did a fantastic job. Kenny in the mid lane with those Kimmies. So I'm really expecting more of that utility jungle. Play for Kenny, play for neutral objectives with Bankai as well.
Yeah, because it seems like they're on a similar wavelength in the sense that there's just one guy who's really taking majority of the lead amidst the young bloods. Because I think you could really consider the newer members of the Huns to be young bloods. They're new names relatively in the scene of Mongolian MLBB. And it's Bankai who's just going to be the overall in-game commander as the EXP lane.
And again, maybe that's why we're gonna hopefully see, unless your name is Paquito, see the EXP being chosen just a little bit later. Because one of the reasons why EXP has really opened up, because there's more relevant counters to most of the EXP picks. So it's very punishable if you pick up your EXP way too early. Even if it doesn't get countered in lane, somehow in the neutral objective fights, you might get countered there. So if you really are the carry, sometimes you gotta take your time, because there's this one guy, Vinuya, he can first pick the hero.
I know that guy.
But that one is Paquito as well as Arlid, which is also one of those heroes that we really gotta look out for. His Arlid looks like a Lancelot, man.
Yeah.
But Vinuya is coming later on. We're gonna talk about wildcards.
Okay.
Bankai, can he be like Mr. King Bob?
I thought we were going to talk about it later.
Sorry, Vinuya. Man of many names.
CC Immune.
Man of many names.
Hey, now that I think about it,
Dol.
Paquito got his first... Like, I did not expect to see the first Paquito loss in as early as game 1 of
That's
MSC.
true. That's true.
Because he's such a power pick. That's why he's first picked.
Yeah, and that's where I think it
Blame
comes
the
down
Hirara.
to the rest of the team. I was about to say as well. Yeah, the Hirara is a very, very good shout there. And I think we also got our answer from Mr. Kazue, who was pretty honest about it. He just said
Stick
it's a
to
ranked
rank.
game pick. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna see any more game time here competitively, but we'll see. We'll see again. Still meta. That's the name of the guy in the jungle that we'll be seeing as well for the Huns. And fun fact is that apparently his name comes from Ling is still meta. It implies that some picks are still
Here's
meta,
the
like
thing.
Ling.
This is my short pet peeve.
All right.
Right? Some of the buffs and nerfs is not created equal.
I agree.
For everyone.
Yeah.
We're looking at Ling, and the thing that they buffed doesn't increase the clear speed in the jungle, which
Yup.
is one of the problems. Doesn't help its survivability in a team fight, which was one of Ling's problems as well. So they buff things that Ling don't need. And then you have Akai. They're like, we're going to keep it simple. We're just going to increase his HP. But the thing is, everything in his kit scales with HP, and then suddenly he becomes OP.
And the Claude. Don't forget the Claude.
The
It's
Claude-
like, you're a weak side goal laner, right?
Yeah.
So,
We're
we're
gonna-
going to take away the early game or the late game?
Yeah. No, here's the thing. They
took away
lowered
the early game.
They took away a bit of the Blazing Duet early game.
And then they made it.
Yeah, we're gonna be throwing it over to Eterna, where she's be talking to Raven. So let's head on over to her.
Eterna.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm here at the Kadia City interview, and I'm here with Mexi. Welcome, Mexi.
Hello.
How are you feeling before your match?
Pretty exciting.
Pretty exciting. I mean, I heard this is your first time. Is there any nerves that's happening right now?
Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous right now, but I think more like, exciting to be here on the stage. Yeah.
Okay, so he's excited to be here on the stage today. So I want to know about your in-game name, Mexi. Where did that come from?
So I used to live in Mexico for 3 years, and when I came back to Japan, everyone started saying, "Oh, where did you come from?" I was like, I lived in Mexico for 3 years. So everyone started to go Mexi, Mexi. That's my origin of my name.
Okay, so it's because you were in Mexico for 3 years. Now that's interesting. Now coming into this next game, obviously, Mexi, we're hearing that you're also a translator for your team because your head coach is Indonesian, Coach Ryzen. How challenging has that been for you?
To be honest, it's not really challenging. I think I was pretty new in this team, so I think a little bit difficulties was being good at having a good team to be a good team, because I didn't know anything about the members, so it was less tough for me to communicate or discuss team more deeply. That was my difficulties. Yeah,
Okay, so it's more on synergy and chemistry with the team.
that's right.
Okay. Coming to this next match, do you have maybe a message for your opponent today?
Message for opponent. good luck for both teams. Yeah.
Good luck for both teams. Are you confident for this game?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, we'll see. Good luck, and we'll see how they do up against their opponents today, because obviously we're going to throw it over to our casters to witness the second best of one.
Thank you very much, Eterna, as well as Maxi. And yeah, looks like the difficulty really is just gelling with each other.
Yeah.
And not so much talking with the coach, which, again, I believe this is one of those things that happens in regions like Japan, where you don't want to follow-ish the meta. You kind of want to reinvent if possible. So I feel like that might also be a struggle.
That could be it. You know, Muimanet, he's known for a hero specifically. He's top global on a footballer in game.
Yeah, Brew, yes.
Brew, close enough? Close enough? Yeah. Yeah. Bruno.
World Cup.
Bruno.
Shoutouts.
World Cup. Yeah, actually for Mexi, it's pretty cool because he's Japanese. Japan are out, but he can always just go and support Mexico now.
Yes.
They're still in.
There you go. But yes, now we're going to be talking about this one. We're hoping for Hans to have a better game compared to the Mongols before, because so far, the prediction is that games will either be so snowbally or nothing will happen, and then we just approach the late game, right? We've seen the snowbally part. Somehow I just have an instinct. I feel like that's going to be the same story for game 2 here.
Oh, I thought you were going to say we're going to see a late game.
Yeah.
No, as I was thinking about it, maybe both teams might be just a little bit nervous. A little bit more nervous
Game
one
1 was like 14 minutes though. Like in between of our like.
I guess 40 minutes for some people is long. For me, it's quite short.
It's quite short. I agree.
It's quite short.
I agree.
It is very underwhelming. So, hey, maybe if the draft just has scaling gold laners and then going back to the tank jungles, then yeah, maybe we can see an extended game. But now we're going into the draft here. Hans is going to be the first pick, and the Ravens will be the second one. Expanding Rivers will be the map. Already banning out the Phoveus as well as the Marcel. And I also want to talk about Freya. That nerf means nothing to this girl, man.
Okay,
She's still super strong.
It means something. I don't think it's like completely nothing.
Bro. I'm more afraid of Freya than Paquito.
Huh?
Okay, I'm actually more...
Oh yeah, well.
I don't
in
know.
the lane,
Okay, listen.
In the lane, yes.
Listen, if you're a mid or gold laner, you kind of don't want to deal with the Freya, because even if you don't kill her, she's already done her job. She's just there to disrupt.
That's true. That's true. I think she's still a very, very good pick.
But I guess the small reduction gives you something.
Yeah. Hey,
like in the range, in terms of range.
It's not about the range. It's about how you utilize it. And most Freya players utilize it very well.
Okay.
Bro.
I agree.
If they made her die faster, then that's a good nerf.
I think they should do that next patch. I think they really should do that next patch. I don't want to see a Freya in the next 6 months. But the Baksha gets spanned out. The Huns have taken out the Marcel, the Phoveus, and even the Baksha as first pick.
Yeah, really great bans. Because earlier, I think the Marcel was something we saw in second phase.
Baksha also banned out. I wonder if they'd really just want to go for more DPS, something like a Kimi, something like a Claude. The first pick is going to be very interesting for me, because I'm hovering first picking Claude, Akai's.
Okay.
Those are amazing first picks for now, because there's not a lot of counters for those picks. But if you prefer Fredrin, then I can see that as well.
There you go. Aerith gets banned out. The Juicin is left open. It'll always be first pick if it's left open to Huns.
One of those heroes that no matter how you nerf her, she's flexible. She's adaptable.
Yeah.
She's like Mahoraga.
Oh, wow.
Yep, and a Savage game 1. There you go. This is what we expected, right? Claude in the first phase with the Akai. There you have it.
Yeah, these are really good priorities.
So this should be a Fredrin.
Yeah.
A Fredrin, and then maybe a carry just to fight back with a Claude or Moscow, whatever you're comfortable with before he gets banned out.
Yeah.
Because those are the only two, I think. Not unless...
Whoa, wait a second. We did see a Navaria banned out just earlier. The Atlas into the Akai.
Where is Novaria going?
Is it
going?
No.
Bus.
What's the jungle? Is one of these like...
No, okay.
Uh-oh. Was it a mistake?
Is Zushin somehow going to be EXP or something? I don't know.
I mean, I've seen that.
I've seen that too.
Yeah, but we don't know the
like,
matchup, so why?
Yeah, and I think it's a confused Sunset Ravens. You can already see Coach Raisan say, don't think about it.
It's not just them.
Yeah, they confuse more than just Sunset Ravens. The Eve comes up for that matchup against the Juicin, but
or is it the Juicin?
Exactly. A good thing about the Huns, they could be like, psych.
Maybe it's just Mongolian team, because again, we did see it banned out.
Banned out when you already saw that there was a roamer and a mid. So where could it be?
Yeah. The thing is, is this a cheese that we've we just don't know of. It's been happening in scrims.
In Southeast Asia, we have not seen this.
No.
Not even on TikToks. Unless that one guy that just farms his one-shots, you know?
Yeah, TikTok is just all about Hirara right now.
Yep. By the way, Fredrin banned out as well as the Uranus. So for the Ravens here...
so is it gold?
They're still not considering it's a jungle. So
Yeah, no, I wouldn't think it's a
No,
jungler either. Fredrin
Yeah.
gets banned.
where does it?
I'm so
Because
confused.
the only thing that they know is a Claude gold lane.
No. Let's also think about it this way, right? What are you setting up with this Novaria early pick? Because using the Echo, it makes it so that your projectiles hit easier.
Yeah,
So the Atlas will benefit.
but then there's an
Atlas-ish.
Akai
Yeah.
who can just push you away. It's like,
I'm
no.
thinking of the damage. What is the damage setup going to be?
Yeah.
Is
Well-
it just selfish so that she can hit her shots? This is confusing. Carrie gets
Oh, but they
banned out.
Yeah, jungle and gold.
Because if I was them, I wouldn't know what to ban either.
Yeah, I just ban out the heroes that are annoying to my composition. I agree. The Khalid gets banned out from the Huns. Sunset Ravens, if they can actually play the Cho, it would be a pretty good pick here against the Atlas. You can get mid-prio as well. With the Eve, if it is a Juicin matchup, if
We just don't know.
Okay, I'm sorry, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then the XP lane for Sunset
I'll
Ravens.
be so
killed.
upset if this is Atlas
sorry.
jungle.
The Val.
Oh!
Okay.
Woohoo!
It's a
I think it's a Mongolian
It's a
thing.
Mongolian thing.
They
yeah.
really like Hirara. I mean, I don't blame him, but
And then the Moscow. So this
it's
is
XP.
Wait, who is the XP? Zushin or Novaria or Atlas?
What
Is
would
it
you rather
Atlas
use
XP?
against the Sora?
bro,
None of the above.
Okay, you know what? Let's be fans. You know, close our brains, enjoy the game.
I like it.
Yeah. Like is a very strong word. Let me just say that, right? Like is a very strong word. So now, Sunset Ravens, the final pick here for the Roam. I do agree. The Cho is the easy pickup if you want to go for more, I don't know, healing. Something like Matilda might still be able to work. Yeah.
yeah. Honestly, the Matilda is pretty.
I feel
good
like
too,
it's
yeah.
hard for you to get a bad Roam here.
Yeah.
It's pretty hard. You already have a very good composition. I mean, this. Okay, sure.
Yeah,
sure.
Belleric.
Yeah, wait for them to initiate, then grow your trees out.
Yep, Hirara comes in, doesn't go out. That's the kind of game that I want to see.
Untargetable, by the way. So I think she might be able to get out, but the team might be baited in by the Hirara.
Oh, and Moscow as well might have some difficulties.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Let's just see where
Wait,
everyone
where's it
goes.
going? Where's it going?
If it's who's no Bankai?
XP Novaria.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be throwing it over to Merkel as well as Brigida, where I will just enjoy in the backseat to see what's going on with game number 2 here.
Folks, you create space in the XP. That's what you're meant to do. And what better pick to create space than a hero who's in space? Novaria, right? I mean, right?
Okay, let's just not.
Lore-wise, she's in space.
Yeah. Eve's also in space. That's
Eve's
right.
in space, but okay, that's true. That's true.
There are all I don't know.
But like, you see what I'm going with it, you know, XP, getting space. You
Yeah.
know a lot about XP.
Let us not talk about nor consider the matchups anymore. The 1v1s, none of it is going to matter, I guess. Wait, so it's not Navarro?
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2. We're in the line of dawn. So Novaria is Arlet.
I see the
that-
resemblance. Yeah.
Sure, but yeah, okay. So that we were confused for no reason.
I don't know.
We should have just known. We should have known it was a different visual. You know? Okay. Maybe Novaria and Arlet are just different in Paris.
No. Okay.
But hey, all right. So let's talk about the Arlet. Now that it's an Arlet, they can actually have some combos with the rest of the team, right? They can
Yes.
actually bait out some purifies as well. They have layers upon the CC, not just the Atlas. It makes sense. It makes more sense.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
thank
was
goodness.
it like if it because I'm trying to recall like the sequence, then maybe it was also some sort of deny for the Atlas Arlok to just
whoa.
come together for Sunset Ravens. And somehow Bankai is really doing a great job so far. Oh,
Wait a minute, that's way too far away, the BMI. What?
okay, he did not expect that, but if he did watch game number 1, he should have known that the Hirara is likely to go there.
Yeah, okay. Let's take a look at the emblems real quick. Mexi's not having a good time.
He's not. Okay. So I'm assuming these are the accurate emblems that we're seeing. Still the same for the Hirara as we saw in game number 1. I think it's except the Assassin.
Yeah, it's Master Assassin coming down. The Bargain Hunter is something that we actually have been seeing quite a bit as well. Good zoning. Bankai's going to hit 4 before Mexi. Depends on the XP crab. They're going to have to fight for him. This is the thing about the two roamers. And Oyu,
Oh, yeah.
they're not going to have ultimates here for the first turtle.
Hey, we could say his IGN by the time he uses Wrath of Dryad.
That's true. Wait, good taunt.
Okay, Mexi here
Don't.
will use the Shifting Skies, catches one, but Bankai responds with the final slash. That's actually an outplay that we get to see from the Huns, and they force out the heavy spin as well from Trap. Now he's trapped. Can he get out? Gets knocked up, and is picked off by the Huns yet again. They seemingly are going to get the clear advantage in this fight.
Really well played by the Huns. Bankai again. Something that we mentioned in the pre-show as well is play around the XP. Get Bankai and Kenny good picks, a winning matchup, and you'll be able to get so much more of an advantage. But thank goodness it's not a Navaria.
Okay, this is a better Hirara game, at least so far. So far. That's why I said so far. Because we never know what can happen. This is Sunset Ravens with a Claude, who is 1 death in.
Yeah, if you snowball, it'll be great, right? That's the thing about the Huns' composition here with the Hirara. So far, they've gotten mid-prio. They even got a lead over Eska, which is kind of strange to think about, right? The Heave should usually have a better lane compared to the Jusin, but in this situation, Kenny, that international experience of making it to the main stage at M7 has paid a lot of dividends.
Yeah. We just got to see Mexi from the interview earlier on. It's very unfortunate to see him struggle in this position because I feel like that heavily impacted how the first objective went for them. Actually survives just a bit, uses the Wrath of Dryad, but could not walk away from this. Hands over a third, not kill, because it's actually Oyu who got it, but still meta, 100% or almost 100% kill participation so far in this Hirara game.
Yeah, living up to the name, still meta.
Okay, it took a while for still meta to get to this point, by the way, so it's really great to see him finally have such a great showing in his international debut appearance game. And it's so far really snowballing well for the Huns, so they've clearly got the advantage. What is SNR going to respond with? They're not gonna really commit to the fights just yet, but they're gonna show up here down bot.
Okay, at least Muimanek gets it with Art of Thievery there. Picks it up, Bankai up top, man, a menace against Mexi. Still meta, living up to the name, at least, right? The Hirara is still meta, according to him, and he's doing really, really well. They're doing a good job. SNR, though, what they need to do is focus more on the neutral objectives. They have a composition to play around neutral objectives, but it just seems like they're getting baited by the Huns to take these fights, and this is a good way to do it. Bait out the heavy spin before the fight.
Oh, the final slash was used onto Eska, forcing out the flicker, but now the heavy spin responds, and the real world manipulation too. Now they're in the trap, and they get to find the shifting skies from Mexi, but the response with a fatal links. Moiminet goes in with the blazing to it, and now it's all the Huns. They take out 3 members from the Huns. Sunset Raven actually turned things around.
Sunset Ravens have a cycle to play with, but the Huns did not respect it at all. They just went in all in, even though they baited some of those resources, but there is a silver lining. They did get a turret up top, so they got a trade, but that early lead that they just built is almost all gone. I don't know, I think it's just a big mistake that they didn't respect the cycle of skills. Trap.
Okay, Trap gets to walk out of that. SOD will not connect. But yeah, the moment that Huns sort of overextended in that moment, then it was just Eska freely laying down that real-world manipulation. And even though they did respond with the Fatal Links, they were still inside of it. So
exactly.
There wasn't much that they could do. Whoa! A flicker into the Wrath of Dryad. Hey. Didn't go in with the Blazing Do It just yet, though. Does not decide to fight. He was able to calculate that it was a bit too risky.
It's a zoning ult. Trap needs to get purple buff, right? Right? If they didn't ult there, purple buff might have been stolen. And the flicker we didn't see, right?
So he blocked them from crossing.
Mui needs farm. Right now he's getting farm. It's okay. The roamer can die a lot of times. Trust me, I know. I casted a lot of Geek Fam games. Beloyski dies like at least 7 times before the team starts winning.
Yes.
And they're scaling. Look, it's Yves, Claude. They can wait all day long. It's just the Huns who actually have to be the ones to walk up. So I'm hoping for them to adapt to it already, right? They saw the mistake that they made. They went in, they baited out the cycle of skills, but they fought inside of the RWM after baiting it. They fought into the heavy spin after baiting it. Now they're playing a lot slower. Still meta going to the side, taking these turrets. And Moskov staying up top.
Yeah. Look at how well the Huns are actually able to manage the map so far. They're slowly taking control of majority of SNR's resources. And that is going to be a bit tricky for them, considering that the lead is still existing between their junglers even. Trap is a level behind so far, and there is an objective that's coming next. We're already approaching the 8-minute mark, but the Huns have solidified their lead so far. So Sunset Ravens, are they going to risk it?
Whoa.
Oh, Trap goes in, forced to use the heavy spin, but it was a bit too late. They've already secured the objective long before they arrived.
Who knows? Maybe delay it for a bit, right? They're going to go for the siege now, trying to convert on more objectives, and it's just been the Huns who's dominated this game. Yes, a good fight for SNR, but after that, back to the control, over the side lanes, getting prio all around, still meta, a whole 2 levels ahead of Trap, and it's just been the pattern everywhere. Everyone's ahead.
It's
Yuki's 2 levels ahead of Muimanet.
I guess it also has something to do with what their lineup is capable of, considering the lead. Maybe they are forced to play the more passive approach. They do have the Belleric either way, so it was something that we expected from Sunset Ravens. If ever the Huns do become aggressive and just go all in, but this time around, okay, they might find one. Bankai uses the flicker to survive though.
Oh man, Yuki's just picking up turrets for free. Up top, they're utilizing Bankai's pressure so well. Notices everybody in the bottom lane, gets a turret up top. They're just playing the slow game. And actually, it's weird because we expected the Huns to be the more aggressive mechanical team. We expected Team Mongols to be the more calculated team. But so far, it's actually been the opposite. Still meta? Ooh, wait, Trap just heavy spin.
Still meta's gonna be okay. Doesn't need to use much just to get out of that. And that's a major resource already burned for Sunset Ravens. Nearly finds one. Muimanet gonna be okay though. But yeah, I think the way that the Huns are able to take away these turrets so fast and freely shouldn't be the case. It's a bit too reactive that we're seeing from Sunset Ravens so far. MSC, shifting skies, but just look at how Yuki's landing all those free hits, responds with that Wrath of Dryad. The final smash once again! Bankai with a setup and from behind, still meta catching up alongside Yuki. It's a complete wipeout for Sunset Ravens.
Wow, well played under turret, baiting out the skills and just prolonging the fight for the Moskov, the Arlet, even the Hirara to take advantage of it. Once you deal with the cycles, it's just done. The Huns have done that. They can actually go for the end. 2 seconds on Eska.
Still meta, Bankai and Yuki are trying to end this quick. In less than 10 minutes, the Huns secure their first win here in the wild cards.
Oh man, Sunset Ravens. They couldn't hold on after that wipeout straight up. They saw the vision. They saw the wave down below. And it ended at 9:40.
Oh my. Okay, I think we gotta call on our good friend, LaFell.
You're a good friend.
How do you feel about this? It's a less than 10-minute game.
Called it. First of all, called
yeah,
it.
Snowball, snowball.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't know, like as I'm talking, the equations just happen in my head, and I'm like, I feel it's just gonna be a snowballing game, and still
with a
meta.
Hirara. But did you expect that to be with a Hirara?
No, I did not.
I expected it to be an Novaria too, so.
Yeah, right? And again, Bankai was one of his top picks in previous international tournaments, which was the Arlet. So at least now we know Novaria, Arlet are the same people, right? It's just a cosmetic change.
So it's a skin.
It's a new skin.
Is Novaria an Arlet skin or is an Arlet a Novaria skin?
It's obviously Novaria is the skin for Arlet. You know why?
Why?
This is a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Ooh.
Yeah, you just don't know. And I feel like the biggest difference here, right, Briggs? This Hirara looks good because the Silings were winning.
Yeah, because like
I would say every lane actually was winning.
Yeah, the Silent was winning, the mid lane was winning, the Prio is there. They know their win conditions better as well over Sunset Ravens. It really seems like Sunset Ravens were just a bit lost.
I mean, like, let's look at the lanes, right? In the gold lane, try to freeze and make a difference in EXP up until 2 levels. But on the EXP lane, just go in and try to kill as fast as you can, just to make sure this Sora is a non-factor in any of the fights. With that, it makes it easier for still meta to just be like, I see what's open on the map, I'll just go for that. Both of y'all don't need help.
Yeah, I think it's also a major difference because I think what they decided to go for with the Hirara this time was just really the snowball through making sure the EXP's out.
Yeah.
It's unlike what we saw from the Mongols earlier on, where they just tried to give up some of the more or the major resources and then get confused with what trades they would go after that.
Yeah. We also have to say for Sunset Ravens, there's just no proactivity, right? They didn't set anything up. Part of it is because they lost all the lanes. So even if they do try to do something, they will probably lose. Because the thing with a Beleric lineup, you kind of want to establish like a good siege just to make sure that you can get those free objectives, and then Beleric just prevent anyone from coming in. We're going to be looking at the match highlights just to see what really happened in this game. And we saw Still Meta goes to the gold lane first, eventually goes to the EXP, and then once those lanes have won, everything is easy for Huns.
Yeah, I really just feel like it feels like there's an individual gap for sure, man, and the mechanics definitely shine through for the Huns here. So many times, Bankai getting those resets with the help of the Lantern Flare and the perfect match, and he just gets so much sustain, and they get a lot of this too. They bait out some of the crucial skills before a fight even happens, right? So, Breath of Dryad gone. Heavy spin a couple of times baited out as well. RWM, this is the moment though where
I don't like
it
this.
looked like it was great because Trap shoved them away, but Huns were like, nah, I'm gonna do my own thing.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, oh no, we're safe. No, we're not. We like danger.
We like
We go in on that one.
Yeah, I honestly thought the moment the Fatal Links was laid down that it could have been like still the Huns winning that fight, but it didn't really happen.
Yeah.
But sadly, that was the only moment we really got to see Sunset Ravens with the more favorable reaction. Because I feel like their reactions a lot of times really didn't give them much value. Like, that's something they might want to, or we would want to see them work on a bit more, is like finding trades across the map despite whatever the opponents are actually doing. Because a lot of times we just saw them like waiting and on standby, I guess.
Yep.
Even especially after that one failed attempt to contest the Lord, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and I feel like for you to be proactive in those games, it's an unspoken rule of MLBB. Don't lose the lane in the first 2 minutes. Because the moment you do lose the lane in one shape or form in the first 2 minutes, you're gonna cause problems for your team. Imagine your EXP laner being level 2 as the turtle spawns. That's kind of game over, right? Your gold laner goes 0, 3, and 0 at 2 minutes, 20 seconds. That's kind of not good.
Yep.
Right? Your jungler losing out even by 1 level. At this point of meta, you're not going to be helping out anybody.
Yeah, another good example will be mid lane not reaching level 4 for Turtle 1, right? Then you have not as much impact, and we saw that as well. Eska was not able to walk up, did not have RWM, was zoned early on, I believe. We didn't get to see too much of that mid matchup, but it's something that you would already think as almost a win.
Yep.
In normal situations. The Yve over to Jusin,
Yeah.
it did not happen here in this game.
Yeah.
This is why, again, like mechanical players are so solid because they just make sure the first 2 minutes they don't lose.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of like matchups which didn't go the way you expect them to in at least the first 2 games. So mechanics definitely do play a bit of a role. Great
You
job.
sound a bit different there.
Yeah.
You know, I ventriloquist.
Ah,
Oh.
Yeah.
pretty cool.
Now that the camera's on you, stop talking? What's going on here?
Yeah, because I had to. You had to keep the act.
It's your
so
voice.
It's your voice. Now I'm about to say something. So yeah, I agree because it feels like we could go to a break right now.
Yeah.
Really?
Honestly, it was a pretty short one, but yes, we have more games for today. That's the second best of 1 true. We'll be jumping to the third one after this, but for now, we're going for a short break. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere because we'll be back in like what, 5-10 minutes? We'll see you guys then. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EWC 26. This is the MLBB wildcard, and we just saw another rather short game. About 8-9 minutes was ended. Sunset Ravens got defeat from the Han, so now Hirara has a 50% win rate. So that's kind of good. And we'll be watching this next match, KOG. Very impressive from MSL Thailand going up against VSG. My name is Phil. Alongside with me is Mirko as well as Brigitte. So far, stomps in the first 2 games. Will this be one of them, Mirko?
No, I think this is actually going to be one of the closer series or closer matches that we have here today. This is a good one. I really expect both teams to do really well. I casted for MSL Thailand, so I know how good KOG can be. VSG, I've heard great things about them. And I also watched some of the VODs of their games, and they got, my favorite player, one of my favorites, my GOAT, ex-VTR, by the way, JM.
Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of, both teams have Filipino DNAs, Brigitte. Let's talk about that a little bit.
Exactly. That's why I think it will be a much closer fight, because they're able to bring much of what we're familiar to in terms of gameplay to the international stage. And this time around, I think it's almost the same in terms of numbers. Like there's 2.5 on KOG's, on VSG side, 2.5 Filipinos, and then there's 3. Because even the coach for KOG, has some Filipino DNA.
Oh.
Must be nice being you, huh?
Why?
I feel like Filipinos good at MLBB or something.
I feel like we talk about this every year, and it's just a stream like she's just talking about how great the Philippines is, and then we're like,
you tossed me the question, so I just had to,
That's true.
Yeah, but it's every year.
It's every year, man. It's almost like Filipinos are good at MLBB.
Yeah,
or something. Anyways, we gotta talk about KOG because they were very, very impressive back in MSL Thailand.
Ooh.
And looking at 33rd or 33 or Sanju San, he is 30 years old. Damn. I don't know anyone that age. I don't know myself, so I'm
Okay. Yeah, that's true.
I don't know myself.
He I think aside from that has been here very long enough.
Which, by the way, I fought against him in SEA Games. It was the first SEA Games. I was the coach, he was the player, but we had an interaction there. Yeah.
Dang, 2017.
So that was some
So
history.
you're batchmates.
Yes. We're almost same age.
Damn.
By
the way, right? Payan, amazing goal laner. I think the star of the day for me has to be Payan. Just seeing his Claude, specifically his Claude at MSL Thailand, I think this is something that VSG are going to have to take into account when they ban out some of those heroes. We saw the Claude just earlier, unfortunately not game number 1, but game number 2, respect the Claude, please, VSG.
Yeah, which is exactly why we're all excited to see Carvey too and his resurgence here in the international scene, because he's the one who's going to have to go up against Payan. So that's going to be an interesting matchup for sure. But more so, it's the guy on the screen. It's the EXP lane matchup too that I think needs a lot of attention when it comes to this game.
I feel like it's just going to be the story of, I would say, this EWC, right? Anyone that, if there's any game that there's an EXP diff, I really feel like it's just going to be snowballing, right? If other lanes, lose a little bit, I think it's still survivable. But if the EXP lane has a clear gap, I don't think it's going to be a long game. I think the game will end by the first Lord. That's how impactful the EXP laners are right now. Having a massive hero pool helps a lot because, again, a lot of things can be countered. So if you're saved all the way to the end, then you're going to be good.
That's why, good XPs, they win you tournaments. And earlier, Bankai was able to show that, right? Yeah. Let's see who is the better XP here because 33, he's got the experience. JM, he's Filipino.
Yeah,
but
unfair advantage.
He is Filipino, and he will be going up against a team who might be one of the closest to the PH macro, though. So
one thing about KOG that's really, really great is, like you said, the discipline, the macro, the way they play. They understand their win conditions so well. But it was all with assassin junglers. That's the big question now. Has Kaizen readapted to that utility jungle? Because he was known as a utility jungle, but then he had to adapt to the assassins. Now, is he back?
Yeah, something about those assassin tank conversations. Junglers like using the assassins slightly, especially the gold lane. They like the tanks.
Not
just because-
Zane back then. Saber, I guess. Yeah, you know what?
And
Makes sense, yeah.
Saber's
You know
good.
what? Yeah.
Saber's good. Saber meta-ish in rank with the buffs, making him able to go in and out of the fights. But we're not going to be talking about that unless it has been brought out. But we're going to be talking about KOG here, which, again, we've seen a lot of them. They're looking pretty good. PSG, and here's the thing. You were saying that this might be a close game.
Yes.
And I do agree. But
Yes.
in the first 4 minutes,
Oh.
if I see a clear gap in the EXP, probably not going to be a long one.
Okay.
And I feel like it might, because 33 in during the time of MSL and I think a bit of Asian games, I think he tried to make the CC work. It worked for him. It didn't work out for the team.
Yeah.
CC did get buffed a bit, but I think it's not enough.
I agree with that. I agree. I think it's also because in Asian games, he couldn't rely on his jungler maybe,
true,
or on his
yeah,
goal laner. So now that he has Kaizen and Pai, and he can go back to what we see more often in MSL Thailand for him, which was actually some crazy picks like the Esmeralda. So it's tanks in the XP just to enable the rest of the team.
Yeah, I still like to think that this will be our first, like, longer game.
Okay, let's establish what would be a longer game. For me, if it's above 16.
I think just above 14, above match 1, I'm happy.
Yeah. Around 15 plus.
So you guys are comfortable with 14, I'm comfortable with 16?
Above 14.
Above 14, above
16 is above 14.
There you go.
Bang.
Because I don't know, I feel like 15-ish minutes still.
It feels long if...
30-minute game.
I've had a 33 minute game.
33.
33.
Hey, that was Malaysia against Indo.
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
yeah.
It was game 2 or game 3? Was it game 2?
Game 3.
Game 3.
Game 3. It was game 3. It was game 3.
Yeah.
Yusin Shin in the jungle.
Right.
Makito gold lane.
Yeah.
But still, honestly, that was a fun game. I'm glad
that was fun.
I'm glad that Malaysia won, but still, that was a very, very fun game. Very, very fun game. So for KOG going against VSG, we haven't talked enough about VSG, so we're gonna make sure that we touch on them just a little bit. Maybe during the draft. Yeah. And we read some of the comments. Everyone is very interested on Hirara, and it's split, Mirko. It's very split. Some people are Hirara defenders, and some are just haters. And you seem to be one of the haters.
Yes.
Dude, no, don't get me wrong. I love Hirara. It's just in-game, bro. It's different. You know what I mean, fam? It's bad.
It's not a CEO.
It's not a CEO?
Meaning, like, in my opinion.
It's not a Suyo.
Yeah.
I heard CEO. Okay, yeah. It's not a Suyo.
In my opinion, Suyo drops into the same category like Cho, Zushin, where it doesn't matter the change, you can make him work.
I don't know.
No, because he has the kit for it. Right? He has ways to defend himself. He has a lot of dashes. He has ways to secure turtle lord. Like, there's a lot in his kit.
There is.
Where even if it's not S tier,
Yeah.
in the hands of a good player, they can make it work.
I just want to say...
Also, Lancelot is in that tier for me.
I just want to say, in the official trailer for Hirara,
Okay.
she couldn't even kill a Hanabi.
It's her boss.
It's her boss.
It's her boss.
Speaking of bosses, Eterna is our boss. You guys might not know
Yeah,
this.
CEO.
She's a boss lady, and she's with 33rd. So let's see what she has to say with 33rd.
Combined age of
Or
60.
33.
Thank you so much, Lafel. I'm definitely not your boss, but if I was, I would cut your pay for sure. But on a serious note, we're here for the Kadia City interview. And the first thing I gotta ask you, are you Framesy, 33, 33rd? What's going on here?
Just call me 33.
33, okay, confirm 33.
Yeah.
Now, you are a familiar face. We saw you back in 2017 when you were able to win MSC, the first ever MSC. Now, we see that you were absent for a bit and then you decided to come back. So what motivated you to come back professionally as a player?
ก็ผมอยากจะพิสูจน์ตัวเองครั้งหนึ่งครับเพื่อให้คนรุ่นใหม่เห็นว่าแบบเราพยายามแค่ไหนเราก็ยังกลับมาเล่นบนเวทีระดับโลกได้ครับ
He said that he wants to prove for new generation of the players for our country or everyone who playing MLBB that if you try hard, you can be able to be back in the global stage.
Okay, so no matter the age, no matter
No
whatever.
matter the age, because I think our age to people 60. We are 30 right now.
You guys are 30?
Yeah.
It's okay.
Both of us are 30.
I'll be 30 soon.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we're the 30 gang. 30 gang.
Yeah, we are 30 gang. With 33.
Yeah.
With 33, that's true.
Yes.
So we need someone that's okay. Never mind. Forget
Yeah,
that. Forget
yeah,
that. Anyway, so this is definitely a very interesting matchup, and obviously MSL is very new. It's in its first season. But what do you think about the competitive landscape in Thailand as a whole? And do you think they'll be able to compete regionally against the more established regions? Oh, okay. I'll repeat. It's loud in here. It's loud in here. What do you think about MSL? Considering that MSL is very new, do you think that despite MSL being new, that they're still able to compete against the more established regions?
โอเคก็คือตอนนี้ลีกของเราเป็นแบบลีกมาใหม่ใช่ปะเราจะแบบเฮ้ยเราจะซัดกับเขาไหวไหม
ก็คิดว่าน่าจะสู้ได้ครับ เพราะว่าถ้าเราเตรียมความพร้อมมามากพอ คิดว่าสู้ได้อยู่แล้วครับ แล้วก็คิดว่าในรุ่นหลังๆมาแน่
Okay.
We say that we are new right in MSL but we doing like we prepare so well so we able to fight with other regions for sure 100% and he said for the last that even now we can fight right but our younger generation we will be stronger than us so everyone should prepare for it.
Okay, everyone should be prepared because even the younger generations are on the way. They're loading right now, right?
These are the words from uncle.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Very interesting. Now, in this matchup, obviously, we've been seeing such an interesting meta. Very interesting meta right now. Do you think that this meta right now favors KOG? If so, why? If no, why?
ตอนนี้เป็นเมตาใหม่เข้าทางเราแบบ
ก็คิดว่าเข้าทางประมาณหนึ่งครับ เพราะว่าเคเซนเป็นเพลเยอร์ที่เล่นฮีโร่ประเภทนี้อยู่แล้ว แล้วก็ซัพพอร์ตถูกบัฟมาค่อนข้างเยอะ ซึ่งก็ต้องรอดูครับว่านายจะทำผลงานได้ดีแค่ไหนครับ
It's a favor for us for to us for sure.
Okay,
Because
favors.
our play style like Kesen or other players, his hero pool is suitable and fit to this meta, especially Kesen and Nice. And because many supports are buffed right now, so let's see that Nine gonna do it good or not.
Oh, okay. So we might be seeing some supports coming into this next best of one. So I'm going to wish you guys good luck. Thank you so much, 33.
Yeah.
And of course, Hiko. And we're going to throw it over back to the panel.
Thank you very much, 33. And Rachel Malati, let me just say. Number one, I have no shifts. I'm doing every game and I know where you live. Speaking of, combined age of 90 there, huh?
Yeah.
That's damn.
Dude, they were so self-aware. They called themselves Alex. This is the worst version of. They said like the younger generation is coming back.
And look at how comfortable they are.
Yeah.
Look.
30 gang.
30 gang.
30 gang. We got 33. Hiko.
Look at Brigida. She's worried when she hits 30. It's a new world.
It's a new world.
It's a new world. Like
how so?
You gotta explain it to us.
Your joints don't work like they used to.
Dang.
Like, imagine, right? Imagine someone, not me, not gonna name any names. They just sit in the flight long enough, and
I know that someone.
And then their leg gets injured.
Yeah,
That just happens when you hit 30.
That's an age thing. It's an age thing. You know, it happens a lot. I guess. Can't relate though. Not yet.
Yeah. At least I can say I injured my wrist when I was punching something. You know.
Yeah. Not when you were sitting, because like sitting and getting injured. Now that's something, yo.
Yeah, but
She's not wearing her IM, so she probably can't hear us.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about KOG going up against VSG. One of the things that we can talk about is that a lot of the supports got buffed. And if you want to use supports, it's mainly going to be the utility jungler. So it does sound like they're prepared for this, right? They don't mind using utility, but having that support, I'm really looking forward to see Matilda coming in. But hey, maybe they have something else.
Yeah, because we've never seen like the utility support type of roamers today just yet. It's always been the
It's
Atlas,
just
Balearic.
3 games, yeah.
Wait, is it? Yeah, it's only been 2 games.
Been 2. This is the third one. 33 is also here.
Everything's happening so fast. Oh, and now we're not seeing the Akai.
Yeah, VSG might
And Arlet, bro, they fixed it so fast.
So is that Novaria? Or is have we fixed it, or is that Novaria?
I'm pretty sure that is an Arlet ban.
Okay.
VSG is going to be the first pick. KOG second. Expanding Rivers will be the map here. So winning those islands is going to be pretty crucial. And the Turtles, it's going to be pretty fun for one side of the map. But anyways, even though VSG is the first pick here, they are batting out that Zushin. So what will be the priority?
That's interesting, yeah. On blue side, they banned it out.
Could we see a Marcel this time?
Or maybe they just want a damage mid. Like it's like the mid laner is like, bro, Give me something like a Farsa.
I think it might be a Claude
Yeah.
pick up first, so that it kind of forces KOG to respond to it in a difficult way, right? Because if you pick up Claude, you can't really go for the Eve. You get countered by it, and it can lead to VSG getting both Claude and Eve, and then they can just pick up whatever utility jungle is left. Baksha, Fredrin, both works with the composition. If Akito gets banned out, another good shout as well. Could have been a first pick for VSG.
Yeah, some teams are really just confident to pick up the Eve regardless though, but now that we're losing out on a lot of the really good backline Axis EXP laners, that might be really the way to go.
Yeah.
Like, they just might not consider it at all.
The Freya's open too.
Right.
I'm afraid of Freya.
And they banned out the Phoveus. That is one of the picks that you would actually take away when you want to go for the Freya in lane.
In Malaysia, we call her Orang Gila.
Oh no.
She is Orangila.
Orang Gila. And she gets banned.
Yep, good.
No Freya. So
I don't want to see you.
The Claude option's still there.
All EXP banned, by the way. This might be the new red side meta. You just gotta ban out those EXPs.
I mean, it's JM. That's my goal. XPTR, by the way.
Like, I feel like Paquito and Freya are confirmed-ish. I feel like Freya confirmed 100%. Freya confirmed 100%. The Paquito, like, I think sometimes.
Yeah.
90.
Because it's kind of like you just have to let go so that you can get something back,
If we look at wildcard, it's not even a good pick. 0% win rate.
Wait, what was that
Fredrin first pick, by the way. Fredrin.
Huh.
Yeah, Fredrin first pick. So will KOG later on pick up the Baxia just to go for utility going up against utility?
Yeah.
But that also means the Claude is open.
They can go
Eve
Claude
Claude,
Eve. Yeah.
Eve
I
Claude.
agree.
Yeah.
Claude Eve straight up. The Baksha red 3. Pick it up. They can even just go and gotta flex the jungle a bit if they want, right? That's one thing that Kaizen has in his arsenal, the assassin. So
Yeah.
they could technically still go for it.
That was actually maybe this is one of the series where I might have considered to see an assassin come into play, maybe just because it's Mark TZ and Kaizen going up against each other. Oh, it's not gonna be the... Well, this was one of the more common responses to the Fredrin back in the day, so I kind of understand. But was that an Atlas?
That was a Baksha.
Oh, okay. I
A
thought it was
Baksha together with a Gord. I like it. This is a very, very good start to the composition for KOG. They're building their front to back, right? Because we did see a Gord earlier today, but it wasn't really utilized by the composition. It was a Gord with a Herrera and a Granger. So you have a good back line, but you don't have any front line. Here, at least you already have a Baksha.
And they took out majority of the threats in the EXP lane. So like the only ones that are probably left out there that could really pose a massive threat to this lineup could be the Yuzhongs or the Lapus.
Right.
Or the Benedettas, if we actually come down to that. And they are still capable of doing that since they have a Fredrin, a utility jungler, so I think that'll enable them to consider a damaged EXP. And what was that they went for?
The Eve and the Atlas is what they went for.
If they have a prior EXP, something like a Yuzhong or something, I guess
that's
it
why,
is
because
good.
they can afford to, if it's a Fredrin.
Yeah. I feel like, honestly, taking a Claude is going to be pretty good. A Claude +1. Able to deal with the Gore. Not so great going up against the Baksha. Or if they just prefer a Harith. I'm honestly a Claude fan. I'm more of a Claude than Harith.
Oh, there
and
you
then
go.
they go for Matilda or Atlas and Eve.
Yeah. Matilda Baksha as well. So
Oh, all right.
You had some feelings about this.
yeah, I did. I feel like, I mean, for the Baksha, you already have enough mobility. You just get mid-prio in mid,
Maybe
then you rotate together with the Baksha.
Maybe it's for the Gord.
Oh, that could be it. That's true. You can go circling Eagle, guiding win the Gord, and you can follow through.
Mystic Gush just turn things around.
Yeah, but I don't know if you want to actually gap close against this kind of
that's true.
composition.
Hey,
It's just to get out.
PSG.
No, here's the thing. You can go for an EXP or a gold laner as well. Because sometimes they just bring carry forward and somehow the carry gets free and it's still good enough.
Wow, is this going to be an all XP ban?
It might, yeah. They're really respecting JM, and I agree right now.
It's justified.
It's justified, and KOG are going to try their best to leave the Claude open because they can still pick it up red 4. They can pick it away from VSG. And I think they've just done such a good job at denying some picks away from VSG, right? Like even the Gord pick here, it could have been a great combo with the Fredrin. The Lapu gets... Yo, how many... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, man.
Yeah.
What's left? Benedetta.
JM, you ain't playing, man.
Eventually, we'll just go to the tanks. The Alice.
Terizla. And Sora gets banned out. All right, JM.
Okay.
Say goodbye to your heroes, bro.
Wait.
5 XP bans, bro.
5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
6, 7.
No, I was counting.
But like 5 from KOG, BSG 2. What other XP is open right now?
Alice can dive.
Knowing 33 though.
CC.
Yep. And Esmeralda. It's still there. In MSL, I did play it.
In terms of the dives,
That's a lot of crowd control, though.
hey,
Gotta take that into account.
hey, I mean, as long as your gold laner is super good, and it's
Which we
okay.
don't know yet.
Yeah, I think it'll be wise for
Claude
PSG
is still
to...
open, by the way. For
I was
KOG
gonna
to-
say it would be wise for them to ban Claude, man. Payan.
No, I think this is an ego thing. It's like, oh, you trying to ban all EXP? Well, we can play your game.
Yeah, Uranus gets banned out.
Imagine if KOG doesn't pick up a Claude here.
That'll be kind of crazy though, right? Because it is Payan's most picked
Yeah.
hero over at MSL Thailand, at least in the playoff stage, and he's done fantastic on it. You can go Purify to deal with the CC. You can just
Yep.
walk through the Eve. Everything fits. But there you go, the CC, yo.
It's kind of like I know this guy or something from years ago.
Holy moly, 33.
Holy moly.
He's had quite a long career,
Journey.
a journey.
CC Mathilda.
He's been through a lot of it.
He's been through a lot of it. That is true.
Yeah, so now in terms of VSG, dealing with the CC, not a lot of good picks yet. Still here.
Jam, yeah, Jam can play the Benedetta,
Yeah.
I guess.
All right.
If
That's
you want to
the
carry.
only damage left.
Yeah.
And
If not, then what?
is there a
Terizla?
reason? Is there a reason not to pick up the Claude here? Is that a Suyo
Oh!
Suyo XP. Oh, God,
or
JM.
or Frederick? Oh yeah, probably.
No, they're digging deep. This is a pick that we've actually heard
Yeah,
about
yeah, yeah.
a
Yeah.
couple of times. Shout out to Kin from Dewa United who actually told me about it and the carry pickup. That's why they don't care about the Claude. They
Yeah.
want this good matchup anyways, and they're trying to build that box.
So why KOG just don't pick up the Claude? I feel like it should.
They
Still, it's like
still-
no, just ego challenge, no?
Okay.
Right?
Okay. If they don't want the Claude, then what's next?
Obsidia.
I think Moskov is a pretty
Moskov,
okay
yeah.
choice too. Suyo XP. Oof.
Can you use Harv against this one? Going up against
Not
Eve
against
is
the
gonna
carry, I
be-
don't think, man.
Yeah.
But then into the Eve, like Claude is just.
Yeah.
You should.
If you're talking about just the Eve matchup, I agree with the Claude, but then you're going to have to lane against Carvey, an experienced
Just be
player
better.
who's done a good job on lane bullies, M5, remember?
Harvey carry. Yeah.
So I think it should still be the Claude, but it could be
Shout outs.
a Moscow.
That was Coach Jeff.
Coach Jeff. Yeah.
He was there when I was held by the police.
Oh, he was.
Yeah, he got caught by the police, huh?
He laughed at you.
Yeah, kind of. Either ways, yeah, Harv has been picked up. Quite
Whoa.
an interesting draft here. KOG looks like they're just going for their own comforts.
Yeah.
PSG with the Suyo EXP. Now, this is going to be interesting. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be throwing it over to Mirko as well as Brigida to cast this one. PSG going up against KOG. Let's jump in.
They needed a damage XP on JM. 5 bans from KOG towards JM. 3 XP bans from VSG towards 33. And we have a CC and a Suyo.
Yeah.
That's
glad.
the result.
I'm so glad we're still seeing him pick up an XP laner of his choice. Because I thought, JM. We thought he wasn't able to play anymore. Or I
What's
think
JM stand for?
Yeah, you're right.
John Marl. It's his name, bro.
You know his real name?
Of course, that's my goat. I don't just call people my goats, man.
Yeah,
I know stand for Vinuya. I love you, guy.
Yeah, he memorizes the full names of all of his goats.
All right, folks. Here we go. Welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 3, our third match of the day. It's a best of 1 in this brutal group stage.
Okay. So now we're seeing at least the comforts getting picked up here is more so by KOG. And let's see how efficient they are going to be. Because considering the heroes that they've picked so far, it still looks very fast rotating. And I think this is a bit of what we were expecting. The Mathilda and the Gord sort of just really working together to make things happen in the early stages of the game. But I think we really want to pay attention to the sides as well. Who's going to win it out? And how big of a role is that going to play into how either of these two teams are going to snowball?
They're talking up here. I got some Akazen early on, trying to go for that mid prio, poking Boro down just a bit. Fun facts for you. Shoutouts to Kronos. So, JM has played a lot of Suyo games in MEC, in XP, and that was before the nerf. And now you can see it with Master Assassin as well. You get so much prio from your clear. And with the Master Assassin, you actually even win out against the CC. So far so good. Bargain hunters across the board, as we've been seeing on the mid laners.
Yeah, I wonder if that's also like regardless of the matchup that you see. Because right now KOG They're going to meet here down bottom. Does Kaizen decide to go in though? Will actually bump into one, and that's going to be JM as the first casualty in this game. Not so good start for VSG, and Kaizen just gets out of there.
A big weakness point of the Suyo is the fact that you are just so easy to kill against magic damage, and KOG's got that, enough of it. Something about the new Mathilda, man. You deal so much damage with the glues, plus the Mystic Projectile, and you have a Baksha to deal with, so JM's got to be a little bit more careful. He tried to get the XP Crab, and now you can already see him getting poked again. Turtle, though, was not started. Kaizen decides to go on the other side of the map.
Hey, Curtain Call not available, but the real world will be. Dixon lays it down, and they actually secure the first objective after KOG got a kill off of VSG.
He's in. Risky choice, double retry.
Hey, Martisi trying to block the way, but the Guiding Wind is just going to keep him safe. You did say the backshot Mathilda was a bit weird, but when he's not rolling, I think it's kind of okay.
I say okay if they want to play it in this way, right? And they've done a pretty good job, actually. KOG, instead of just corralling over the neutral objective, this is what I mentioned about KOG. They're really smart. They know their win conditions, and with the Baksha, there's no real reason for you to go 50-50 against a Fredrin. Just go onto the other side of the map, utilize that mobility advantage to get some more XP, to steal some camps. Great retry too from Kaizen, shows that composure.
Yeah.
But Carvey, as expected, will actually be zoning Pai, and he's winning by quite a bit.
Yeah, it's Kaizen doing the majority of the shot calls, and just as I say his name, how did they find Martisi there? Was he attempting a steal?
I believe he was. He just got caught by a
Yeah.
Shield Unity, and I think a Mystic Gush. Zed has it on cooldown, so just a pure burst on Mark. He's gonna need a robe real quick.
Yeah, seemed to be a cross-map play supposedly for VSG right there, but KOG have been very quick to react so far, and they have been at least holding their lanes. Looking at Carvey, and even with a death on JM, but KOG, what will be the next plan? These two utility junglers are really just going at it. Kaizen, oh!
What? Dang!
Doesn't make it in time. The knockback? Fatal Links already committed here. They got a... Not a kill! Zed is still okay. Flickering from Dixon, but he might have put himself in danger. Kaizen trying to get away from this. No Guiding Wind available anymore. The knock of the energy eruptions. They're keeping him safe! But the Mystic Gush! Martisi's the one to fall!
Oh, that was disastrous for VSG. They didn't know who to target. Everybody went for their own target, and they all got completely outbrawled. Kaizen got away with the Shield Unity. Great escape by Zed with the help of the Guiding Wind. And then the Mystic Gush comes up just on time, and this is the value of the Mathilda. It's not necessarily just that mobility, but the healing you constantly give to your team, and the underrated damage of the just recent buffs that you see has gotten KOG a 1,200 gold lead, and it is without a single neutral objective.
Yeah, that really felt like it shouldn't have happened. That team fight took long enough for the Guiding Wind to reset its cooldown. And he was able to survive. Kaizen with a 3-0 stat line in this game. All kills are in his hands. And now we're seeing a turtle fight coming up next. They focus on to Borrow. Circling Eagle. They bump into everyone. Mark Teasy still secures the turtle nonetheless. But there's Payen with the Zaman Force. Forces VSG out.
At least you still have complete control over neutral objective with the Fredrin and the Suyo. You skill 2, skill 1, and then you retry. But the fights are just going to KOG.
They're so aggressive right now. They're not letting Mark TZ go. He could not even resume his jungling because he's put down very low. JM has to get out of this, but 33! One more hit, but he dashes to safety.
Almost a solo kill there. JM gets away just in time, and the rest of the team, they're trying to find him. He's not there. He's left the premises. It is KOG with a 5-0 lead. Again, no neutral objectives, but they've just been faster than VFG. They've been taking the fights better than VSG as well. And now it's just reacting for VSG. Over, they catch Zed.
Mark TZ, all alone here, will dash out of it. But yeah, I think that's one of the best ways to put it. How KOG has been playing faster compared to VSG, which is essentially what you really need to expect from them with this kind of lineup. But I think a lot of the miscalculations from VSG just accelerated the pace for KOG as well. The way that we kind of get confused with their targeting shouldn't really happen, considering that they have so much layers that could potentially come out of this lineup. Oro, will he find a setup here?
That was already a resource burnt out. No Mystic Gush. They could actually try to take this fight, but yeah, Kaizen.
Oh, no perfect pair available. They use the Fatal Links instead, but they counter-attack with the Guiding Wind and the Circling Eagle. Dixon is gonna be okay. Can 33 find him? No, gonna be blocked by Mark TZ right there.
And again, it's just clean from KOG. They get a kill. They just technically use 2 battle spells there, a Retry and a Purify out, and this should be their first neutral objective. They've gone 4,000 gold over VSG. They've gotten turrets all without the neutral objective, and now with the turtle buff, it's going to be a heck of a lot easier for them to force out fights.
The cleanest I've seen so far today, honestly. It's only been 7 minutes in.
They're good.
I'm not sure if we're hitting the 15-minute above mark if things stay this way for VSG.
Yeah.
Because majority of their scaling too is just gonna come from Carvey.
They'll have Dixon as well, so technically clear should be good. The thing is, Siege is pretty solid for KOG as well, as they can actually just look to zone. It's in the base turrets that we're going to have to think about later on, right? Because that's where KOG's Siege will actually start falling off. Outside of it, the Baksha, the Mathilda should be able to zone them past these outer turrets. So right now, for VSG, it's all about turtling in their base. They're going to... Okay, you're just going to have to take it from Kaizen.
Wow, it's Dixon who they actually find first. Nile picks up the kill. Mystic Gush committed as well, but that's just all to take this turret up top. While the only trade VSG could find is this tier 1 turret down bottom. That's the only thing they're able to take away from KOG at this point, who are already leading by 6k. Mark TZ dashes away from that. Payan still has the Purify, but there goes the Holy Shield. Oh my goodness.
Dang, that's the only thing they could do on Suyo. You usually see it in the jungle, just going to the side lanes, clearing it up, going for trades, but yeah, getting a Holy Shield before the Lord even spawns in the game is a massive advantage. I don't know how much of an advantage it will be. It depends on where the Lord spawns, the second one later, right? But if they get far lane over this first Lord, it'll be crazy. Equipment check real quick. It is the photo for Nile. He's really been able to do such a good job healing. Kaizen hasn't died a single time thanks to the healing, and the Holy Crystals built up for Payan. That's the massive power spike we're waiting for. It actually skips the Feather of Heaven. Straight into Burst he goes. And for VSG, we're still looking at that Swift Trinity for Carvey before they can actually do anything.
Okay, Kaizen finds another target. Honestly, the way Kaizen has been playing this Baksha just really keeps you on your toes. You're not really sure if he's going to bump into you or not. Majority of the times, he's just doing it last minute when you already think that they're actually going to disengage or not commit. Now they might just see Lord JM far away. They're not going to do anything. This is a free Lord over to KOG. VSG.
How fast can you recall though?
This is...
Wait, they're chasing. They're chasing. No, okay.
Okay, they won't catch up.
Good decision by JM. It's a tier 2 in the bottom lane. They know they can't fight. There's no way they can fight right now. Radiant armor for Mark TZ. That should help a bit, but right now I think KOG have scaled past the Radiant armor. They're going to have to wait for Carvey and Dixon to start doing damage. And they're going to have to hope for JM and Mark TZ to just hold their own up front. That's the thing about the Suyo. You don't do that. You're not someone that can actually tank up all this magic damage.
Yeah. Now the only one assigned to block would be Boro and Mark TZ. That's a flicker burn for JM too. How often do you see the flicker Suyo? But it's here. And he no longer has it before this Lord Siege. Imagine that. Payan also burning the Zaman Force, and he's able to drop Mark TZ's HP down to half.
A good rotation by JM. He clears it out in the mid lane. Circling Eagle.
Okay, now he might not have a way out of this. Kaizen is gonna run! But JM still survives. It's Boro instead who gets taken down.
And look at the Lord. It's up top. The Holy Shield has already been dealt with. Can they defend?
Payan has the Zaman Force once again, but they're saving it for when they actually make it into the base. There you go. Zaman Force already committed. Mark TZ couldn't hold the damage. Real World coming in from Dixon. It actually pushes them out of the base, and it keeps them alive for now.
Good news for VSG is that KOG did not get the far lane, but still, it's still bad. It's still really, really bad. The base turret fell with Lord 1, and VSG just seemed to have no response to it. Even with the Harith walking up, Carvey just has so many people to target that he cannot get just a single shot onto these tanky boys. Kaizen constantly moving back and forth.
Yeah.
And now even the mid lane, Payan looking to siege it down.
They're gonna force at least another base turret. do VSG have enough resources to actually go for a setup? I think not. They really just have to play it safe for now. This is an almost 8k gold lead we're talking about. They barely or have 0 kills yet on the board.
Massive goal difference. You can already see it here right in front of you. Even the level difference is quite massive, man. 2-level lead on Nile against Boro. Boro is a squishy Atlas, and those 2 words, you don't want to hear them together, bro.
He got the Radiant item first, but not even that is able to deal with Nile and Zed and their early capabilities. Dash already used by Martezi, but they might just be okay. They see Boro, and they're gonna play it safe 20 seconds before the next objective. I think, yeah, I agree. Like, so much of this has been because of how Nile and Zed managed the early game. A lot of damage! JM did not expect that! KOG just waited for the perfect opportunity, and now they take out one right before the objective.
Now what's the call? That was pretty Kumar of my go. JM just walked up. That was so naive of him, dude. And this is a free lord. I think it would have been a free lord anyways, but VSG could have had some more of a say with the Suyo still up right now to clear out some of the waves, to stagger some of those waves. But now KOG, they can just walk up straight up to Boro.
And they do that literally just now against Boro. 1 HP left! And he's gonna survive. Okay, so that's why you see, who do you really assign? If you're VSG, who do you assign to walk up to those? Just like that. Or maybe you just don't.
No, you don't? Okay.
Oh, that's the Fatal Links already committed.
Whoa!
But it's gonna be a pick-off on Zed. JM actually finds one, but then the response from KOG. They take out Boro too. Dixon looking to be next, but at least they walk to safety. But these are 2 waves coming in the base. JM only gets to cut the one in mid, but that's still enough to force a reaction out of VSG.
Pretty solid, but the whole team wants to commit onto the base with the Lord.
Now they're back. The Lord is still up, but VSG are also here to defend. They're holding on to their last base turret, and they successfully keep it for themselves.
They finally find an angle to take Zed out, and it was through Boro. Disregarding the front line, going straight for Zed and bringing him into the real world manipulation. Item check, JM. He's gone for full damage. This is his greedy build, but that was what allowed him to go for the kill on Zed. He jumped in, popped in skill 2, got the kill, and then he bounced with the Queller. So now, has VSG scaled enough? Carvey has a Swift Trinity. He's building towards the Melfic gun. Once he gets that, that'll be some trouble for KOG to deal with right now, because the Baksha won't be able to just handle straight up the pure damage coming in from the carry when he ults. So KOG are going to have to play it smart. They're going to have to try to bait out the ultimates from VSG, bait out these cycles, the RWM, and the spinning light wheels. Once that's down, then they can try to walk up. But VSG, they've survived for enough time to actually scale up.
Yeah, I feel like it's something VSG might find a way around though. Okay, Carvey though, not with Carvey going down. Carvey survives. Thankfully, VSG still has some hope, but Martezi and Boro will not. And that is not looking good for them. There are 2 minions approaching the base. JM will still be okay, but these are 5 members of KOG trying to potentially put an end to this game.
Waves coming down. Pioneer gonna walk up. Some on-force place down. JM!
Oh, Dixon, what are you going to do? It's only JM and Carvey left. And KOG end this game in 15 minutes.
It's over 14, but it was not close. It was still a stomp. Signs of life here and there by VSG. But in the end of the day, it was just some of those smart decision-making. Kaizen with a killer instinct, even on a utility jungle. To see that, to see both backliners in the bottom lane, Dixon, Carvey, they weren't ready for that initiation.
Yeah, I think we gotta ask our good friend LaFell's thoughts on this game as well.
Good friend, man.
How do you feel about this game?
What do you think, good friend, man?
It was like more than 14, as you mentioned.
That's why.
And he felt that it would still be, am I right?
Yeah, and again, like I said, I wanted something above 16, so that was not established. And in terms of what happened in this game, I really feel like VSG, they were not ready with that speed. They really weren't, because looking at how they've been pathing in the game, they expected for the timing to be different, right? They expected for them to be at this push at this time, but all of a sudden, they're already much ahead. So in this game, it really is about that tempo that could not be stopped. right? Especially because we got to talk about the early game and the changes in the jungle. What really happened is, I would say for KOG, instead of playing for the team, they just made it so that the jungler VSG just couldn't play, right?
Yeah.
In their first 2 turtles, they're like, let them get the turtle. Let all 5 people be there with the jungle completely unguarded. Take everything, and then by the time it's done, it's like, well, what do I do?
Yeah.
Right? What do I do? Especially because the jungler, the first 5 minutes, you're not going to get much from the minions. So you can't even recover from there. So honestly, very smart play just to deny all of the jungle.
Yeah.
And that is where the desperation we saw. Fredrin tries to take a camp away, gets punished.
Yeah. I feel like VSG also really tried to play the macro, but it's just that their lineup was so much slower than what we saw from KOG. Because again, you mentioned it, there's so much killer instinct. You really don't know when they want to fight or not, but KOG just always kept the ball rolling, and that's a major difference because I feel like VSG, they needed to take their time if they did want to start a fight because it's always KOG.
Yeah, and again, they're always first to the scene. Even if they're not, they always have an angle to go target anyone. And let me just say just a little bit on the change of meta. We're starting to see a lot of mystery shop in the mid lane just because there's a lot of protection. Before this, you just want more movement speed, but now you don't need it, right? You don't need that. You just need to make sure that you're strong early. And then looking at Harif, it has become a meta where he can just go for the swift crossbow first. That gives a lot of attack speed, and that's gonna be enough. Getting the Holy Crystal first, making it so that his Synchro Vision is strong, and that was... I almost don't want to blame him, but I don't know, man. That's just a difficult spot to be.
Yeah.
Definitely is. The one moment that they were able to actually, get a win. The only moment, and it's not even a big win. It's just they got Zed, I guess. The thing is, there's just no shutdowns, and that's what's great about KOG's playstyle that we mentioned in the pre-show. They're so good at just understanding their win conditions, building leads on objectives, and it just takes away from that comeback potential of any composition. Even VSG, with a late game composition that scaled up at minute 14, who had their items, they couldn't do much.
I mean, having a roamer that does a lot of damage is kind of unfair. Right? You do a lot of damage, and you heal your team, and you give a shield.
Yeah.
And here's the thing about true damage. You get the true damage when you hit the HP, not when you hit the shields. So as long as Matilda is there, the damage of the carry will not go through that early, right?
Yeah.
So that makes it so that burst coming in is going to come very, very late.
I feel like that's one of the worst games for an Atlas roam. Aside from the fact that you eventually get called a squishy Atlas, because you have to like walk around the Matilda and the gourds.
Combination of words you don't want to hear, right? Squishy Atlas and transaction declined.
That happened both times. That happened both times. They weren't given gold. They were taking everything from VSG's jungle.
Yeah, it really is just like you're hoping that you want to go home and then dinner is done and you came by and it's like, oh no, you got to go out again and get food.
Yeah.
And then when you go try to get food, the shop is closed.
Dang.
And then you just got nothing. That's the experience VSG got.
Feels
You were
bad.
trying to hunt for a bargain, but instead... I don't know. I was trying to mix it up,
Yeah, no, I get it. It's just something that you experience when you live long enough to be 30, right? you just have a lot of those days.
Oh,
Is it the age gap?
I salute the CC. So, like
33?
JM, he nearly got solo kill there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there was like 2 gangs coming towards JM, and then it's like, okay, like what else do I do now? And then
Just play safe, Lamau.
and then what does the CC do? You press your first skill, and then you move the joystick towards your opponent.
I love
Very,
yo-yos, man.
Very high skill expression hero, Just a little bit higher than Hylos.
Oh, dude. Hylos is up there, man. He's so hard.
My Hylos mechanics, it's something you won't believe. It's something you won't believe. Speaking of, can't believe it. We've already gone through 3 games.
Yeah.
We're about to go to the 4th one, which is going to be your final game. Afterward, it is going to be Gideon Q as well as Naisu
Gideon Q.
Jumping in. And looks like Stompy Stomps. Like, this is just the meta. Like, I call this since the Asian games where it's going to be very rare for us to see very long games. But when we do reach those long games, it feels like it will never end.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've been through so much last Asian Games. I've been wanting to see one here in Wildcard. I don't know if we're getting it before our shift end, but...
What?
You want to see
hero?
it?
What if we see it in the next game? That's Sunset Ravens versus Team Falcons meta.
What hero?
What hero?
Oh, what do you want to see?
The 30-minute game.
Oh! don't think we're gonna see it, honestly. What's next? Sunset Ravens Falcons? Okay.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you know what? One thing about Falcons,
trying to-
Mena.
Every
Be
time you think it's
optimistic,
going to be
you
a
know?
long game,
Yeah.
doesn't happen.
Just don't think. Just do.
yeah. That is honestly part of my motto in life.
Yeah.
The more you think, the less you do.
The more you think, yes.
It's called analysis paralysis.
Analysis paralysis.
Happens to me a lot, so I stopped doing it. Speaking of, we will be going for a break, a pretty short break, for us to get ready for the 4th game of the day. If you guys are here enjoying wildcards, thank you very much. We're going for a break. We'll see you guys right after this.
Yeehaw.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back to all you bang bangers. Welcome to the EWC 26. This is the wild cards, and so far 3 games have gone by pretty quickly. My name is Afel. Alongside me is Mirko as well as Brigida. Where this is going to be the bird of prey. We're going to have Ravens going up against the Falcons. So far games have been quick. 9 minutes. The longest is like what? 14 something?
14.
Yeah, it was 15. No, was it not 15? 15. It was 15 earlier. I am an official bang banger, by the way. I
Yes.
play MLBB.
We are bang bangers.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And we are welcoming some new bang bangers in the sense that they're doing their first series today.
No, not Sunset Ravens.
Not
Yeah, but
Sunset
Falcons.
Ravens,
Falcons. Yeah. Speaking of, we saw their game earlier. They were unable to be productive because every lane was losing, right? EXP, gold,
Yeah.
mid. So, and here's the thing. I don't even think it's 100% of the draft. It really is just on this experience to deal with a lot of these international players. And Falcons, they are known to be very strong in the early game. So, we might have another fast one.
Yeah, that's the thing right now, right? If you just look at the track records of both the teams, Sunset Ravens, we already saw what they were able to show, and I think they had their best shot at getting a win against the Huns because Falcons, man, best of ones.
Yeah.
They're kind of like the kings of it, dude. They've only lost 1 out of 6 best of ones. 5 out of 6 games they've won best of ones throughout M6, throughout M7. But they kind of have a wild card curse going on for them.
I'm hoping to see improvements though. Like if there were any first game jitters, I'm hoping that they were able to shake it off already heading into their second series of the day because Team Falcons, man, I agree. They have this connotation that they tend to be inconsistent whenever they do appear in the wild cards. And it's mainly because ever since they did appear here, it hasn't been too good for them. Like their runs haven't been that great. They haven't really been able to make it back to the main stage. But that's the thing. They've been doing this long enough, and we're hoping that this time is finally going to be their breakthrough year. Because together with Boyed, this lineup, they've been sticking together for so long. And if Sunset Ravens have admitted that it's chemistry that's the problem, that's something that shouldn't be a problem at all if you're looking at Team Falcons meta.
So Brig as well as Mirko, if we're looking at the drafts here for this meta, we have to add another layer when it comes to the drafts. Because usually we look at crowd control, we look at damage. Now we got to look at rotation speed, right? Because I really feel like the roam jungle combination, if we do see Matilda plus a tanky jungler, the momentum is just going to shift so fast, and there might be nothing that opponents can do. So we got to look at the drafts right now, seeing as who can move faster, right? Who can actually go to the side lanes and actually influence it.
Yeah, I think that last game we saw with the Matilda 2 or the utility
With the
approach in
Boxia,
the draft was the cleanest
very
we've
clean.
seen ever today. And I think it's mostly because of the meta. It's just really working out for these teams, especially if they really know how to make it work. But now we're back in the draft. Marcel is going to be the first ban for Sunset Ravens.
Yeah, so, I mean, they've got a really good read into the drafts, I feel, Sunset
agree.
Ravens. It's just their execution hasn't been on par. They actually banned out the Matilda as well. Something that we did see from Falcons way back when it was meta. They did play that game quite a bit. But the Paquito gets banned out by Falcons. They're still going to respect that XP threat. Maybe Powie Burn got a little bit of a tip from KOG. Just ban out 5 XP.
Yeah.
Hey! They're doing it. They're doing it.
Hey, just one more, and that's going to be the Arlet. Because if not, maybe... I'm actually okay if they want to ban on the Jushin.
Okay. Nice. Sunset Ravens are the ones that ban out.
Yeah, they banned it themselves.
Interesting.
Good to be right, just not the one that I thought it would be.
Good to be right on the other side.
So it's the thing, I think the
thing that
Akai is still there.
I like to ban the Akai.
Yeah.
Bovius, Arlet are both open.
Yeah, because I've watched one Kung Fu Panda, and that's enough to convince me that the Dragon Warrior is the real deal. He can pinch your finger and all of a sudden the city is gone.
Are they gonna let it through though?
I think they will.
The Dragon Warrior.
You're thinking about it.
I love Toy Story, man.
Dude, like seriously, man, SpongeBob is amazing.
Yeah. We actually have him in game.
Yeah.
With the Darth Vader skin.
Wow. It's been a while.
Valentina. Interesting. Are they going to try to go for a Sora early?
Yeah. Or
an Akai.
Akai, yeah.
It's about
Baksha first pick, Sunset Ravens, bro. This is an Akai and a Sora straight up.
No. Okay.
Or a Claude.
Follow me for this one.
Where are you
I'll
going?
follow you.
Are you familiar with tier list?
I'm familiar with tier list, yo.
S, A, B, C, D,
Yes,
correct.
yes.
Akai starts with?
A.
B.
Baksha starts with?
B.
There's a clear sign. Fredrin starts. Okay, no. Fredrin is not F. Fredrin
is definitely not F, bro.
Not F.
Akai is S, though, for real.
Yeah.
No?
Yes.
Yes. Akai is S tier.
So,
I mean,
they're
like,
taking their
hey,
time.
you can't spell the Dragon Warrior without S.
Yeah. Anyways,
Are you saying yes?
Claude gets picked up together with the Atlas. Whoa.
I feel like
No
Atlas a bit too
Akai.
soon.
Huh?
I mean, like, they can pick up the Akai later. I was hoping for maybe an Eve.
Muy Bonnet. The
Hey.
ego's got into him, bro.
Comfort.
wait.
Comfort.
His comfort pick is here. Aizan knows it. If you want to win, you need to utilize Muy Bonet's best pick. He's got a Bruno.
I wish there was a Mathilda still though, but they took it out themselves.
Yeah.
So what are they gonna pair with this?
I don't know. Usually you'd go for the Eve. You want to set up the box, but there's already a Claude on the other side.
Akimi might still be good.
Yeah,
And then
I
have
agree.
a roamer like a Cho, maybe even a Hylos. As long as someone that can be in the front, it's good enough.
Zetian?
Oh.
I think a little bit too early. They could have
think
prioritized
so,
something
too.
else, but they did get the Bruno. Here's the thing. It's scaling-ish, right? It's scaling-ish. The Bruno is strong early, but the Zetian gets a little bit more better at level 12. Getting to that point is not that easy. And now Eve gets picked up by Falcons. So now, in terms of what both teams don't have, it is that EXP.
Yeah. It's a great pickup, by the way, the Eve here to deal with the Bruno as well. It's great range against the Zetian.
It's just like a different kind of Valier.
Yeah.
I feel. But
I prefer Eve against the Valier. You have no idea how many times I've been pushed.
Yeah, you outrange.
Right? Like, I can't believe at my age I'm still getting rejected.
At the fine age
No,
of?
by 22.
22. Hey.
as if he didn't reveal his age earlier.
Yeah, Yuzong gets banned out.
Hey, you know what? That's
It's another XP laner, by the way.
Stem cells, you know. You just reverse your age.
All right, bro. Sounds like Cope. Sunset Ravens. What do they ban out?
Shout outs to the what's he called again? Something. The guy that reverses aging.
I know, but
it's
yeah.
Unk something. I forgot. But either ways, right now, Fredrin gets banned out. Yuzong gets banned out. Lapu is still around.
Wait, are they letting the Akai?
They get banned after this,
They're
yeah.
gonna ban it, of course.
You know what's
There's no
crazy?
way.
I think it's not a bad game for Bauman.
Oh.
I'm okay with that.
If
I'm
the
okay
Akai
with-
gets banned, obviously.
I'm okay with that.
No CC, right? Like, I mean, you do have CC, but you already have that shred, physical defense shred against the Baksha. And you control neutral objectives, right? A big bang with the lethal counter.
Yep, boom, bang, bada bing.
Boyet likes
Akai should be banned here.
neutral objective picks.
They're really thinking about
They're
it.
not.
So they ran out of
Wow.
Guineas
It could have been a crazy combo too, not gonna lie. Especially with the
yep.
new skins coming out, man.
You know
Man.
what happens when you get those new skins, you know? It looks pretty.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Very.
A lot of volume, for sure.
And yeah, I hope you guys got your diamonds for that.
We do.
I don't think I have enough, though.
I mean, like, we have a fighting chance. We have a fighting chance
We have a chance. You have a chance to get it, bro.
to get one.
Yeah. So this should just be... Okay, they go Lapu straight up right here. Okay.
Lapu.
What does Sunset Ravens even go for right now? So many XPs have been banned out.
The Lapu Eve Atlas.
I actually feel like they might need one front line and one catch hero. So I'm thinking of, they go for the Sora. Well, as long as they go for more shifting cloud plays, that's fine. But they need some kind of starter to help out the Baxia as well. Like someone with more CC. There's not a lot of CC here if the Sora is not in the fight.
Yeah, I'm just thinking Cho right now to deal with the Atlas. That's all. I don't think there's a lot of other good picks. Do they want to stick to the Belleric again? I don't think so. Not against the Eve, right?
It's a glue roam.
Oh.
Or is it a glue?
Yeah,
It
it
is
is a
a
glue
glue
roam.
roam,
They're
glue
thinking
roam.
it's going to be utility jungle, and it makes a lot of sense. I think that actually scratches out
Boom,
the
Lancelot.
Balin. Oh, not bad at all.
Right?
Boyet.
Lancelot is not a bad pick.
And Boyet knows his way around that Lance, but he'll just go for the,
Dragon
easy
Warrior.
answer, Dragon Warrior.
The grab, you still get to grab the heavy spin.
He can't pull you over.
Yeah.
He can't pull you over. So at that point, it really is not that big of an issue. So
And the
now,
Atlas is pretty good against glue.
either way, right now, we are jumping into the game. Two birds going head-to-head here. So I'm going to be letting Mirko as well as Brigitte be in charge of this one. So good luck, guys.
Thank you so much. And this is going to be the fourth best of one that we're witnessing today. It's going to be a glue roam coming into play alongside a backshot that was prioritized and then a Kai that came in for last in the draft. Who would have thought that that could still happen in the current meta? But how are you feeling about this? Do you lean towards the Akai draft a bit more, or are you looking at the glue?
I am so Sunset Ravens right now. I met them at the airport. I don't know if I told you the story.
You did.
And I spoke to Raizan. So, yeah, no, Falcons have better draft.
Coach Raizan, by the way, shout outs. We've been commending his drafts ever since their first showing here today. But it's just that we really want to see a bit more of the execution right here, that we are officially heading into their second series of the day. Team Falcons meta though.
No way.
Oh, boy, it's
Dragon
starting
Warrior.
here.
The Dragon Warrior's a thief, yo! He just took it from Trap.
Yeah.
That's not very honorable of the Dragon Warrior, not gonna lie. Trap, though, wants to go in. Shield Unity. Oh,
Okay.
flicker early.
Yeah. It's, I think the first time we saw the Akai come back again, they do go for the green camps, but it's in their jungler. So this is really a bold move that we're seeing from Falcons meta. Not that anyone could just really block his way though. Oh, but Cuffin!
Flickers out of the way. It is A-okay, but Falcons have lost both their flickers early on. This is some good mid-pry to play around, but look at Boyet.
What?
Oh my god. Dragon Warrior! I swear this is not honorable. Troll gets a pick on... Wait. What? Eska gets a kill as well, but it's an orange buff steal for Boyet. Troll's gonna... Wait, Eska's gonna go for the chase, but Troll gets away with the perfect match. This is a very awkward start to the game, but I think Patrick figures out that the Dragon Warrior is stolen
They
everything.
only sensed it now because he was forced to walk that way because he died. If they didn't go down, who would have checked that?
Imagine Patrick reporting to Trap. Yo, bro. Nothing's in your bottom lane, bro.
And Trap, at least is still level 4. Let's just give him that. At least he's still level 4 alongside or same as Boye. But,
Okay, they're gonna go all in on Troll. He doesn't have the flicker. Boom, Fury of the Phoenix as well to lock him down. Wait, guys, you gotta hope for the hits. Trap gets him with the last wheel.
Hey. Okay. So it's not that clean of a start for Team Falcons despite that very brave approach.
All right, Popo, no ultimate. Sanji pops in Raven's Spider. They're gonna go for it. Oh, for big stun with the radiant slashes as well. Onto Popo. Mexi is able to walk away. Boyet gets the pin down on Mexi. Enough damage to take him down with the Void Blast, and Trap cannot. What? Troll just gets a Sokolil. Boyet with the retry. Let's see if he can do it. He goes down. Body slam and the retry. Trap is trapped against 4. It's a Fatal Links to pick up the heavy Baksha, and it's even a kill to Troll.
That's an Akai jungle for you. I still do not understand how that kill came in for Pum, but...
Say it right, man. There you go.
Okay, LaFell is coaching us on the sidelines. But yeah, this is
Thanks, coach.
Team Falcons eventually getting back in this game. Sunset Ravens definitely did a great job still. I don't think Cuffin was able to just comfortably position himself in that fight as the Eve because it was just constantly Mexi going for him. But nonetheless, it was just really Falcons getting back, going for the re-engage, finally laying it down, and Boyet securely taking away that objective that mattered in that recent team fight. Well, let's see how Sunset Ravens eventually get back from this if ever they do find an opening, because it's still a 1k gold lead that's existing, and it hasn't been, despite what's happened in the beginning, not too much eventful in terms of the advantage.
Fatal Links onto... He tried to go for the mount there. It was very close, but unfortunately... Yeah, he's still gonna have to take that L. This is what we've been talking about in the pre-match. The Atlas is pretty good against the glue, But the egoist is scaling. Muiminette is on his Bruno.
Popopopon is not having a great time.
No, not at all.
It,
No.
I don't think we can say it like that based on this. Like, it's not Popopopon.
We gotta go down. It's Popopopon.
It's Popopopon so far based on what's happening so far in the early game. But again, I agree. Muiminette,
pretty good at handling that.
yeah, he's okay. Like, a lot of help coming his way. And it's not like you need to really pay much attention to the other sides. Trap
Dude,
can really handle himself.
Trap's 2 levels down.
Okay, I take it back. He can handle himself, but he cannot catch up, you know? Like, even if he's a backshow.
I mean, do they even want to contest this neutral objective? Troll! Oh, the flicker around the fatal links onto Babababon. And they bait out the Fury of the Phoenix. Almost a Sokolil up top. Sano getting gapped by the egoist. Hold on. Sanji goes in. Bravest Fighter, cancel that with the shield unity. He's just going to go for the zone, and Trap gets chain CC'd. Babababon walks up again. Mexi with the walk up. That's a mount, but it's only onto Troll. Shifting skies and a flicker out. Oh, no! Patrick. Oh, it's. Wait. I swear it was Patrick earlier.
Oh, what is happening to all the skins?
Esca! Oh, no flicker. Gets caught, thrown back again. Babababon, no! He's gonna get thrown back all the way. Boya takes him out, gets the Retrian as well. It's 7-2, and 2 turtles to 0.
Yeah, I saw the burger. So yes, it was Patrick. It just got
the Krabby Patty.
It just turned back into blue for some reason. The crab. Okay, I apologize.
It's not a burger.
It's
Krabby
the
Patty.
Krabby Patty, the secret recipe. Okay, Sano, at least now, though, we'll get a bit. Oh.
Hey, that's pretty good, you know. Sano's gonna get caught with the shield unity, blazing duet. And now it's a flicker out. Troll comes around, but the rest of the team, Muiminette, has got the balls to zone Troll.
Okay, Sano will be able to recall. Troll now all alone here alongside Boyet. Still goes for the fatal links.
Under turret, Boyet's gonna try to go for the combo with a heavy spin, I believe. Trap is trapped. And there's no heavy spin. It's okay. It's Troll. Man, you gotta stop taking these kills, bro. It's 4 times now.
Troll is 4-1-2. Okay, I'm cuffing because it's not going to cuffing. I don't know.
It's cuffing because it don't go
I'm
to cuffing?
cuffing because the kills are not going to cuffing.
Ah. Can cuffing use the cuff button is the question, though.
Cuffin?
Yeah.
But he's playing. He's not.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
It's okay, you know? 4 kills on Troll. Now, is that Troll?
LaFell's like so stressed right now.
He's trying to drink water and we just can't, we just keep on cracking up jokes here. I don't know. What do Sunset Ravens even do right now?
Yeah. Because I'm trying to think of like what are the best hero synergies to work around with if you want like a major turnaround play. But I don't think even a team fight would be like the major option if you're Sunset Ravens at this point, because Falcons are just clearly outscaling you. So
it's play for Muiminette. It seems like that's the...
Yeah. Muiminette has to be the only way for now.
Uh-oh. Mexi. I don't think he's ever experienced this. He spent 3 years in Mexico, but a panda and a Filipino hero comes at you.
Oh.
Fatal links onto Popopopon. Flicker out, but he goes slam and a pass over to Cuffin.
He's
gonna
can't
get
find
some
him.
free Void Blast, and that's all good. Muiminette is scaling, man.
Yeah, they're doing exactly what we mentioned, playing around Muiminette, but it's just that they're losing a lot in the process.
Oh, Trap's getting trapped again. Boyet. Oh, that. Hey, yo, a pin down onto Popopopon. Sanji with a walk up now. The bravest fighter. Boom. Into the back, goes onto Muiminette, a purify out, and he's able. Oh, Cuffin with a flicker, but it's okay. Muiminette is saved. He's off cam.
He is going to be safe. Like
I don't know though. I don't know. I don't know if he's gonna be safe.
If we didn't.
Okay, yes. He's safe because of the
Yeah.
It's more delayed than safe.
But Cuffin doesn't have the flicker anyway. So like
That's true. That's true.
What? No, I mean they were trying to chase for him, and now they burned majority of their resources. So I don't know if they're still able to cross that wall because none of their heroes can cross walls. Because that's a thick wall. I think the Akai was even adjusted. The Atlas.
The Atlas
was even adjusted to not be able to. We're just like putting out so many theories right now.
Fun facts,
because like it's so hard to think of how Sunset Ravens could actually get out of this situation.
Fun facts. I believe the Falcons are above in the food chain compared to Ravens. Ravens are good for sending messages though. Falcons are one of the fastest. We heard that fun fact from LaFell, especially when they dive. Is that an eagle or is that a falcon? Falcon. Okay.
So Falcons are at the top? Or the top, like, okay.
Let me just do some research.
Yeah, we gotta double check on that. Maybe.
We gotta buy some time for the pause.
Because as of now...
Okay, I got an NFL game instead of... Apparently those are two teams. My bad.
Okay. Because so far, I think, yeah, this game hasn't also been like the cleanest we've seen.
It's been
so
pretty
far
clean for the Falcons.
Yeah. Just...
LaFell doesn't seem to agree. He's giving me a face right now. It's pretty loud.
I think your voice is pretty loud.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can hear.
They could catch it through our mics.
Maybe.
One way or another. But Sunset Ravens, it's unfortunate because like how many best of ones do you play in total per group? It's like
It depends on the group right now. Because if you're in Group A, you have to play 4 best of ones.
No, they're in B, so it's like
3,
and you are on the verge of losing 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
So it's a not so good spot to be in because if we recall that previous format that we did, it's only you're guaranteed to get to the gauntlet because you're in Group B.
Technically, they're
Either
in group.
way.
Yeah, because if you're in group, that's why I said it's a group of life, bro.
It's a group of life.
Because
So that's why. Okay.
Yeah, they're literally all gonna make it.
They are gonna make it.
Maybe.
Anyway.
Wait, maybe the Sunset Ravens have seen through that and they're like, you know what? Why are we even gonna reveal our strats?
Oh,
why
so
do
they're
we
saving it for gauntlet.
Exactly. The cross bracket. Wait, cross.
The breakout stage.
The breakout. Yes.
It has so many names. It has so many names.
There's a gauntlet, cross gauntlet, breakout stage.
Why did you say breakout while? No.
Why looking at LaFell?
No.
Because he has a.
No, I didn't say that. Hey.
LaFell is very displeased with you.
No, not me. You.
Wait, really? Which one? Which one, LaFell? Me or?
Gotta choose one.
Yo, you know what? One thing we gotta talk about is, should Troll buy a Sky Piercer? At this point, he's got most of the kills on the team. Okay, brother.
You know what? The last time I saw like a tanky tank go damage. Oh.
Hey, he's helping out Mexi. Shout outs to...
What was I saying?
You're talking about Sky Piercer.
The last time I
BOD.
saw like a tanky tank go semi-damage was when an Akai in Asian Games.
Yeah, the overrated
picked up.
player. Nepomuceno, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Carl's so much better than that guy.
Tanked.
Yeah, Chessman's better than that guy as well.
What did he get again? Was it the...
He got a lot of different items, man. Like a lot of the physical
Endless?
items.
Was it
but
the Endless?
He had a BOD, that's
Oh,
for
the
sure. Did he have a gun? A Malefic Roar, I mean.
Oh, yeah. The
Imagine
Malefic.
if he just gets a gun. He's gonna hit from so far away, dude.
Yeah, it's a Malefic that they picked up on the Akai this time. Yeah, the kills are not going into who we expect them to go to, but nonetheless, the lead is still very, very clear. The dance of Team Falcon's meta. We're just gonna resolve things a bit so that we get to say popopopon and not popopopon because it's sounding sad.
Yeah, I like.
It's starting to sound sad because he's 0-3. What do you mean? Oh.
But it's never gonna be sad because they're gonna make it.
Yeah.
Popopopon. It's always popopopon. Until maybe if they don't make it past the gauntlet stage, then it's yeah.
Yeah. They're just gonna go up against a much tougher opponent, I guess. Like
Technically, they're gonna be up against third place of Group A.
Is it third first?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No.
If they're fourth, if they're third, then they go up against fourth, right? Yeah.
Huh.
So, who do we think is going to be third place from Group? Okay, Group A are stacked. You know what? Maybe it will be tougher.
I cannot decide on for Group A. Like, at least not now. Because even like teams we were really expecting to deliver have been struggling quite a bit. I guess I'm pertaining a bit more towards the Mongols when it comes to that.
Oh.
So maybe we wait for, I think, yeah, they have their next series after this.
Who?
The Mongols.
Oh.
And that's going to be up against VSG, so maybe we get to see them bounce back.
That's the 20-minute game.
Mongols VSG?
Yeah. LaFell can see it.
Oh,
I
if
can see
LaFell
it.
calls it, then there's a chance it will really go.
I swear, that's the one. Now that you mention it, and after we've seen both of them play, I think that's the one.
Okay. So we're not getting it in our shift. Or are we? Look at this.
What do you
think?
mean? Just because the technical pause happens, we're not gonna get an extra match.
No. We were asking for the long games. This is it.
Oh.
I mean, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
We. Like, do you
Yes.
mean yes? Or we as in like the... Oh, okay.
This is it. This is the long game.
Hey, Mexi, I like his like route. Like he's taking a chill pill. He's just sleeping right now.
Mexi?
Is that not Mexi? That's not Mexi. I'm sorry. Mexi's the guy on the left. I'm sorry. That's Mexi. That's my boy Mexi right there.
See, this is what happens
When there's a
when
pause.
the Atlas gets all the kills.
Okay, when the Atlas gets all the kills, we saw Squishy Atlas, now we see Assassin Atlas.
Yeah.
Troll. I wonder what's in the minds of like Cuffin, Sanji, as they look at Troll with 4 kills. They're like, dude.
Hey, welcome everyone. I'm joining in the conversation. It looks like I've been
You've been
picked up.
part of it since a while.
I have been part of this conversation.
Just on the back.
Shout outs to the guy next to Mexi, just chilling around. Shout outs to Ingan. Ingan is trying his very best to
He's trying his
resolve
best, yeah.
whatever issue is going on, which I think is with Maxi. So now in this game, Merkel, let me just say, if I as a roamer, I would say the hero that I would use a Sky Piercer on, Rock. Even without it, bro.
Makes sense.
Bro, my Grok is something that Husky will complain because he ain't getting no kills. And the
Nice.
thing is, skill issue. Do you want to know why?
What? Why?
He's a Zushin with Sky Piercer and I get the kills. Is it my fault or is it his?
I think it might be. It depends on the context, man. But knowing you, I think it's Husky's fault.
No, yes.
Yeah.
I'm just too good with calculation of my damage. I know that I do more damage than the Sky
No,
Piercer.
you shouldn't be calculated to get a kill, though. That's on you then.
You're a roamer.
Yeah.
See, it's this kind of mindset that makes y'all losers.
Yeah, JP.
Just because you're a roamer doesn't mean you
No,
ain't got
I'm
no
also
kills.
a roamer. That's why I want to do high loss 1v1.
Then, you know
Oh
what?
my
You
god.
know
Guys,
what?
if you do a high-lows 1v1, don't invite me.
Why not? You can.
I don't want to watch two
Let's
horses
spectate.
beat each other up.
I have seen a high loss
What?
build Malefic gun.
Gun!
Gun.
Oh,
Wait.
damn.
Yeah, gun.
Who's that?
Not the Malefic Roar. No, it's just in the ranking.
Oh.
I think he's trying to outrange me.
Are you sure that's not you? Oh, it's your.
Hey, Rick, you don't insult me that way.
No. I mean, you were too strong, so you could afford to experiment.
No, he never experiments. He's
doesn't?
not the type of guy to put chocolate on his noodles.
I am very disciplined.
Yeah.
All right? And chocolate on noodles, that sounds amazing.
See? You gave him an idea. Or
No,
did
no,
it,
no,
was it
it's-
something
it's
he
something
did?
that's already done.
He did
I've
it
already
M3.
done. I've
Yeah.
already done.
He
yeah.
showed it to me. That was one of the first conversations we had.
Yeah, I would say our friendship really
What a
bloomed.
friendship.
Yeah, our
It's-
friendship really bloomed. We were walking through a
And-
mall yelling out.
Even Brigitte, she's getting better.
Better,
Yes.
better at what?
You were nice before. Now,
I'm
not
not.
so
I'm
much.
still nice. I'm.
No,
Just in front of the camera.
Yeah.
Like, guys, Brigitte behind the camera, bro. She's
a
not-
menace.
She's not controllable.
What do you
Yeah.
mean?
Not controllable, guys.
she's raging.
I need Eterna to help me out on this.
Well,
like
can't.
she will
I thi-
understand
I-
me. She of all people will understand me.
Here's the thing. Let me just tell you, Eterna, she don't listen.
She don't listen. She don't
To
want to
you?
listen to us. No, she doesn't even have her IEM in, so she doesn't want to listen.
She literally don't know what we're talking about. She literally don't know what we're talking about.
Wait, where is she?
Probably in the rooms
Yeah.
with Naisu and Gideon having lunch.
Gideon.
Gideon.
Having lunch. Which
Gideon,
you guys will
too.
be having later on.
Yep.
How about you?
What about me? I still have work to do. And then apparently Eterna wants to cut my pay. So, you know, it's just
If
it's
she's
just my
your boss.
It's just my experience so far.
It's okay, man. You know, it's been.
Yeah, you know, getting stopped by quite a few people.
Yeah.
Speaking of
Scanning.
scanning,
All the good stuff.
All the good stuff.
Okay, so someone said,
Sorry.
is A7 playing today? No.
No.
No. Two
A7
teams
is
won't
not.
be playing today, yeah.
A7 and Nightmare are playing tomorrow.
How do you know that?
The schedule says so.
Hey, see, she is the one with the brains.
Yeah. She wouldn't comment, is A7 playing today? Because she sees the schedule.
Yeah. In fact, some of us are going back. She's not. That's how dedicated she
That's
is.
true.
She's staying here,
Yeah.
refusing rest.
By the time we get back, she'll be a French caster.
Yeah.
She'll
Oui,
speak
oui.
French.
Bonjour.
She's
Yeah.
already got...
Je m'appelle Brigitte.
I'll think about my French
Your name is Brigitte.
Je m'appelle appelle.
Yeah, so, okay.
Whoa,
Je m'appelle?
that sounds so
Native?
Yeah.
compatible.
I'm 0.1% French. I told this to Eterna. She laughed.
Why'd she laugh?
She said it's insignificant.
What?
0.1%.
Bro,
Insignificant?
everything counts, man.
Yeah,
Exactly.
0.1% is still a percent.
Do we read chat or what?
I mean, you can reach out. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, someone said, Miracle, you're my... What?
You're his life.
You
Dang.
are his life.
Shout outs to him, man.
Are you a roamer?
No. Maybe I'm Group B.
Which, by the way, isn't it wild
What?
that in JJK, top 3 healers, Sukuna is there?
Top 3 healers?
Yeah.
How was he a healer?
He healed Megumi. Enough for him to stay alive.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And he can...
I'm not up to date.
No,
Don't spoil me.
Oh.
no, listen. He has the reverse curse technique that is so good that he does it on himself and other people. See, he's a healer.
Yeah.
Gojo does it to himself only.
Yeah, Yuta can heal too.
And then here's the thing. When he's cut in half, he doesn't use it. Not good enough.
Why did someone say I'm crazy? What did I say?
What haven't you said?
Okay, that's fair.
Oh.
That's fair.
I should have pressed the cuff button. No, sometimes you just don't know when it's coming.
That's what she said, yeah.
Oh. Falcons. Speaking of Falcons, Boyette, Akai, Dragon Warrior. He's not so Dragon Warrior-like, man. I thought the Dragon Warrior was supposed to be honorable, supposed to be good. He's been stealing jungle camps.
That's the second part of his training, right? He needs to know to save the world, right? There's a teaching in the ninja world.
Okay, what is it?
If you want to protect the ones you love,
Yeah.
you got to stab your enemies in the back.
Huh?
What?
Yeah.
Why not in the front?
No, meaning to say, if you really want to protect something, then you got to do everything that you can to protect it. Meaning, like, during that time, you don't think about honor, you don't think about pride. You're just like, okay, you know what? You could kill everyone, so I'm gonna kill you first, and then that's it. Problem's done.
Someone's asking him to do a Hirara cosplay. What do you think?
Who?
Mirko.
I would pay not to see that.
I'd pay not to see that too, but unfortunately, I think it's gonna happen.
Huh?
Because I made a bet saying if Bigachon win MPL, yeah, it's not fun.
Hey.
Hey,
Okay,
Ingan's showing thumbs up.
Oh, is that a...
Shout out to Ingan, you know?
Yeah, he went bald for like best of 5 or something, right? So he's made bad bets before.
Well,
No, he's not anymore.
his side grows fast.
Tim was, I think, a year ago, so I think it's...
I think
If
your hair grows...
I feel like mine will take some time.
Oh, really?
Because
I
age.
thought men had like... Or their hair grows faster.
It depends on the protein.
Yeah. Hey!
Here we go!
Muy Minute survived, you're right.
Thank you, LaFell, for the facts.
Yep, now respectfully.
Respectfully.
You coughed after. All right, folks. Steel leg plates coming down. All right, Queen's Wings. No damage whatsoever from Mexi. Just pure tank.
Okay, I wonder if this is going to somehow slow things a bit for Suns and Ravens to actually find back their footing, because the way that seems right now...
Oh my god.
Yeah, he was forced to retreat.
Trap got it. It's okay. Yeah.
Still using the retreat, but Muy Minute is still untouchable. That's one thing we're, I guess, looking at for this game.
Whoa. That's a lot of damage.
He really wanted to take on Sano.
Yeah.
He had a lot of backup here. Popopopon and Trap were ready, but now it's Falcons who might just actually respond.
Oh, nice dash away. That slide tackle. Boyette has already used a big resource now. Wait a second. They might be going for the reinitiation. Mexi goes in with the shifting skies. Oh, Fatal Links to bring him into the RWM. The Furious Phoenix stalks him down for a bit. Sanji gets away. Popopopon on Troll. Gonna try to bring him back, but he's gonna go and fall. Sanji taken out. Muy Minute doing a good job kiting away, but now he's gonna get caught with the perfect match. And that's the all-in. Muy Minute taken down. A double kill for Cuffin. But finally, Troll gets shut down.
Yep, it doesn't seem to be enough just yet. Oh, another heavy spin from Boyette!
Eska, no, he gets caught by the Blazing Duet. Boyette takes the kill, and it is a 4-2 trade.
Yeah, it does seem like we need a bit more. Or maybe it's also Muy Minute just really forced to take on the tankier heroes first. So it definitely took some time aside from the existing gold lead. So now it's a free objective over to Team Falcons. Mena still in the lead, still taking charge. Sunset Ravens, we were considering their main go-to plan now that they're playing from behind to be just playing around Muy Mined, but in that particular sequence, it was a slight miscalculation, I guess. They picked their fights in an area that Falcons could just easily reach them, or easily reach Muy Mined.
Troll in the back. RWM locks him down, and it's a pull-up again. Eska could not flicker out in time. Sano's doing so much damage on the main tank trap. And it's a free tier 2 in the mid lane, a bottom lane, and even up top.
Okay, they will lose this. Oh, they actually used the retribution, so they still have that holy shield in mid. We're still 11 minutes in this game. It's all been happening so fast. Okay, Troll.
Oh, Papa with a big slaps on the pass, but now Sano goes away. That's a killing spree for Boyet as he pins him down. Mexi and Muy Mined gets caught by the stun, and it's a good escape by Sanji. 1 HP. Boyet picking up the kill. Now it's Cuffin. Straight up Troll. Into it. Sano with the flicker in the blazing wind into the back line, but he gets taken out. But Eska. Okay, he actually is still able to get a kill. In the end, it's Muy Mined for Sano and a base turret with the First Lord.
Forced to use the Purify. I don't think even if he timed it well enough, it could have been enough to save him in that situation. He was being chased by 3, even right under their base. And now Team Falcons have found their way. That once untouchable Bruno doesn't seem to be such a problem for Team Falcons Mena anymore. They're just waiting a few more seconds before they actually get another opportunity to go for the siege. But as of this moment, Sunset Ravens, looking at their lineup, you definitely want to think that they just go all in on the team fight. But how could you just go in for the fights if you're this behind?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, they're going to try to stagger the timers as well. Bang. Giving a kill over to Cuffin. It's a free kill, and Mexi.
Okay.
At least he'll get a trade. It's still 40 seconds for the Lord, so Trap technically will still be up.
Yeah.
In time.
Quite an expensive or
Hey.
no-choice sacrifice. Oh no.
Is dead.
Popopopon.
It's a very sad Popopopon. 0-8. Oh no.
See, that's why I told you. Even if it's the group of life, you can't help but feel sad.
Beloyski technically needs 10 deaths to come back. Who's to say that Popopopon can't do it?
But, okay. Beloyski, I don't know if that's going to apply to this, because Falcon men are just really rushing this enhance. No. We're 12 minutes, right? It's the Enhanced Lord.
Yeah. It's always Enhanced Lord nowadays. And then there's an Evolve Lord later on. Trap. Oh god, he tried to go for the purple buff. Troll in the back, all in. Muy Mined gets caught by the raging slashes. Troll with the flicker with the late fatal links. He gets no! That's his 9th death. Mexi gets away. They're really trying. They're really trying to get him on 10 deaths.
It's because you mentioned it. But it was very unfortunate that Muy Mined had to go down with him.
Yeah, the main carry, the egoist.
Yeah, conceal play from Falcons Mena. They get to take down this base turret in mid first before anything, but Troll!
We're gonna go for the end. That's gonna be the heavy spin, pinning him down into the blazing duet. Sanji picks up the kill. Trap is gonna get melted down by the frontliners. At least we won't see an 0-10 power spike. Popopopon won't be able to respawn in time, but it is Falcons Mena getting the job done. A solid win. And another best of 1 win to continue their impeccable run.
Okay. Seems like Team Falcons Mena in best of 1s are still terrifying as ever as they take this win up against Sunset Ravens. Now it's time we call back LaFell once again. This ended in what? How many minutes was it?
14 something.
14 something. So we still didn't break the record.
Hey, maybe Sunset Ravens just haven't hit that power spike, because here Sunset comes at 10 p.m.
Yeah.
So
he needed a 10.
They needed a different schedule, you know? But again, we'll see, because in this game, it was clean-ish by Falcons. By the way, good job on the cover. You didn't press the button.
You got it.
I did.
Oh, you did?
You did.
Very impressive. Very impressive. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you so much. Okay. I
So
I'm
my pride towards you gone down a bit, but it's still on the positive. It's still
Yeah.
on the positive. In this game, it really is just Falcon showing up that, hey, this is something that we're used to, and we're
Yep,
just gonna
we're used
keep
to
on piling a lot of problems onto you guys. Because here's the thing, I don't think Falcons can really use this rotation in every single game where you see the Akai take the green camp while the opposing jungler is also taking his buff, which, by the way, taking the buff early is something we don't do too much anymore. But either ways, I don't think they can do that against all the teams. Let me just say that.
Yeah, he didn't start with the buff right though. He went for the
golem.
golem.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Sold the golem.
Sorry, I was drinking water.
It's okay. It's
no,
okay.
but it's technically the same because he went to the
Yep.
no, the litho and then the orange buff right after. But they still ended up at level 4 the same
Oh wait, no,
time.
that's right, because the orange buff was stolen
Yeah,
anyways.
by Boyet, yeah.
Which, if that happens again,
That happens
Falcon
again,
just
bro.
has a very strong pathing for the Akai jungle, which, by the way, deserves a ban in my opinion.
Deserves a ban. It
Deserves
is,
a ban.
It is S tier.
S here, yeah. Again, you can't spell the Dragon Warrior without S.
Yes. I
Can you
learned that
spell
from
the
you.
Dragon
Just say
Warrior
yes.
without S?
Just say we.
We.
We.
We.
We, Lafel.
We, Lafel.
See, they're happy we say we.
We.
Yeah. In this game, I appreciate it as you guys were talking about eliminations and everything. It's like, oh wait, no, they're all going through. So let's take this as a learning experience as we're looking back at the highlights of this game. It really is where
It's a troll highlight.
It's pretty troll.
It's troll highlights.
the frontliners of Sunset Ravens, of Trap, as well as Popon, you just have to understand the amount of damage you can and cannot take. And let me just say, as a roamer, and if I'm playing a tank jungle, I would really only play a tank jungle if I know my mid laner can kill the guys, the enemies, faster so that I can survive. I kind of don't like Zetian if they're going to be this far forward, because what's Zetian going to do?
Yeah.
Right? If Zetian can kill them fast enough, then you can't play this aggressive. That's the simple formula. The stronger your mid is, the more in front you can be. If they're at a pick, or the laning phase really didn't work out well, the frontliners, you guys can't give free kills. You can't do that.
yeah.
You're gonna
Ew,
you're gonna
God.
let the Atlas get the kills.
Yeah. By the way, someone said in the chat, one more loss and Sunset Ravens go home. I know they are
Oh.
going through either way because there's only 4 teams in Group B.
Yes, they're in the group of life.
They're in the Group of Life. And Trap, man, the name is really
Yeah.
backfired.
We
He's
ha-
gotten Trap a couple of times here.
We have a Malaysian player called Trap as well.
Oh, no. Does he get trapped a lot?
He's not in the league anymore.
Oh, God.
Yeah, he's in MAL, so
Is he trapped there?
he is good, but sometimes he does get trapped a bit. He does get trapped a bit. Either ways, congratulations for Falcons. Looking good so far. Right? It's just that somehow they have a good start and then they're just not finishing up that well.
We got replay.
We're going to be
Oh.
looking at some of the frustrations.
It's a loop.
It was looped 3 times. I think it's like
Triple the frustration.
valid crash out, bro. Valid crash out.
By the way, let me just say, thank you very much to Mirko as well as Brigida. You guys did an excellent job in the first 4 games.
Thank you.
Of,
Thank
of
you.
the day.
You too.
It really
Thank you,
looked
sir.
like there was no problem at all for you guys except for the long pause. But let's blame that one on Inga.
And the missed cough buttons.
And the cuff buttons,
Hey,
yeah.
it's about redemption, right?
It's
You
all
make
about
you
redemption.
make the mistake, but then you get stronger. You get wiser. Your reaction speed gets
is this
faster.
guy?
You'll be like, "Poof."
In Naisu's words, tomorrow I will be having athletic fingers for the cuff button. Oh, was it flickers?
Flickers?
What?
Athletic flickers, yeah, not fingers.
I've never heard Nisu say that.
He says that a lot.
Athletic flickers?
In MPL?
Yeah.
I swear, I don't know.
No, here's the thing.
Let's ask him.
We just have very different conversations.
With Nisu, yeah.
With us, it's all about protein.
It's all about protein.
All about
bro.
protein, bro.
It's all about how much do you lift, bro?
Right, it's like, this is 30 grams, this is 50 grams, which, by the way, that is the 4th match of the day. Thank you very much to our casters. We'll be calling in Naisu as well as Gideon Q
Gideon.
for the next 4 games. We're going to go for a break, but when we come back, more MLBB wildcard action. Catch you guys later. Bonjour, minasan. Welcome to the EWC 26. We are here, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, for the wild cards. We already have 4 best of ones got done. We have 4 more best of ones. My name is Afel, and this time we switched it up. We called in Gideon Q as well as Naisu to help us out with the other 4 games. First of all, Gideon, how have you been feeling, man?
Honestly, I've been feeling really good. I think that so far, based on what we've seen, I think a lot of teams are still trying to figure out what is the zone, what is the international meta.
Yeah, I think watching, on the way here, to this point, I don't know. I'm yet to be impressed by some of the wildcard teams, especially. I think you know what we're talking about, but I can't wait to see these next 4 games here.
Yeah, so far it has been stomped. It really is just because the first 6 minutes you get some kind of advantage, especially in lane, and then it just gets out of control, right? And this time we're going to be looking at Mongols going up against VSG. Both teams didn't really have a good start. Mongols bringing in the Hirara, but again, their draft is just all about skills, and when the skills are done, they just don't have enough damage. And then VSG, JM got like what, 8 total EXP bans, and then using the Suyo and the EXP, it really didn't work out well. So now they're going up against each other. Hopefully after the experience, they're like, okay, you know what? We're working up. Now we should be good. We have a rough idea of the meta, and maybe that's gonna be good. Which, by the way, getting thoughts from you guys, because discussing with Mirko as well as Bagheera, we need one more criteria when it comes to the draft, which is how fast are the mid trio, right? How fast the rotation? Like Baxia is going to be pretty good. The Matilda makes it so that you go to the gold lane so much faster, EXP so much faster, because you just need one win on that side lane and it's over.
I don't think he's there entirely wrong here, Naisu. Personally, I think that, yes, the rotational speed of that mid trio makes a lot of sense, but at the same time, there's a lot of outside factors. Number one, we have to start talking about the lineup and how these guys want to rotate in the first place, especially since we are hoping that this team that we see before us is going to make the difference. Too slow in their first game. We need to see them accelerate.
Yeah, the speed of the games have kind of spoken for themselves in a way, just how fast they've gone. I know we've had a little bit of a wait, but leading into this, I think one thing that sticks out is, how fast can teams rotate? Of course, you guys just briefly talked about this before you closed to the break, where you're talking about, the jungle, right? The choice of camps and your rotation and the early on where you want to go, what you want to do. And we've seen teams kind of adjust from that ever since that patch came out. And teams have kind of opted of, do they highlight that jungler route and lead into their first big team fight being that turtle, or do they go a different path? And I think that's why, too, the Baksha has been such a mainstay pick in the jungle, because we already know he rotates around the map like a madman, right? He literally rolls around, but also just that tankiness is really valuable right now.
I think right now, the only thing that's really going to shape how the meta is going to go, especially for teams who are more macro-centric, I want to play for the late game. I want to go back to the old meta where it takes 15 minutes before I actually come online. Well, 11 minutes if you're really, really good. But generally speaking, I think that we don't have a mid laner that's independent. You always have to call in your support. You always have to call in your jungler. Where are the standalone mids?
Speaking of, 50 minutes is the longest game so far. And
15?
Yeah, 15 is the longest. That's a long game right now. The shortest one is around 9 minutes. It was barely 9 minutes. But yes, here's the thing that we do have to say. Almost every single team, their jungle pathing is much different, right? For example, we've seen level 1 invade. And then we've even seen sacrificing 2 turtles to clean up the jungle of the opposing side so that once they're done with the turtle, there's nothing left to come back to. So this is going to be very interesting, where we see how teams really progress in understanding what is a better trade. Is turtle a better trade, or just taking the jungles of your opponent is the better trade?
I love the fact that he brings this up. I know that in the Philippines, you guys have like a general idea of how these trades need to look like, but I think now that the meta has kind of progressed in a certain way, there are more creative options. And I was expecting that maybe we'd see a little bit more during the Asia games, but right now, your starting protocols matter so much. I think that EXP laners need to stop
the first
walking
2 minutes
into
so crucial.
Stop walking into the lane. You can actually hold entry points of your own jungle and wait for the right timing before walking and still lose nothing.
And that's why I'll say we mentioned this last MSC too. The meta from wild card to what we see even later on in MWI and then MSC main stage, it develops over time, So what we're seeing now is teams kind of figure this out, while meanwhile, all those teams waiting the main stage, they're watching this too because they want to see what is this going to shape out to be.
I mean, this is why so many people love MLBB, right? It doesn't get still. It just evolves. It evolves over time. But some people, they just get so good in a certain way of play that even with changing of times, they can still stick to what they know and it will still work out. Now, let's talk about Mongols sticking to what they know. Usually, they play a slower pace of game, but game number 1 today, they tried to go for the Harara. It really didn't work out, especially when we see their counterpart, Hans. It looks like they use the Hirara just a little bit better because they are able to control that mid game, and it helps that their side lanes all won the individual lane. Right? So I guess the question here, Hirara, yay or nay?
I want it to be a yay.
You want it to be a yay, right?
I want the Harara to work for many reasons.
Yes, yes, of course. I get it.
Right? I do, man, but I don't know. We actually had a discussion about this on the way here.
Yes.
Like how... Yes, being the first hero that has basically 2 abilities, the way that she's kind of maneuvering through these team fights and everything. I mean, we already saw a sample size of it, and there's still something lacking with Harara's kit in her. I feel like the damage, the valuableness that she can bring to a team composition.
I think that's the only way that they can balance her. Because if they gave her that early game damage, I don't think there's any other jungler that can deal with her at level 2. Like, that's just impossible. I think right now, Hirara's in an interesting spot. But you need a composition that can bring your opponents down to that 20% threshold. And that's when Hirara can say, all right, now 100 to zeroing you, not that bad.
Yeah, I feel like part of it is understanding the build, because some people in TikTok has experimented. They say when there's an endless battle, it does a lot of damage, but at the same time, it might be a little bit awkward just juggling your basic attack in between the skills. But yeah, either way, I kind of feel like if the damage comes later, just at the scaling, so that by level 12, you already have much better damage. But for now, we will be throwing it over to Eterna, where she's going to talk to someone from VSG just to see how they feel as we're going into the match between VSG as well as Mongols. Let's throw it over to Eterna.
Thank you so much, Lafel. We're here now for the Kadia City interview. And of course, right now we are with the roamer of VSG. We have Boro. Welcome, Boro.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
It's finally nice to talk to you as well here up on stage. And we got to ask you, after your first few matches, how are you feeling right now coming into your next?
Of course, we lost the first game, so not ideal. But we have a saying with VSG, the first game is always warm-up, so expect more in the next game.
Okay, we're going to be waiting for that for sure. Now, Boro, you seem like a familiar face, and I think a lot of people understand that you've been to MPL MENA, we've seen you at MCC as well, so could you talk to us a little bit more about your journey, your background, and how finally you ended up with VSG?
It's been a long journey, I started in MENA, like you said, got an offer, took it obviously because I want to play eSport and MLBB, and there was no place for eSport in Europe, like where I'm from in Germany, Western EU. So yeah, I went to MENA, then I kind of made a name for myself. I went to MCC in the ECA region, also made a name for myself. And now finally, with Europe having the first spot, I instantly joined the European team, obviously, and made it to the world stage. So yeah, I'm very happy about it.
And we're so proud of you. I think everyone out there is very proud of you, Boro. And I like that you mentioned that you are from the Western European Union right now, because technically this is the first time that we have a representative officially from WEU. Can we talk about that landscape just a little bit further? What do you think about the region as a whole?
Europe, Western EU, it's a big region with a lot of potential. Sadly, it took a little while for us to finally be recognized, but I think with the years to come, it will only improve and show way more talent, because right now there are already talents internationally like Kid Bomba or Pagu, So yeah, it can only get better from here, I think.
Okay, it's the start of something new for sure. So once again, thank you so much for being here. And of course, good luck for your next match. Do you have final words to say?
Thank you for all the supporters, and I think in the next game we're going to do a lot better. Thank you.
Okay, we're excited once again. Thank you so much. And we're going to throw it over back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Eterna. And yes, quite a nice journey starting from MENA and then finally getting here with VSG. And they have a saying, first game, it's a warm-up, which it's real.
I can see that.
I can see that. I can see that because I really feel like they were just caught off guard by how fast Boxia Matilda is. And by the way, Matilda does way too much damage. does appropriate amount of damage. I don't want it to be.
She does
just
more now, kind of technically, right?
Yeah, I mean, like I love using Matilda, so I think she's perfectly balanced.
No, she's so under the radar.
Yeah, you know,
dude. Like,
undertone.
so weak. Oh man,
they need to shorten the cooldown of the guiding winds.
Of course, that's it, and also increase the scaling of her ult as well. I might as well, right?
Just give her
Add it
more
on.
damage.
Of course, of course.
Make her first kill when she hits. She heals her team. Like that.
Globally.
That will make it. That will make it more fair. Speaking of, yeah, he said that. Yeah, first game is gonna be a warm up going up against the Mongols, which I feel like both are kind of in the same mindset.
Yeah.
Like we didn't start the way we wanted. So how is that gonna affect them?
Can I say something though? Like with the best of one format in the wildcards, like we did last year, it was just one of those things where we kind of expect these teams to have this kind of warm-up period. You just don't want that to carry over in your second match, because it's like get your one game in, get warmed up, but because of the nature of wildcards and how kind of brutal it is, you don't want it to warm up too long. And
Yeah.
I think so now for either one of these teams is really going to have to get that win and get things started because, just after one day of wildcard being done here, eventually after we get these 4 matches, stakes are already in play.
Oh yeah, no, especially after like the start of the show, we saw what the format already looks like, right? Only one team is going to be able to make it to the main event, and I think that having a good day number 1 really sets you up for success. So ideally, if they walk away 1-1, that is the best possible solution for either one of these teams.
Yeah, I feel like you got to build on that momentum and you got to adapt fast. You got to learn fast because you're bound to make some kind of mistake, right? Either letting your opponent have a power pick or your rotation just doesn't really look that clean. Either ways, first day, the threat isn't super high. But like you guys said, as the week goes on, it gets real because one chance, there's just one chance for you to get that golden key for you to get to the main stage, to fight for that prize pool and try to beat some of the other teams that are there.
Yeah, I mean, I can totally agree with this.
Yeah, I mean, like you can fight against those. They're like okay at best.
Yeah, they're going to make a mistake at some point.
They can fight against Vamos.
You know what? Hey, they can fight against Team Liquid Philippines.
That's another big team that people are going to be looking out for.
Let him say that. Let's just stick to our region so that we don't get the cross region hit. It's like,
Let's keep it simple.
So when they say something, we understand what they're saying.
Yeah.
But either way, we're gonna be jumping into this game. Zigzor, do you guys feel like still going for the assassin or tank? Because I think they just need the momentum. Maybe just. Which, by the way, Hirara seems like a Mongolia thing because both teams pick up the Hirara. I feel like they have a rough idea what to do with it. It's just the supporting pieces that I feel like is very different.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like right now, especially looking at these two teams, the junglers have very separate ideas of what they want to do with the rest of the team. And I think that kind of hurts the draft in certain areas, but you can tell they are actively trying to play make. They are actively trying to put their opponents behind. And that's why I think Baxia is by far the most all in all. You're an assassin player, you're a tank player. He is that in between of like, oh, I'm fast enough and I deal just enough damage to be threatening.
Can I just say, this is the kind of meta that I like. It's not enough for me to win. I just want you to lose.
You don't miss the Harley at all?
I kind of miss the Harley.
The Harley Suyo jungle matchup.
Let me just tell you, as a roamer, I don't care. But if you ask a gold laner, they might be like, you know what? I'm glad that Harley is not here. You know, like as a roamer, I'm just like, I don't care about Harley.
But I don't know. Like, are people rejoicing to see the likes of the utility jungle?
No.
I think that's why also some teams are trying to force the Hirara, man.
I agree that they're trying
I refuse to change.
They're standing on that hill and they're willing to die for it, right? And I'm down for it. I'm always down, but there needs to be a little bit more support and polish.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm looking at the EXP because this is one of the few times that we actually have a pretty open meta of what the EXP needs to do and also a very clear direction. Hey, you're going for backline, you know exactly where you're going. If you want to deal with frontline, you have your options as well.
I feel like I've had this. Well, you guys talked about this, how
we talk about everything.
There's some XP laners out there that are really, really prominent. It has multiple names out there.
They're like above average, you know?
And I think a good depiction of that is when, like you mentioned, with JM, everything was banned towards him because right now the XP lane sits in this place in the meta where it is even more impactful than it has been before. We've talked about this in our own regions and even in other international tournaments where the value of an XP laner is so apparent for a lot of teams. Well, even more so now, I feel like, and maybe that is something where we see develop over the course of MSC entirely, where it's like, we might see teams really hone in on the XP lane bans.
Yeah. Especially if you're on red side. I feel like on red side, you really got to be careful on letting some EXP goes because I really feel like Freya can change the game. Keto can change the game. I'm of the opinion that Freya is a bigger threat, but hey, that's subjective. No, so now we might be jumping into the draft anytime soon here. Any initial thoughts from you guys that we have to look out for VSG as well as Mongols? Or do you guys feel like we're just not going to see the same draft that they showed earlier?
I think it really depends, right? Because day one is always special for these types of events, especially when it comes down to the wild cards, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's coming in, done their homework on every other team that they've done in the group.
Which, by the way, they're scrim partners. Well, they're in the region that they scrim against each other. So there's a chance that they've met each other plenty of times.
Thank you for bringing that up. And that's exactly why I think that this particular game, I don't think, since it's the best of one and both sides are 0-1, I think they're going to go into comforts. I think they're saying, you know what, scrap the plan. We need to feel good about ourselves first before we enact our war plans.
That might be the case, man. You know, I got a chance to go ahead and cast the qualifier series for the Mongols up to this. That was MCT East Asia. And, you know, the way that they played through that, and it's interesting because we have the 3 teams that are in the wild card from that, which is Sunset Ravens and the Huns, who we'll see later too. And the way that they kind of played it then seems to be already kind of different from what we've seen in a glimpse of today. And I'm wondering if that adjustment period for them from the time of qualifying now to the wild card has either honed in on some skills they weren't able to show in that qualifier, because I felt like it was a little chaotic, man. Honestly, when I was casting it, I was like, bro, what is going on in some of these games?
Yeah.
And it just felt so quick, messy, but like they pulled through. And I'm wondering again, now that you're in this position in the wild card, that's not going to cut it, man. Even if you survive the wild card, you can't hope to get to the main stage and play that way. So that's why it's crucial that for both these teams who have a very different type of experience in their own regions, in their own competition level, can they pull it together here?
I feel like, just to summarize, it feels like quite a lot of teams, they're still desperate for that. They don't have that calmness to go through the storm, which is why we see forcing play, sometimes make a mistake, but eventually it just works out.
I do feel like the meta is kind of encouraging it. Like, oh yeah, you're behind by 1 point. You gotta fight to get that 1 point back. I agree. And that kind of sucks, but at the same time, we also have to look at the supporting staff, right? The coaches. Because in this particular case, we're coming in, the Mongols, I want to see what they want to do with this current meta game, because after watching MCT, there are certain elements that are still there, but it feels like they've kind of pivoted away to try and broaden their scopes. On the opposite side, I think making sure that you already have like an experienced coach on your side naturally is going to lead you to be more macro-centric. And I want to see the mechanics. I need to see the winning 1v1s.
Can I just say, gentlemen, honestly, throughout today, in terms of highlights, it's mostly jungle and a bit of roam. Because when it comes to the side laners, it's just the laning phase. After that, not much interaction. The mids also hasn't really been able to contribute much. So it's...
There was a Savage Day. That's about, you know, on the Jushin. That's about it for mids.
It's given, you know?
Yeah.
It wasn't super... let me just say that, right? Yeah, but it really is just because, like, if the jungle has a good enough time and the roamer has a good enough time to be that front line, and then everyone just kind of tap a few buttons and then things will work out.
That's the thing. I feel like right now the meta, in terms of like what the big problem with the meta is there's a lot of heroes with overly inflated base damages in the early game. Which is like kind of unfair for certain heroes. Like obviously some are supposed to be good in the early game, some are supposed to be bad, but then you have these tanks who are like, oh, even if you are good at the early game, it kind of doesn't matter when I'm around.
Yeah. Dude, Akai's second skill is way too much. I mean, hey, Dragon Warrior, right? You can't spell Dragon Warrior without S.
Dragon. There's
don't worry, they were doing it earlier. Don't
no
fall for
S.
this.
There's no S.
Don't fall for this, Nice. I've warned you. I'm putting it out there. There's a bear trap. It's gonna happen.
It's like you know, like what they always say, right?
What do they say?
You can't spell team without I.
Yeah.
There's no
I in team as
well.
No.
There is an I in team.
Teach a man to spell, and you'll never be dyslexic for his life.
I've been through this.
TIM. Tim.
hate this. I hate this so much.
All right, so Mongols our first pick, VSG our second pick. Dangerous Grass will be the map that we'll be playing. Phoveus as well as Boxia banned by Mongols. And now for VSG, banning out the Paquito. And interesting enough, we haven't seen this much, but the Atlas early ban.
Which does kind of, at least for VSG, they're going to be like, okay, the last time we've seen this Atlas kind of ruin team fights, even when we have a lead. So we want to get rid of the tempo breakers out of here. I'm loving the Mongols getting rid of both the Boxia alongside with the Matilda. Setting up for the first pick as Zushin gets banned
open.
out.
Ooh. And Freya instantly gets picked. By the way, shout out to Kronos. He is saying Boro is the German Panzer, which is apparently like a shield or armor, something like that. So I'm looking forward to see him performing well, because so far there's no S tier roam in wildcards just yet.
Just yet.
Just yet.
Just yet. And I think, you know, starting off by taking out what I feel like is an S-tier roam, that Atlas that has snuck up in the ranks over the course of, you know, weeks and months in our own regions. He's been part of the highlight reel that LaFell just mentioned, where these roams are getting these highlights because someone like the Atlas is so threatening with the Fatal Links. You take it out of the picture. Matilda, like we talked about, who needs more buffs, will be banned out here. But the answer right now for VSG, they'll go ahead and lock in the Claude and the Eve. These two heroes we've seen picked up in combination so much throughout. So much good damage profile already in the first two picks, in the magic and the physical damage. And we'll see how they decide to complement it against going against the Freya and whatever else the Mongols decide to pick up in the first phase here.
So far, based on what we're seeing, at least with the Claude and as well as Eve, it really goes to show that jungle is such a high priority, right? They don't want to get the counter pick because carry is still available. There's so many things to worry about, and they want to make sure they cover their bases.
Eason Shin gets picked up by the Mongols. Haven't chosen the second character yet, but looks like Zixora, he just wants to go like one of his comforts back in M7 wildcards, going for the Eason Shin.
He also played it in MCT East Asia. One of his more successful heroes, I'd say. Comfort, and they'll build around it. Gord, as the Gord guy, I'm still happy. You know, we make it to the MSC
He could use a
wildcard.
few more buffs.
He could. Maybe make his board useful. Maybe actually be able to get some mobility with it.
Give him a dash that goes through, just fly slowly like the new Kaja.
No, they need to change the Mystic Gush to be like Hunt of Bone, so you get attached to the guy and just beam the one dude the entire way.
Your board is hovering.
Yeah, your board is hovering, and you can do 360s, and there we have it.
You know what? Yeah, if you hit your first kill, you're just locked in.
Yep.
That would be the dream. That would be the dream. But let's come back into this draft, because right now, the scaling coming in from the Mongols is ridiculous. Like, this is nuts to have if they get a lead. But then we look on the opposite side, and I think that VSG, they have such a good foundation. Tank junglers are going to be a little tougher to bring out. True damage and as well as Trinity builds are in play. So I think they now need to start looking at winning lane matchups.
Already gets banned out. Pretty good for Eason Shin as well as the Gord here. And now the Kalia gets banned as well. Pretty good ban coming in from VSG. Let me just say, Coach Jeff here looks like he is just going for just meta picks, right? Like, look at a tier list, who's looking pretty good, and if they pair with each other quite well, they're just gonna go for it. And I feel like for the next pick is really gonna set VSG's draft, because if they have a damage EXP, they might be looking for a tankier jungle. Or vice versa, right? Basically, like, who's going to be the front line? Because they still need a front line. Cho's a catcher. He can disrupt, but he needs a front line as well.
Yeah, he can't be doing all the work. We've seen that before, where your Cho really struggles on any composition, where he's got to be the guy to get the vision, but also set up and also kind of tank. So you need something to complement this pick. It's great you can fight around the box. When we talk about the box, too, it's also referring to that Eve ultimate, that real-world manipulation. But again, you need something to solidify that. And some of the good choices that we already talked about are gone out of the jungle. So I'm wondering, is this call for, there's an Akai?
Yep, that was going to be necessary. Akai is one of the few tank junglers that actually has some form of counterplay against the Gore. You get locked down, guess what? I press my ult, I walk away. I think that the Cho is actually a denial pick, and I think I got to give it to Coach Jeff. He made a prediction here after seeing the last lock-in of that Gore. They knew they wanted single target lockdown. They banned it, and they also picked one for themselves. It's supplementary to their strategy, because it's still going to be based on Eve and as well as Claude.
Yeah, one of the great things about that, too, as you see the Yuzhong picked up here, is the Cho and also the Akai, and even a threat of a Claude coming towards that Gord when he's trying to set up the ultimate will disrupt it. So if you can take down that efficiency, that uptime of the Mystic Gush even, then that's going to be great for you. And as long as they can stop him in his tracks, they're going to go for that. Now, this is interesting. A Belric plus the Yuzhong to round out the draft for the Mongols.
They want to eventually get to the later stages of the game, and they want to make sure that if Claude does decide to join early, they're going to tax him for it.
Yeah, speaking of, Freya is going to be in the gold lane. Yuzhong picked up. But here's the thing. Belric he won't have a good time against the Eve. He will be okay against everyone else. It's the Eve that I'm worried about. So now the final pick from VSGJM. One of the, this time, not a lot of heroes gets banned. So he has options. So what does he want with the Yuzhong? I feel like tanks just cannot deal with the Yuzhong, so it has to be some kind of fighter, like maybe of a Benedetta.
I think it might. Honestly, I think it might. Oh, all right. So they do want to have like just a little bit more damage. I thought that VSG just wanted to be like, we got to be safe. We could just give the Uranus and kind of like play around, making Yve a little bit more dangerous. But no, with Benedetta, at least for Lord JM, he can instigate wars. He can pull people into the fight.
And here's the thing, looking at the draft, I feel like both teams got their comfort. So right now, I'm going to give it over to Gideon as well as Naisu to cast this game. So good luck, guys.
Thank you for the luck, LaFell. I hope good luck to either of these teams right now because they need it. Currently looking for that win here through the first day of the wildcards. The Mongols and VSG will bring out two drafts that we've broken down as much as we can. I think, of course, when you look at both of them here, Gideon, who are you favoring for? I'm going to have to lean towards, and this is non-biased, towards the Gourd, right? I want to see the Mongols make this Gourd work.
I want to agree with you so bad. I think that the composition is much easier to actually execute. The big issue is at level 1, level 2, right? Belric needs to walk into a lane where he can get harassed by both the Cho alongside with the Yve. If level 1 doesn't go well, it's over, and we might just see first blood achieved.
Okay, so it didn't go well, Gideon.
It's bad, but at least Belric's alive.
Belric's alive, but Mumu going down. That is an aggressive start for VSG to just go ahead and set up on that top side, get a kill, but that also allows JM a little bit of an advantage now. You saw he used the Petrify for that. Boro burnt the Flicker, but hey, that's all value for VSG in the early minute.
I totally agree, and I think that Boro probably should have given the kill over to Lord JM, but hey, as long as somebody takes it, and this is the beauty of the early stages of the game meta right now, right? You can make your supports do some wild things.
Whoa, already focusing up here on that mid lane. Boro is in the jungle! Goodbye, CXora.
Yep. It's so free for VSG. Like, VSG can do whatever they want at this stage until level 4 start to come around for the Mongols, and whatever early game advantage they had with the Yuzhong ended as soon as he died.
Oh, man. Okay, Boro. Gonna go ahead and just poke him down a little bit, but this is, one of the things. Even looking at the emblems here.
Oh, no Master Assassin.
Yeah, no Master Assassin. Just early aggression from VSG sets them up to an advantage that they can go ahead and balloon to the first objective that turtle for. Now, this is one of the things, though, too. This lineup from Mongols, and this is why I was leaning towards them, was, it scales up, like you mentioned, especially if they can manage to get the late game. But I guess statistically today, we haven't seen too many late games. Yeah. We'll see if that changes in our 5th match of the day. The turtle will be up here shortly, but as they drastically try to get these level 4s available for them to actually fight into VSG, that's one of the big things here. And this could be troublesome. If they lose this first objective, this turtle, they're just going to take this one further. VSG starting it up.
Oh, and they've already let the final blow right into the middle of the fight. Martisi already securing at least one. RW1 to try and slow down the fight, but it's too late. Managing to get out just in time, and Dixon in trouble. Shouldn't die to this. Manages to get away with a sliver of HP.
Great usage there for VSG to use those battle spells that they needed, secure the objective, and get on out. The ZXR will go ahead and take that opportunity to steal a camp here from Martisi. He's going to be working on. He does hit that level 5. He's dealt with the pressure and was delayed a little bit, but the best thing for the Mongols here, man, is just to go ahead and set things up before the next turtle. They have plenty of time to get there. They just need to kind of put a Band-Aid on the wound of the early game, really.
Yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing. I feel like Mongols are coming to a point. I feel like they should have just given up that turtle. In all honesty, it should have been gone. Oh, God, Mumu in trouble. Going to get hit by the way of the dragon, like the final blow. And Ox is just like, hey, enjoy the death screen. Just get head back down to the mid lane.
Oh, man. This is one of the things why we were wondering, with the Belric pick specifically. He's not level 4 just yet. They're going to try to make a play.
No, he gets countered instantaneously. The interception from Boro, and Martisi is just a little too good, and that heavy spin puts the final nail in the coffin.
Oh, man. That's one of the things that I was just going to say about the Belric. You know, you need that level 4, you need that Wrath of the Dryad ultimate. You really can't do too much before that. You know, you might get this little bit of a taunt with his kit, but you just fall further and further behind now. Look at this, Blade already picked up for JM. If his damage wasn't enough early on, now at this point, that's an early power spike for a Benedetta, and that's why it was picked up in the XP lane. You know, some of those more tankier picks we're used to seeing in the XP lane, now we see teams and players specifically lean towards some damage dealers in that XP. So with a Benedetta, it just makes things worse for team fights for the Mongols.
Not to mention that this one item power spike is off of 3 deaths, right?
Yeah.
4 deaths, 2 coming from Mumu, another 2 coming from Zixora. It's just been a very tough time for Zixora to actually try and secure these neutral objectives. I really don't think he should be here, but let's see how this plays out as the heavy spin comes through. Zixora's out with the traces, Boro gets a good kick, and now Zixora finally gets the first steal of the game as JM takes Miyaki, and now they go for the back line. K takes 1 back, but it's not over yet. The Electro Final Blow finally comes on up to secure 1 more. Martese hits the dust.
Oh man, I don't know. I mean, it was valiant effort. Mumu's still here though.
They gotta stop.
Be careful.
They gotta stop. Why?
Oh man, and more.
They really got it. You know, at some point, you would imagine that when you're touching a hot kettle, you walk away because of the burn, but it seems like this team, they're feeling that heat, and they're saying, you know what, just the pinky. That's all I want. Other 4 fingers, we're gonna walk out of here.
Yeah, we're gonna walk out of here. You know, at that point, I was thinking it wasn't going to be too bad, but then the Mongols got a couple more down. They also used a whole lot of battle spells, man, for that. So, you know, even if they convert a kill... Oh, hold on. JM? Ox is here now.
I don't see the dive angle just yet. You do see a response coming in from Martese, but the Wrath of Dryad's gonna lock him down. Zixora dodges with the traces just in time, and now Mumu finally getting... Ox finally getting some revenge.
Yep, that was clean. Good micro there from Zixora. I thought he was going to go down. Good usage of the ultimate there from Ox. I didn't think he'd actually be able to make something happen without the flicker, but then JM just came back for the fight. Ends up going down, so that is a sliver that Mongols needed to start the steps in the right direction to turn this game completely over, but okay. Oh no. Alright, he's got the Valkyrie. Ox is here now, but no ultimate. So there's no fight that they're going to be looking for. They just want to set up 20 seconds from this turtle to come up.
And I like the way that VSG is playing right now. They understand we don't necessarily have to get the kills.
Yeah.
We just need to make sure we get your resources out. Because when we come to the turtle, so far Mongols have continuously said, yes, we will contest you, even at a disadvantage. And that's perfect, because now VSG can really fine-tune the planning to intercept them or get the battle spells early.
Yeah, this might be what they're going for. Again, Boro could go for a pick before the fight even breaks out. Turtle is up now. Zixora are going to go ahead and grab down this bottom camp, but it's just going to be over to VSG, man. Not even giving the Mongols a chance to contest that last turtle, but they want to fight.
Wrath of Dryads is out to slow them down, and unfortunately, Lord JM might be the first. He gets out with the eye for an eye, and now 2 locked down with a heavy spin, gets on with RWM. Now chunking them through. K explodes under the damage of Lord JM, but the Gush is going to make sure 1 more comes down. Martese gone. The rest of VSG looking to turn this fight around. The Mongols losing 4 members for a single jungler. Zixora gets out in the nick of time.
4 down for the Mongols, a tier 1 turret in the mid. VSG just got everything that they wanted and more. The rest of the team is going to come up here, but man, VSG is controlling the map. Talk about JM, the way he maneuvered around that, stayed alive, came back, got a kill, and allowed his team to fight. Oh, Mongols, they're angry. They want to fight.
Dixon's in trouble. He's got no more mobility left. If he gets hit by any CC, he's in trouble. But luckily, he's got the rest of his team to actually go for the peel. We don't see any counter flickers on the opposite side. It's just not worth it for 1 man.
Yeah, this is very disciplined of VSG, the way they've been playing this game in comparison to what we saw in their first match of the day here in day 1 of the wild card. So it's Mongols still, it's nothing drastic. Like when you're looking at in terms of gold, can they get back in this game? Surely they can. And it starts with setting things up into this first Lord once it comes up in about 40 seconds. If they can knock down maybe another turret, get some space to work with, and get in position that they need to fight for the objective. That's one of the main things, though. We haven't seen a big objective setup from the Mongols. Uh-oh.
They're trying. RWM here. Dixon now in trouble as Mumu finally gets on top of him, and now with the shot, Ashura has already cut him down. He's found 1, and now they back away from this. 16 seconds left on the clock, and unfortunately, losing a jungler here is bad. Petrify comes through with the Electro final blows. JM gets one more, and Mumu is a trade. K looking to get Carvey, takes the BMI backwards, jumps forward to the fall of the Valkyries, and now Boro, he's trying to get him out of here, but he's not sure how else he can do it. Third hit of the G Kundo, blocks just enough, and Carvey manages to get out.
If only there was enough range from Makey on that Mystic projectile to get the stun out, maybe they could have gone and gotten a kill, then rotated to this Lord, but meanwhile, BSG will be able to go ahead and get this reset going. JM put enough pressure on this bottom side, which opens things up for VSG and the rest of the squad to secure this Lord. The Mongols now at the 9-minute mark are not ready to really fight for an objective. So Lord secured here for VSG. Let's see if they can hold things off here. They've really got to stop this pressure, this push from VSG. Okay, going for JM.
You can try, but honestly, it's never going to be easy for any EXP laner to win a 1v1, especially when there's the extra help of the minions for that spell vamp. Either ways, now we still have that Lord actually coming through, and Carvey, now completing the Trinity build on his side, is in a very powerful position.
Okay, he's going to get closed down. Okay, he's got to burn the flicker, so that's out.
What? Why do you need a...
I guess he just, you know, he saw the threat of JM there. He doesn't have that now, so I'm worried on this base defense. Oh, whoa, Boro.
Oh, he finds a great kick as the RW1 comes through. We do see that Mumu is in the back trying to make sure that Dixon can actually play the game, but the RW1's done its job. Boro gets on out of there, and now they take 2 for nothing, and the Lord is here to crack open the holy shieldings.
Man, what was he called? The Panzer? The Panzer of VSG? He is doing it in this game. The 3-0-9 right now in this Cho. This is a hero that you don't see work too often for certain teams. You know, you really have to be precise on this, and so far, it started off from the early seconds of the game, man. The early pick-off against Mumu has essentially made Mumu just sort of this vision in the sky. He hasn't been able to do too much other than provide that, and it all started off from the beginning with Boro scaling now up, and the rest of the team for VSG has gotten what they've needed. So a shield goes down in mid, they hold on to the top and bottom, but it's looking a little grim already for Mongols to even get close to contesting into the next Lord. They might be in the situation, Gideon, where they're just like, you know what? We've got to defend in the base. Is their composition good for that? I mean, maybe the Gord, he can clear some waves.
I think... Ooh, it's tough to say. I think they are almost guaranteed to at least lose one inhibitor just because they have access to the RWM. But the secondary problem is going to be that heavy spin. No matter how bad a situation is going to get, Mark Teasy can just say, "Nope, I don't want this to happen now. Nah, not today."
Like every jungler in your RGs. Nah, I'm out of here.
Yeah, every 5-year-old who doesn't want to eat baby food is like, nah, I'm good. I don't want this applesauce anymore. But so far, if you look at the overall progress, right? Down by 500, you can tell, jungler, 3 items done. 3 items done on either side, yet it still feels that Martese is in full control.
Oh man, Black Dragon form used 20 seconds for this Lord, resulting into nothing. So I don't know, man. Mongols might just give it up, trying to make a play somewhere else, but you see JM is controlling that top side of the map. Ox will take some shots here, trying to just kind of scout things out, but there's a fight up top.
It's not going to look very good here. K actually has the advantage here with the endless battle, but now that Marchese has come into play, that's a heavy spin. That was the big ult we were talking about. Yeah. Now it's just the RWM.
They just have the real-world manipulation to go through, but also things can be either delayed or started up with Boro, as we've seen throughout this game. Holding on to that ultimate, that Way of the Dragon. Carvey has had a hell of a time too, man. I like to call this the gold lane experience. He's had it on the Claude. He's been doing his thing. He's got the Trinity exactly when he needed. He's ready to fight if he wants to. And now Boro picks up an immortality.
Oh, he flickers forward with the Raptor Giants, catches Dixon, forces the flicker out. Ox out of there. RWM finally comes through. Do they find the trade? And it might be. Blazing duet from Carvey into the backline. Takes out one as JM tries his best. Flicker from K to get on top of Makey. Surviving with just a sliver of HP. But Carvey with the Festival of Blood holds down the line. A 2-for-3 trade. Xora gets the double.
What just happened to VSG, man? I mean, I thought they were going to go for that fight, go for the Lord, but instead, it's the Mongols. Even down as much as they were, they still show some fight in them. And that just was not a clean fight that they wanted to take, but Makey picking up a Divine Glaive now. We saw the preview of how much damage a Mystic Gush can pump out. He even flickered to try to capitalize on the kill. But still, it's something to be said that the Mongols stay in this game, stay competitive. Now, the rest of the team's going to be up here. You have to start to take note of the battle spells that were used out in each one of these fights. Lord coming up, they're trying to put some pressure up on that tier 2 top side of VSG's turret. Carvy's going to have to deal with this, but the Mongols have actually, off of that fight, put themselves in a position to contest. They just can't get set up here. Makey.
Oh, no! The Petrify! It doesn't actually connect onto Makey! This might be the game changer here as they're trying to get out of here. Lord JM tries and is still going to recuperate, but that's shut down! How did that Petrify not connect?
Hey, man. The Gord knew, Makey knew where to be, what to happen. They used the conceal to initiate and counter punch VSG. You're gonna have to fight for this Lord though. Whoa. Okay, he gets brought down to a quarter of the health. Lord's gonna go for a reset.
Oh no, okay, he's gonna get pinned down as Carvy's going for the backline, the RWM as well. Oh my god, he's gone! But he manages to take down Makey, which is extremely important, but there's no Mystic Gotch. K, next up fall here. Good response from VSG. VSG, so good at managing the shape of their fights.
Oh man, I'm so surprised Carvy survived there too. He picks up a winner crown. They brought themselves, whoa, ZXora!
Yep, he scaled 100 to 0, Carvy. I mean, I guess we gotta look back on who we're deciding on the MVP is gonna be, because goodness, I can't tell.
So that was ZXora saying, yes, he would like that applesauce.
Ah, thank you. Sorry, 1 applesauce for me, sir. Please, extra mashed. Thank you very much.
And Carvy picked up the winner crown, by the way, but I don't think he was expecting to get blown up like that.
Well, to be fair, he didn't have his he didn't have his Purify, so he got stunned, and now Lord GM attempting round number 2 this time, making sure that the Petrify connects as they take down Zixora, shutting him down, and now the counterattack coming in from the side of the Mongols. They try their best. The Wrath of the Dryads is only so good for so long as 2 are down. We see the Mongols are desperately chasing ball, flickering forward, taking him down, shut down for K.
Man, maybe now they're gonna go and secure this Lord. They've gone from fight after fight after fight, and the Mongols get themselves an advantage to work with. They have pretty much dissipated that, 3,000, 4,000 gold lead that VSG had minutes ago. That's great work from the Mongols, and now still, they don't want to put too much pressure on the Lord just yet. JM is still a threat on this Benedetta, whether he's pushing on offside of the map or he's trying to find an off angle to enter these fights. But they've definitely given themselves this opportunity now to either choose, do we push, do we put pressure against VSG on the off end of the map? Do we actually fight for the objective? It seems the better thing has been just to go ahead and go for fights. It seems like that chaos style of gameplay right now the Mongols showed in MCT East Asia is working for them here, at least in this matchup against VSG.
I think right now, the game is about desperation. Whoever's more desperate is going to lose this, and VSG just need to stay calm. As much as Mongols have now truly enough damage to win these fights if they can just wombo combo together. I think that VSG, Carvy has been showing some really good blazing duets. Yeah. He just needs to walk alongside Lord JM. Their interception, their initiation, if they can get that down, I think this game is done.
All right, there's a long wave up top pushing here. We'll see what VSG does. That's why this time is being dragged out for this Lord too. It should be a manageable. Oh no, JM. Half health on this. Ox is up on the front side. Sound Shocker up there available. Ox holding it down as long as he can here. Oh, he drops the Wrath of Dryad.
Heavy spin already coming through. Black Dragon form just trying to disrupt, trying his absolute best, but now the backline getting attacked as K takes out JM. He's gonna give his life up to Carvy, but somebody needs to get this turtle. Sorry, get the Lord. They secure it, and his Sora is out. Man, that was really messy. But really difficult to tell who truly was actually getting an advantage. Both sides, you could tell. They both wanted the Lord, and then they both decided to fight, and then they realized, you know what, let's go back to the Lord. Wait, hold on, maybe we go back to the... Wait, hold
on, here we go. You know, it's like one of those moments where it's like... But I will say, amidst the chaos, where I feel like the Mongols really thrive. Oh, Dixon?
Does he have traces? No! Oh, he flickers forward for it, and he gets him. That's going to be another hit onto Dixon. Man, the death timers are getting long.
Yes, sir. And that's a tier 1 falling down mid. Tier 2 is most likely going to be next year for VSG. Desperately trying to hold on to these base turrets. They've controlled the pace of this game. We've entered the longest game so far for MSC Wildcard Day 1. Approaching that 18-minute mark. They've got a Lord coming up top. They're ready to knock down on some of these base turrets of VSG. But it's, again, the Mongols thriving on this chaos that they like to bring to the table. Why? Mystic Gust just kind of thrown out there, just saying, hey, I am a threat. He'll have it back up here in a bit, but the Lord is going to go ahead and punch into this turret. Oh, flicker!
Rather Dryad's already coming through, and they get Carvey off of it! Mark Deasy tried his best, but unfortunately, the forced auto attacks lost his life. They break open, and now Lord JM looking to save the day, already forcing out the winter crown for Makey as Momo's the next to fall. Flicker in, coming in from K to put Lord JM back in his place. Expose Crystal, no minions, and Dixon and Mark Deasy are the only ones to defend.
I can't believe Makey survived that. Great usage of the winter crown, then a little bit of a stun from the projectile, but man, K came in clutch to get there on time to actually keep them alive. So I'd say given everything in this game so far for the Mongols, I think they're happy with that. It's been messy, but like I said, it's worked for them throughout the qualifiers. Now in this matchup, they took out a base turret. They nearly got the bottom one. This is where they want to be. This is, I feel like, where the Mongols thrive the most in competition.
They've already downloaded the information that they need, and now VSG just can't do whatever they want.
Yeah.
Without their advantage, these picks become less valuable. Now that we're in the later stages of the game and a missing inhibitor on that top side, luckily the Lord is spawning on that side.
Brother, you have to remember too, if our viewers out there missed the initial set into the game, Mumu got ganked. He died early on, and that's usually when teammates are like, all right, GG. they type GG right away.
That would have been me.
Yeah, he has it. Mumu has now been able to provide enough value throughout this late portion of the game with his Black Dragon form, with the Petrify. He's essentially caught up in terms of itemization. So he's in a good position now too, and the Mongols has just been playing around that. So I think, you talk about how the Mongols have downloaded that style. VSG has to respond. Are they trying something new here on the bottom?
Yep, they went for the conceal straight into the way of the drag. Oh, okay. Everybody's looking to get out of there, and Boro's like, it's okay, brother. It is my time.
Yep.
It's my time to go.
Oh, man. Meanwhile, Mumu doing his thing.
Why
Just being a distraction. I think he's just being a distraction. It'd be nice if he had that, if they decided to take the Lord, but you know what? He still got the Petrify.
I don't know. I feel like right now everybody's a little jumpy, Everybody's like pressing their buttons preemptively.
Yeah.
I think that Makey has to be the most patient. He needs to target down Martese until that heavy spin is gone. Once that heavy spin is gone, you start switching your targets.
Oh man, it looks like VSG's not even going to contest this. They just want to go ahead and just turtle up into the base on the defense. They know they have a composition that should favor them in terms of base defense. They can fight around utilizing the real world manipulation. They've got an Electro Final Blow and a Blazing Duet, so they have everything they pretty much need to survive this next base push. The question is, will the Mongols even let them get that opportunity? Because, again, it's been a course of just throw everything at them, see what sets VSG off their game plan, and then kind of thrive from there. So Lord, and this is a tough one. This is an evolved Lord. It's going to be making its way up top there. We'll see how the Mongols play this around. They're going to go ahead and try to even out these waves a bit, push down that bottom, get the turrets at least opened up of VSG's base. So we could potentially still see a successful defense from VSG off of this. It's a matter of if the Mongols really lets them. And Immortality is going to come into play for JM. He's got to kind of be a distraction in his own right, but also has enough damage here. Oh man, JM, there's the Lord. They got to work on this, holding on to these turrets. Mumu's sitting up there up top. That top brush. Lord will be worked on, but the turrets are going to fall here in the mid. Seal going to be used. Mumu trying to make a move.
Oh, he actually petrifies Martese here, but where is the Mystic Gush? Where is the full combination? And now the response from VSG, RWM, Electro Final Blow is out. This is an opportunity here. Makey still has his ult. It's just Carvey. When is he going to unleash his ult? When is he going to get into this fight? They can't seem to get the angle down. They're focusing all on that wave clear, and finally they find one into Mumu.
Oh, VSG is going to be able to successfully defend, though. I'm not sure if that was the cleanest way to approach the base push with that Evolved Lord, but maybe for the Mongols. They got the base turrets down. They're happy with that for now. They sit on this lead at terms of map presence that they have, but VSG held strong. They kept it together, and they'll keep themselves into this game.
I think that this game is really showing that the meta punishes your mistakes. That's why a lot of the players are so antsy, right?
Yeah.
They don't want to be the person that causes this team to go bad, especially with the lead that VSG initially had. I think this is going to be a crushing loss if they don't take it back. The Mongols, it's a different story. Yes, it's a bit of a feels bad in the early game, but there are things to learn from it and maybe adjust in their composition.
Yeah, right now VSG just trying to get some space back again. The Lord's going to be up here in a couple seconds, so this is probably... Oh, no, hold on. JF.
Okay. The Valkyries are already out. Like the final blow is close, but now he kicks him back into the Electro final blow, but the Raptor Giant takes up the second half. Missing Dutch comes through, and this is the fight that they were looking for. K alive, Dixon dead, Boro and Martisi try to disengage, but it's just not enough with the Black Dragon form to chase them down to oblivion. That should be the game.
Oh, man. I'm not sure what the call there was to start a fight. Maybe they saw an opportunity, but this is the Mongols in the base.
Unbelievable. An unbelievable turnaround game. VSG had everything, and now the Mystic Projector and the Gush is out. Boro is down, and that's finally the first win for the Mongols, turning their score 1-1.
They fought hard for this win here. The Mongols deserve that win after the early game pressure that was established by VSG. It took them some time. It was a little scrappy, a little messy. But hey, the Mongols make it work. And like I said, I think that's really where they thrive. And maybe that'll be enough to get them another win in their next matchup. But right now, this is a little grim for VSG sitting at where they are in the current standings.
Yeah, unfortunately for both of these teams, as you can see on their faces, yes, a couple of smiles, but nothing really truly excited to be about. There's still more games, and the way that they won, and unfortunately for VSG, the way that they lost, it's gonna leave a mark here. They're gonna have to reset for later.
Yeah, that was tough, man. I mean, again, I feel like they had what they wanted, you know, with part of that game.
Yeah, and sometimes it hurts to be right.
Yeah.
Because just now talking to Mercury and Brigida, we're like, oh, this is going to be the long game. And it was. And in the pre-show, we did say that it feels like for the teams here, they're playing with desperation. And that's what we saw coming in from both teams. And that's the best way to describe that very last play, right? They saw an opportunity, but it's just one of those situations where if we make the decision fast enough, they won't be able to punish us. Unfortunately, that's not the case, right? They went in, some missabilities, and then it's just like, yep, you're just vulnerable. You're gonna die there.
Yeah, it's
even the Claw walking straight into that Mystic Gush.
Yeah, he walked right into it. And they expended some of the battle spells and some of the defensive items that they had in the base defense. So I'm really interested on like
everything was used before it's needed.
So they're like, let's go in without all of these things into this fight. And Lord was coming up in a couple seconds.
Well, that's the thing. I feel like that's why I don't want to say this is a matter of experience. It really just goes to show that there are high stakes in the game itself, right? This early game coming up for VSG, so good. Initially getting the first blood on that top side, immediately looking for the steal, and on top of that, Martisi is really great at counter jungling with the rest of his team. I think like Zixora was always down, like almost trying to get a level above him. But in terms of raw gold, like Martisi was doing phenomenally well.
Yeah, he was, man. I mean, throughout this game, I feel like VSG, it was supposed to be theirs. I mean, the way that the early pressure was established, Carvey having a hell of a time, man, just farming up, locking in the Trinity early on when he needed it. They had so many tools in these team fights, and just unfortunately for VSG, it kind of slipped through their hands.
I feel like because we've been casting this game for a few years now, and some professional players have been through this phase where they know just because you can do it doesn't mean you should, right? Because you get that experience to know that if I go in and I get one kill, what are the chances my team gets wiped out, right? That's just something that with experience, you just get used to, because look again.
He didn't even have stacks, man. I mean, like, Carvey wasn't stacked up at all.
Oh, yeah, true.
Like, you see how slow he was approaching the fight? So I think it was just, they weren't ready to fight.
They forced it.
I think that Carvey kind of forgot how much damage Makey does on the ult, because it's like, oh yeah, I just need it. Once he's full stacks, then it's true damage. Yeah. No, it's high base damage. Yeah. Don't take it at all.
No, I mean, I think he was saying that the Claw didn't have the stacks with the Art of Thievery.
He didn't have the Art of Thievery, too.
Because his movement speed and attack speed was a bit slower.
I totally agree with that, but he also had Purify. Yeah. In a lot of situations, like, okay, you see the gourd, how does it work? Okay, he's got to land one and then two. Most people forget that the two still hurts even if you don't hit one.
Yeah. I mean, this is just one of those situations where, like Nice who said before we start the game, is like you can have your warm-up game one, right? But don't bring some of that into game number 2. But with that being said, that was game 5 of this wild card. And as predicted, that's the long word. We'll be going for a short break, but when we return, it's game number 6. We'll see you guys then. Hello to all my bang bangers. We have arrived here at EWC 26. This is MLBB Wildcard. My name is Afel. Alongside me is Naisu as well as Gideon. Certified bang bangers as well. We just saw a long game just now between Mongols going up against VSG, which hopefully lessons are learned. But speaking of, we're going on to the next one. What are chances Hans against Falcons that goes for a long time as well? What are the chances?
Well, I think honestly the chances are a little bit lower. At least we know from the Falcons side. Like, this team has been to wildcards before. They've done this run. I don't think they're going to be looking as desperate. But keep in mind, both of these teams currently with a score of 1-0, they're looking to be maybe the favorites to actually move on to the next stage.
Yep, this is an important game for both of them. I think I'm going to have to go and say too, as we get a good look at still meta here from the Huns, there's something that can be said about Mongolian gameplay like we just saw.
Yep.
Now, for Team Falcons, I think one thing that really stands out for them is they're notoriously known for being really strong in best of ones, which is obviously this matchup. And also, they are probably the team, I want to say, with the most, let's say, chemistry. They played in multiple international tournaments, their own regional tournaments together as a team. And I feel like that could be maybe an advantage against a team like the Huns.
Yeah, looking at the Huns and looking at Bankai, we really got to make sure that we look out for his Arlet. He wakes up the Arlet early and looks like he's able to win the lane and honestly make it very easy for still meta on that Hirara, making it so that no matter where you go, Hirara, you will get a kill.
And not to mention, it's a synergistic composition, right?
Yeah.
And I think that draft pattern needs to be attacked. And that's where I'm looking at these Falcons, right? If there's one thing I know about them and what they're really good at, those best of ones. These guys are dangerous. They've taken some big names in our scene just because of a best of one.
Now, here's the thing. We still remember back in M7, when Matilda was a meta, they were using it, right?
Yeah.
So, Huns, does this mean that they have one less ban because they have to ban out at Matilda?
I think
and imagine if they don't, and Falcons just, whew.
They just get it.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see it banned out, just like we did in the previous match. You don't want to give it over to a team like Team Falcons, and the way that they kind of play, the way they maneuver around the jungle, I think is.
Troll already got so many kills on the Atlas. If he gets the Matilda, at that point, even the junglers be like, you know what? Do you want to use the retreat? I mean, like, do you want to use the Sky Piercer? Sure. We trust you, Troll.
We trust you. You'll do anything for us. It's tough to say who's going to come up on top of this, especially with the level of play that we've seen from either one of these teams.
Yeah.
Speak. Okay.
I was distracted by you, man. You sounded like Gideon for a second.
He's great at mimicking my voice. We worked for way too long. Way too long. But speaking of, do you think that, maybe they've got a couple of words to say next?
Hold on. Here's the thing. I want to see Eterna talk right now because looking at it, looks like she is with someone from the Hunt. So let's throw it over to Eterna and see what she can get from this interview.
I'm definitely with someone special here, LFL, because I'm here with Still Meta. Welcome, Still Meta.
Hello, everyone. I'm Still Meta from the Hans Esports.
Yes, we know you are the jungler of Hans Esports right now, and you're sitting at a 1-0 so far. But I heard that there's something unique about your in-game name. Can we talk about that a little bit?
Actually, Still Meta, my IGN came from like a long one. It was before it was Link Steel Meta, and I just decided to put away the link part. Yeah.
Okay, so you eliminated the Ling out of the way. Why? Do you not think it's meta anymore, or what's going on?
Link wasn't meta anymore.
Okay, so Ling's not meta anymore. He has still meta still, but are you gonna change it to Hirara still meta maybe?
If I could, maybe I should do it. Maybe, but I think the maximum character limit is just won't allow me to do it. So.
Yeah, okay. Well, technical problems with that Hirara still meta. But I really want to talk about Hirara for a bit because we've seen it twice, and from both teams, and from both times we've seen it from a Mongolian team. So is it currently meta, or is it just region-based on Mongolia?
I think Nivero is kind of meta because she has very few counter picks. And she can snowball very quickly if left alone or in the right situation.
Okay, so you still think that it can be strong in this meta despite it being more maybe tank-centric?
Yeah, I think Hirara can be a meta pick.
Okay. Now, still Meta, I'm hearing that this is your first debut on an international stage alongside with 3 of your counterparts. So, can you talk to us about how that's been for you so far?
The experience has been great so far. First time in Paris too, and love the atmosphere, love the people, love the staffs. Thank you, everyone.
And we love to hear it. So good luck for your next match, and we'll see you maybe after for a post-game interview, maybe if you win this.
Thank you.
All right.
I love it.
I love it.
You know, Rachel,
All right.
we love you, man. We really love you.
Hey, can I ask you guys a question?
Sure.
Who would your hero still meta be?
I would say, for me, Grok.
Grok?
I will put Grok still meta.
He's been meta though.
Yeah, but you know. Hey. How many Groks have you seen in the past 3 months?
I saw one today.
Hey. 1.
Yeah.
One.
Look, the data isn't necessarily behind you on this
By
one.
the way, let's just say how nice that the honesty is. Like, oh, would you put Hirara still meta? There's not enough characters. That's why I put Link. And the fact that he used Link still meta for a while, I was like, just remove the Link part.
The Link part, not the still, not that you'll leave the meta or either one of those. Keep it 2 syllables. Nah, I think still meta. That is a prime example of what an esports player should be. Great on camera, has good personality, and
Very
knows.
humble.
Very humble. Yes. Not to mention that this is their first time in Paris itself.
And a
So
very deep voice as well.
very.
He does have a deep voice.
I love the atmosphere.
Oddly
of the
soft.
staff.
Oddly soft spoken.
Soft but deep.
Yeah.
That's not what she said.
We finally found it.
That is a very difficult one. You know what? You deserve some kind of prize for that.
We finally found one. We found some counterplay.
Historic moment.
In Paris.
In Paris. All right, let's get into the draft here because as we were talking about Matilda, instantly the Huns are like, hell nah.
Huns first pick and then Falcon second pick. We're playing on Broken Walls, which I believe we haven't played a lot of Broken Walls. They might even be the first time for this day.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Man, eventually we're
There's
going to have
been
to
a lot
get
of dangerous grass.
Yeah, we're going to have to get a stat for that, you know, by the time we get towards the last couple days of wild card.
I just use my brain and my intuition. Both can be wrong, but with confidence, people don't care.
Liquipedia editors just like, God damn it, I gotta actually look at the games now. I can't just listen to
Hirara ban,
them.
by the way.
Very good.
It does not scream meta, which, by the way, it looks like Paquito or Freya might be left open.
And I think that Paquito, it's gotta go. Actually,
right?
You might be onto something here.
I'm more afraid of the Freya just because of that constant pressure. Paquito, it deletes you, but you don't stress about it too much, too long.
I think it only gets worse at this point if we do see the Phoveus end up getting banned out here, but it's looking really, really scary. This is one of the few times that we're seeing quite an open draft overall just because of this Hirara and Matilda ban.
That's respect, basically, and that's, you know, imagine in day one, it's like you've already got this amount of kind of stats and knowledge for these teams competing today that is going to dictate the draft here, that Jushin will be banned out. So that's going to be taken care of. And now for this next portion, let's see where we end up going here. Last ban will be the Freya that Team Mena wants to take out Team Falcons. Now first pick priority on the blue side. Where are we going here?
Atlas as your first pick. What a different opener. Okay, it's been picked 4 times so far here at the wildcards, but it is a big game changer, especially now. Here's what I find very interesting. During our regular season, prior to the patches, we saw Atlas starting to come up and resurge into this meta. And it's only because the Jushin was such a big problem. And then I think, you know, most people started to figure out, hey, Jushin is actually more situational than she is a must pick.
Is this the world we're in now, where Atlas first priority blue pick?
I think not. I think this is just an outlier. Because I feel like maybe it really is just because there's not a lot of roam picks for the Huns, right? I mean, like, there's a lot of roam picks in general, right? We got the Cho, we got, say, Gata, we got Belleric and everything like that. But specifically for them, maybe they do have a bit of an issue in the roam pick, in the sense, like you said, nice, not everyone can use the Cho. You really need that precision.
Yeah.
Here we go. The Paquito gets locked in. We already see Valentina alongside Claude. A very strong opener here coming down from Falcons Mina. But that Paquito, there are answers to it right now.
Okay. up against this too. We'll see if the Huns want to go ahead and lock in their favorable jungle pick if they can for Still Meta, or they just kind of want to hold on to that. XP could be an option too.
I think Fredrin and Paquito would be nice, no?
Fredrin and Paquito.
And, you know, you can catch the Claude with the Fredrin.
Yeah.
Or just be yeah, there you go.
Just one shot him with Paquito. That's all you need.
Yeah. There's Paquito.
And have two just very good-looking guys with a squid machine.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yep,
Fair enough. I
thank
had to
you.
think about that for a moment. I was like, should I give this to you? Yep, you're pretty accurate on this. And overall, when we look on the opposite side, I think this is the best response that they have. Oh, you're going with this big counter engages. Oh, you're looking for these big engages. Heavy spin, always going to be a good answer. And you even have counter engagement when you see that Valentina start stealing some big ults.
Yeah, I miss the days when it was Hurricane Dance, but you know what? That's neither here nor there.
Really, you want to say 1,000-pounder every single time you see body
Dude,
slam?
no, I do like that. I do like that. 1,000-pounder is great.
1,000-pounder was great. Yeah, what do you mean?
That is like at least top 10.
Yeah.
Top 10?
Yeah.
Skilled it, yeah.
Okay, all right. We'll go back to the worldy days. Worldy!
That's also not bad.
Yeah,
That's
fun to
also
shout.
not bad.
I was going to say it was fun to shout
Hey,
Worldy.
hey,
It wasn't.
Bro, Netherrealm.
Okay, I
right.
think that one's fair.
All right?
Yes. NetherRealm.
Cult
Cult
Altar.
Altar.
Imagine how sad every caster in the world would be
Yeah.
when they change
What do
the
they
way
change?
of the dragon.
Oh.
That cannot be changed.
Yeah, that's too much. That's too
Blazing
much.
Duet cannot be changed.
I was going to say Blazing Duet and Way of the Dragon are probably the two.
You can't change it.
Yeah.
You can't change it.
For sure. But looking at the second half of the bands, right?
You know what they can change?
What?
Incandescence.
Incandescence?
Yes,
You
Gushin
can't
Ultimate.
change that. I'm okay with changing that.
I think incandescence is fine.
No,
you know
but
what I would change it?
What?
Dash again.
I think that's what they should change Arlet's Vengeance. They should literally call it Dash again. I'm not even joking about this. Like, it's already conflicting with the battle spell.
That was great because I messed that in play. I'm always like, there he goes.
Yeah, in Malay,
Yeah.
it sounds like ikan dances, which means a dancing fish. Because ikan means fish,
Yeah.
dances is dances.
Well, Gushin's not that, so.
Either way, right now, fourth pick for Falcons here with the Arle as well as Povey has been banned by the Huns, and then the Gord as well as the Hire being banned by Falcons. By the way, the carry is still open if that is something that the Huns want, and I feel like they got enough lockdown to give space for that carry.
Yeah, oof. The Hylos.
Makes the carry look a bit more juicier.
Yeah, it does.
Or Obsidia.
It does, but at the same time, I think that the Glorious Pathway is just a means to kind of slow down the Huns, right? It's. I feel like this is more of a battle of tempo than anything else because there's very clear indicator on who's holding the gun and who needs to pull the trigger.
Yeah, the Team Falcons knows that the Huns like to play that. That's why I was saying, you know, this chaotic kind of play style that Mongolian teams show, the Huns thrive in that too. And based on the first three picks, they would like to fight. So if you want to slow them down, whether that's with the Glorious Pathway or any of the other tools that you have, for Team Falcons, it works great. Last two picks, though, it's not going to be the carry. The Mozkov comes through. They'll take some utility themselves working with that real-world manipulation as the Eve is also picked up.
I kind of want to see the Yu Zong. However, I'm not sure whether Falcons has enough practice on that.
Yeah, that might be a difficult matchup to actually go for. I think safest is
Or
probably
Uranus.
like Lapu, you know, just, or
Yuzhong.
any way to kind of get into the back line, just to make sure that you can disrupt the Yve.
Let me just say, whenever I make all the predictions, whether the game ends fast, early, the picks, I'm not smart. I really am just that lucky. Which, by the way, fun fact, my name means lucky. Speaking of, we're going to jump into the game with Getting Q as well as Naisu. Have some of my luck. Maybe the game won't be that long.
Thank you, LaFell. I wish my name had meaning like that, but
I swear, he probably cursed this already. He's saying like, I hope you have luck. He's looking back. He's like, it doesn't actually mean lucky. We're just taking for his word. We don't know if he's just lying to us.
Yeah, but I trust you guys, you know, so I'm going to trust LaFell too here.
All right, maybe I gotta have more faith in humanity in that case.
Can we trust the drafts here on both these ends here? Because we know, like we mentioned, both teams sitting at 1-0, right? This win for either of them is going to solidify a better time for them in the wild cards, right? They're still going to move forward with a much more confidence into day. Well, we'll see them in tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
There's 8 matches tomorrow as well. So you know, but we get a good mix of both groups. Now for this one, again, the drafts look great on both sides, Gideon. I think as we jump into the Land of Dawn here for this one, for the Huns, I think it's still the same thing you mentioned. They have the locked and loaded lineup to get things started up.
And it looks like we're not going for any kind of cheese tactics here. We see everybody's going into their lanes just fine. Not much of a leash anyways, but the starting positions for both sides is a little different. We see that Akai immediately goes to his small camp and then to his purple buff. Fredrin takes his orange, is going to take the small camp. I don't know if he's going to do the full clear or run immediately over to that purple, but it looks like he's going over there. And Falcons, they scouted this earlier. They know they've got Litho Wanderer for free.
Yeah, it's controlled. They'll lock that in. Good information from Troll there on this Hylos. And, you know, that's something to be said. A lot of these small things that, well, they seem small in the early game, these early rotations end up building into really your first big objective. That turtle, having some of these level 4s available more, you get some options that you can take even for the junglers here. So pretty just kind of steady in comparison to what we saw in the last matchup and the way things started with VSG, but this is kind of what we expect with these kind of compositions.
Yeah, honestly, I'm waiting for a team that has found the cold, hard calculation of aggression, right? It's a very fine line of, like, I just need to get enough value to still be able to profit later down the line rather than committing to everything right now and having nothing for the future.
And it's funny because that cold, calculated aggression can change in best of ones. Like the environment of a best of one in comparison to the best of 3, where, you know, where we saw like VSG in the last matchup, just make that play up in the XP lane. That can work in the best one, but hold on, Turtle.
Talking about plays here, the Black Dragon form is already out to zone out Still Meta, and as well as Kenny, they should be able to get this, but big catch, and Still Meta is able to steal the very first Turtle of the game. Petrifies it out, and Sanji does not connect on enough, as Boyette finds first blood, Fatal Links to catch onto 2, Troll, it manages to get 1, and Boyette gets the next.
Well, amazing for Still Meta to get the Turtle amidst all of that, but they lose 3 bodies over to Team Falcons, and that 2 of those went to Boyette here on the Akai, the jungler that we've been talking about that has just kind of risen in the ranks, and now you've got this advantage you can work on. You're going to get a little more tanky build up. You can see him still in the camp too over here against Still Meta, so he'll have a little bit of an advantage in terms of level, but also gold and XP and building into the items that he wants here. So this is a great start for the jungler of Team Falcons, but also the rest of the squad. It just seemed like the Huns went for that turtle fight. It didn't go their way, and they had the lack of the damage.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Still Meta making a very interesting call here. He noticed the rotational path from Boyette took a little bit longer than it should, so he now knows that the top side is actually wide open, and walking into it and they seeing that orange buff, they know that Akai is still by purple buff without actually having to see him on the map.
Yeah, information given here. Nonetheless, though, you're still going to have Boyette go ahead and grab both his buffs. He's still going to maintain a bit of a lead in terms of XP against Still Meta, so this is what I was saying, with these kind of compositions, the way they want to fight is just, all right, go back to your lanes, do your thing, set up for this next turtle. You got 30 seconds, and if they can make a play, they'll try to go for it.
I do think that Huns honestly could have kept on invading on that top side, but right now it's a little hard to risk, and I think that Falcons are looking to find at least a bigger advantage before they start imposing their will on to them. For now, Huns, despite being 0-3, need to see them actually find that pick.
Okay, Still Meta still behind a bit. Oh, Troll is in position. Where's Pathway?
Right, the stun already lands, and now the heavy spin as well. There should be a free pickup for the side of Falcons. Instantly, that's the pick that at least for the Falcons they're looking for, and now Sanji looked to extend that lead just a little bit longer. Fortunately, the passive coming out from Atlas, going to find that stun up, but now it does mean the Black Dragon Tail is going to be jumping back in. Sanji, can he finish this off? Ah! Unfortunate, but Cuffin is the one who finds it. Here comes Paquito in the middle of 3 men. Really thought that he was going to make a difference there.
Yeah, that's unfortunately he couldn't use up his Bunkai. His Bunkai falls. He even burned the Flicker, man, and the turtle goes over to Team Falcons. They're looking to take more from the jungle of Still Meta. Glorious Pathway for Troll to get on out, disengage, and there's no buff there for Still Meta.
And look at that, Boyette really taking advantage of every little opportunity. He knows that it's too difficult for Huns to 100 to 0 him, so now he's really playing with these timers. This is the cold calculated aggression that I like to see from Falcons. We're going in, we're taking everything.
And they can do just that. Lockdown here.
They got him. They found another pick onto Bankai. That's probably the worst target, but at the same time, super influential for someone like Sanji. Now he has control and the free tier 1 on bot side.
I guess at this point, a target's a target. You know, for Team Falcons, you might as well convert something, make it happen. Like you mentioned for Sanji, he controls this lane. It's his space now. He can get that turret if he wants to, and he'll rotate up towards his top side now. Meanwhile, I'm still looking for the Huns. Where can they turn this over? I mean, Team Falcons hasn't done anything fancy. Look at this. They built themselves a 3,000 gold lead. They've got 7 kills in favor for them. They're starting to scale up, get some of these crucial items locked in too. They've set themselves up for cruising up to that first Lord after they control this turtle here last one in the game, which should be theirs. I'm not expecting the Huns to go for a fight, but if they decide to, if they actually decide to go for this fight, it might be on the whims of, can we get a multiple Fatal Link setup going? Do we have Yuki ready and locked and loaded to join this fight? And can Bankai even provide damage? This is what the Paquito's known for, but when you've been kind of stalled out, shut down in the early portion of the game, the damage for Bankai and this Paquito in general isn't going to be exactly online.
Not to mention that it's also been nerfed as well. So it's like, as much as you want to like dominate the lane, he did that. Bankai was like, yeah, I'm winning in the lane. I died once. I guess nothing is happening anymore for the rest of this game. Right now, I think that Huns, their composition has all the tools, but the level of execution needs to be so high, right? Still meta needs to be able to catch multiple people. How is he going to do that? He needs the help of the rest of his team. And now Sanji, Black Dragon form gets out of there, petrified, triggers the shot residue, and now needs to get on out of there, but no! Pulled back by the Fatal Link, Spear Misery connects, and Sanji still surviving 2 shot residue procs.
You gotta be joking me. Yeah, that's the kind of lead that Sanji has, man. That is not a interaction you expect the Yuzhong to survive. Sanji does it with the Shaw Essence procs, but man, talk about a commit from the Huns for a kill, and now here's the counterpunch.
They're looking for it. Again, a stolen Fatal Links just to get rid of the Appraiser's Wrath. It's out now, and Sanji finds the kill. RWM now getting unleashed. The heavy spin says, no, I will not let you, but he manages to push one out. Yuki in trouble. He ends up dying for his sins. A 2-for-1 trade in favor of the Falcons.
Oh man, finally the Huns are on the board, but man, at what cost is the question? They do keep Sano up top side, Team Falcons, kind of controlling that pressure that was coming through from Bankai, but hey, they're happy with it. They're going to continue to take everything. Kenny's in trouble. He falls. He's gone.
That's why this glorious pathway so easy to utilize. But Boyet, unfortunately, getting the drop on himself, trading 1 for 1. A bit sad because it was a shutdown, but at the same time, Falcons are still 3.3k ahead. They have that advantage.
I think when we have to start to kind of take note of where the Huns turn it around again is playing into a Moskov, having Yuki online, which he still needs plenty of time with, you know? I mean, taking a look at the items here, he's almost to the Trinity, right? You've got your Golden Staff and Corrosive Scythe already. I mean, even across from him, Sano, they're pretty much neck and neck, but the thing is Team Falcons, the rest of the guys are able to provide so much value in these early team fights, and they have ultimate control around objectives is what makes them such a threat.
Oh, no wonder Sanji lived. None of them had anti-heal.
Yeah.
So far, it's only just the glowing wand here. Dominance Ice is, well, and as I said, Bankai unlocking the Shinkai right as we talk about it.
Right, like, hey guys, we need some anti-heal after that interaction. Like, I think this is the time, you know?
We can't let Sanji dunk on us again. All right. With the Lord in play, I think right now Falcons have a mega advantage on this, but really, what ult does Cuffin have? He's got the Fatal Links in here. Oh, the glorious pathway to slow them down, and here it comes. Oyu tries to pull in the middle. The spear connects. Are they going to do anything about it? No. They disengaged. They understood. This is not the angle. Moskov will get a T2 on the top side, or at least attempt to in the meantime.
Not enough time to actually get the turret down. It seemed like the Huns had that setup in play, but again, I think they lack the damage and they know it. This could be a little risky to stay on this side of the map. They know that Lord was already secured for Team Falcons. Right now, they're looking for a pick.
Gonna make this attempt. Troll, he can tank all the damage. Look at him, he's actually gaining more health as he's walking forward with the glorious pathway. He's able to take out Kenny, no problem. The rest of the Falcons going to start chasing them through. Sano just absorbing the damage, but now they actually go for flickering forward with the help of Cuffin to pull into a double kill. Sanji gets him underneath the tier 2. Oyu in trouble. The shot residue allows a triple for Sanji.
As I said, I don't know. Oh, hold on. Spear thrown out? Okay, you don't jump into that. You don't
do the thing.
You don't jump into that.
Come on.
Okay, he's got to deal with the Lord there, but I was saying, I think they overstayed in the mid lane, and then you see them lose 4 guys to Team Falcons collapsing down on them. So the Huns get caught in a bad situation after the Lord was secured, and now they're going to have to hold on to this base push from Team Falcons, who's locked and loaded and has everything that they pretty much need to take down potentially some of the base turrets. They might not get a game win here just yet, unless they completely decimate the Huns for a wipeout. That could happen with the amount of power that this lineup has. Lord is at half health. It was done some damage by Yuki earlier on. Shields are still up, so this should clear it out. Does get the charge in, though. Shield still intact.
Yeah, managed to kill it just before it triggers. A little weird with the animation, but that's totally fine. Oh, in all 5, the RWM comes out, and look at him. Troll just standing there. What are you going to do about it? Revitalize is keeping up, but the counter, RWM, and the Fatal Links on top of him. They're in trouble. They're too deep in the enemy base. Sanji able to break 1. Petrified comes through. Kill still meta as Yuki takes Sanji back. Sakno, at the very least, able to at least get something.
Kenny.
Might get a little bit more. Almost gets it. Hey, Conceal. OU trying his best on top of Sano. All right, connects it, and now Yuki in the middle of the fight. Loses all of his HP, but is trying to survive. Boyet gets the trade, and now Cuffin just can only watch as his friend tries to Beyblade out of there. Are they going to punish this? OU, he's going to try, manages to headbutt his way out of there, and now we're back to square one.
That was a very weird interaction. I mean, from Team Falcons deciding to say, hey, you know what? Let's just lock down this turret. Sano was just knocking down the turret, seeing 2 of his teammates get Fatal Linked in the base. And then he decided to go forward with the Blazing Do It, and then it forced a fight. Now, great for the Huns, because at least they get some gold in their pockets. Yes, they lost a base turret, but ultimately, they need what they can get to this point. They've got to get Yuki in a position to actually be able to fight back. This might even potentially make them a bit of a more threat against this Lord, unless they decide to just give it up, go for a pick. It seems like that's what they're going to go do here. OU, half health, trying to get away.
They need to start the Lord right now. OU needs to go for the recall, and I think that they're not going to be able to participate for the upcoming fight, unless we see Huns try to like poke and prod a little bit, but the big issue is that everybody's scared of Cuffin, right? At any moment of time, whatever engagements you have, they also have access to.
Yeah, man, Cuffin just doing so much damage. 4-0 and 11, has own Fatal Links. This is going to be a Lord secured here for Team Falcons as they prep up, get ready. A couple defensive items picked up too. Chastised Pauldrons now for Sanji. Cuffin was locked in. You saw the Malefic Gun picked up now too for Sano, so he's got a little bit more range to work with here, but this could be the push-in now for Team Falcons to go ahead and end this game. Now, if they overstep a bit, make some questionable choices, there is a chance that the Huns keeps themselves into this game. A good defensive item here for Yuki too. Wind of Nature now available. He's going to definitely need that in this base defense, so they'll clear out what they can. That Lord is going to come down the mid lane for Team Falcons, who's sitting on a 6,000 gold lead at nearly the 14-minute mark. So Yuki holding down the mid. Cuffin, again, keep an eye on him. He's got his own Fatal Links. They look for it. Conceal is going to be used. Bottom turret's going to go down. A Black Dragon form comes through from Sanji.
They're trying their best. They're looking for an opportunity to mistake. Glorious Pathway is already down, revitalized as well. RWM is being unleashed. Purify coming in for Genny, just make sure he lives. Cuffin in trouble, he dies! Yuki now might have an opportunity, but the turnaround is just a little good as well. Sanji ends up losing his life. Still meta peels perfectly. Kenny and now Yuki with the front liners will have to work together as I get one more in Boyet. A flop coming in from Falcons Mina.
The Huns will make it happen on the base defense. Yuki staying alive is so important for the Huns. And now they've got some momentum to work with. An orange buff going to Yuki. They're ready to take down at least the tier 1 in the mid lane here. But Team Falcons, 6,000 gold up earlier, now diminished down to 4. But it's the threat of Yuki and still meta. They're looking to potentially take some more from Team Falcons. And this is exactly what the Huns needed to turn this game in their favor.
Yeah, unfortunately for Falcons, with the lead that they had, they needed to force scenarios underneath enemy turrets. They needed to force scenarios by the inhibitors if they want to get some real value. Whether they lose or win, the reward is so much more worth it than the risk. But they're doing it so late in the game now that the Hans, they don't mind. They can basically fight forever. Their whole composition is designed to fight for long periods of time. Falcons are heavily ult dependent. Obviously, there's some who can sustain the fights a little bit longer than others, but their key players have the big ults.
Yeah, looking at this again, you know, it's just... This is also in territory, as you see how much damage OU has taken. This is something that the Atlas does so well. You know, you're able to go ahead and just be that tank, provide that vision, but have the threat of a Fatal Link, so... Oh, they're gonna go.
Okay. Glorious Pathway to try and slow them down, and now the Black Dragon form as well. Yuki is actually going for the recall in the middle of this as they found the interception. Kenny! They've got to stop it. They can't let Kenny keep getting caught by this again and again and again.
He killed Kenny. Right, it's one of those moments, basically. He burned his flicker too. And now the Lord is up. And without Kenny, Team Falcons will easily go ahead and secure themselves this Lord. Unless some miracle play is potential here for Yuki, but it looks like Lord's going to be secured easily. And now, once again, they find themselves on the defense. They got hold on to one base turret, man. Can they replicate what they did previously?
I don't know. Really depends. Really depends. Kenny back from the dead already. Now they're going to have to defend this. I think they should. They've got the wave clear, right?
They have the wave clear, yeah.
They've got Bankai to slow down waves. They've got OU to slow down waves. They've got Kenny as well as Yuki as the main wave clearers. I think Falcons, Boyette, he's going to have to try and make a... Oh, okay. Now he can't make a play. He's literally lost all of his health. He's got the Guardian Helm, to be fair, so he's going to start healing up soon, but I don't think that's a very healthy amount.
Oh, Lord's already going to be worked on. They're trying to hold on.
Oh, the counter play. Heavy spin to knock him the opposite direction. Great play from Boyette as the RWM comes out there looking to go for the end game, but no, the fight is still happening. Can somebody hit the base or something? Because what we're seeing right now is too much. Sano out of there, swaps items, and now Cuffin able to finish off the rest. Sano, please. Okay, loses his immortality. He's coming back up. The wave is there. Nobody hit the base.
Oh, and it's a shutdown on Sano too, and the base is still up. Kenny and Yuki will be enough to clear out these waves with a quarter of health, but they've got enough. And they hold on by a sliver. But man, Team Falcons, what's going on here?
Bro, I don't know. I'm feeling lucky to watch this game already, but so far, 21-11, we are getting a high kill count so far. Hey, I know we're the 30 gang here on the desk, but we didn't have to represent it with the current KDAs.
Hey.
That's a total of 32 kills overall this game.
Are we the 30 gang?
Hey, man, last game, how many kills were there? It was like 39 to 42, okay? I'd rather keep it to 30 gang than 40 gang.
Eventually, we might still be here.
Let's
look at this replay here again. This is what we're talking about, though, man. Bankai goes down here. Team Falcons has a Lord at a quarter of the health. They could try to lock on the space, but they get Fatal Linked. They have their own Fatal Links, and it was just a mess to try to push into that base to get the win.
Dude, Sano could have just walked to the left a little bit, hit the base, and it would have been over. Yeah. It would have been over, but they wanted to extend this. They wanted to extend this. And now, let's see at the current state of events, because so far, despite everything that has happened, and despite a little bit of a throw from Falcons, it's not the end of the world. Some teams don't have inhibitors. Other teams still have all their inhibitors.
Yeah, that's the advantage they have, man, you know, but the Huns, the way that they're playing, I think even without their base turrets, Gideon, they might surprise us still. Team Falcons, they have a clear advantage from this. Lord's going to come up in 20. They should have a clear green light to the Lord to secure it. But I'm wondering up to this point, too, as long as Kenny is able to stay alive here, he's so integral to the Huns' fighting potential. Because everything we've seen so far hasn't been this clear-cut team fight from the Huns. Yes. It's just been this, oh my goodness, everything is happening. Let's make use of what we have and also punish the mistakes that Team Falcons have been making. This might be the first time that we actually see this team fight break out.
Team fight might not... Well, should it be forced just yet? Paquito is a little late to this fight, and Falcons are going to go for the reset. However, top side has already been set up for a bit of a slow push. So it's kind of a 50-50 here because the position from Falcons is on the southern side.
Oh, they're there. Conceal's coming through on the backside. They're going for Kenny.
It might be a big pick here. Oh my goodness, they cut the escape routes off, and Troll has an insane path. Still bet against the Lord! And now the rest of the team is going to lock them out. Bankai in trouble. He goes down, loses immortality, and Troll holding on to 3 members as Kenny is looking for Sanji, who manages to get back out. No, it hits, but they want to continue. They don't go forward. They're going to kite backwards towards their base.
Oh man, still meta. Getting that Lord is the clutch moment of this game so far. They secure that. Team Falcons lost Troll. Mind you, he tanked so much damage. And the Huns did everything they could to protect Kenny this time. But I'll tell you what, with this Lord, this Evolved Lord marching towards the base of Team Falcons, the Huns are in a position to go ahead and knock down some of the turrets. We'll see how they play this out. Team Falcons want them out of this side of the map, out of the jungle here. This tier 2 turret mid lane, though. Yuki's got it. He's going to go try to knock this down. RWM!
Oh, the Blaze Do It coming up to Sano might just be good enough here. Oh, still not enough. Yuki able to push him back just in time. Kenny in trouble losing his immortality. But the Blaze route is good. Yuki finds Cuffin. RWM coming out from Kenny to take down Sanji. So close, but unfortunately not enough as the base might just be in some trouble here. Huns, they are backing wait, actually Falcons, they're backing off. This entire time, the Lord has been pushing.
The Lord has just been slow pushing himself, walking his way to the base of Team Falcons while that team fight broke out that they decided to go for. And now the mid turret, it's going to be knocked down here. They're trying to hold it down. Retribution used to clear it out, but now Lord will charge up top.
Yeah, but now Revitalize coming out of Troll. They need, Yuki is dangerous. They cannot take the piercing damage here. Boyette's going to have to try. Slow things down. They should be able to clear out this Lord. No issues, but now Heavy Spin comes on through. Focus on that Lord. They lose out on Boyette. Blazing Do It is already out. They're trying to clear those waves, but Yuki says, no, I will not make the same mistake. The Huns turn this around.
Yuki won't make the same mistake. Just dashes on forward, locks on the base. The Huns again, just like from the last game, they were in the depths, and they crawled out of it in this one to get a big win for them, setting themselves apart against Team Falcons in this one. What a game from the Huns.
This was a very interesting BO1 between the Falcons and as well as the Huns. If they decide to give up on their professional careers, they can become scriptwriters because they could have made one hell of a movie with just that game.
Dude, that was a game, right? It looks like the first batch, it was all just stomps. Now with the 30 gang here, it's all about a comeback. What a game. What a game. And let me just say, Yuki, with that kind of performance, usually the follow-up to that is to get an email where it says, are you willing to relocate?
Are you? Yeah,
right?
Hey, I just want to say, too, thank you for getting my reference.
Yes,
you know,
South Park.
Hey, they got Kenny, man.
They got Kenny. If you guys don't get it, Kenny somehow, some way, he's immortal.
Yeah, he's
immortal. But he always dies every episode. It's like, oh no, Kenny's dead.
Yeah, every single episode.
Oh my god. Oh my god,
it's
Kenny's
great.
dead.
They really had to, actually, in that one of the last team fights there, though, too, they really had to protect Kenny. Because that's what I was saying. The fighting into the real-world manipulation was so important for the Huns. And some of those choke points around the jungle. And that's why you saw them throw everything for it. Troll, at the end of the game, you could see some of the frustration on his face, man, because Troll was trying to make things happen in that last kind of team fight that happened. Also, props to Still Meta for getting the Lord secured.
Yeah. Like you said, that was the clutch moment, right? If he didn't catch that, they might not be able to end the game then and there. And let's talk about the good defense that the Huns had over and over and over again, where again, it just kind of feels like for Falcons, they're forcing, but they're not forcing the right things, right? They're forcing unnecessary attempts. Like you said, Gideon, just move a little bit to the left, attack the crystal, and this game might have been over.
Okay, but I feel like that was the point of contact, right? But before that, as they're trying to creep up on them to actually go for the heart strike with the knife, they're losing fingers, right? Like the Boyette is just taking unnecessary damage in these moments. And I feel like the Falcons totally forgot how Moskov works. It's like, oh, maybe we should just stand in one straight line. Oh, no, the penetrative damage. Oh, who would have guessed?
Hey, let me stand behind the Lord. I'll be fine.
I'll be fine.
He will tank it for me.
Why am I taking damage? Why is this not being blocked?
Dude, Yuki just straight up became John Wick at the end, right?
Yeah.
He was finding some like really insane tactical multiple angles to like somehow hit Sano,
Yeah.
forcing him to like BMI in really awkward spots.
And you know Yuki's like, no, I do my own stunts.
That's basically it. It's so insane that Hans were able to come back from this game where there are really so many ways for Falcons to actually just say, all right, GG, go next.
Yeah, and is that going to be the story for the next two best of ones? One team is going to control, like, what, 14 minutes of the game?
And then
all of a sudden, a comeback story.
They
I
got
don't know, man.
Dude, there has to be some kind of conspiracy if all the other remaining games goes that way, though.
Lizard
we got to talk
people.
to Freddie about this. Like, Freddie,
We
what
have
do
to,
you
yeah. Freddie, are you? Is
this
supposed to be
scripted? What's going on? What's going on?
Like, how far do we want to push this conspiracy? We going Shadow Illuminati or Lizard People? One or
the other.
Yeah, it's one or the other.
Which one is more popular in Paris?
Oh, tough question.
Is it the lizard people?
Well, I mean,
know.
they're really into SCPs in French.
Hey, you know what? SCPs.
Either way,
one of SCP 029.
Oh, yeah,
That's not bad.
That's right.
That's
not
a good
bad.
one.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
That's a good one. That's a good one. We're all gonna agree here, and hopefully the audience, if they don't know about it, it's an Easter egg for them to figure out. But
Yes.
either ways, I don't know about you, but it feels like teams, when they look at the meta, and especially when they look at some of the bigger regions, I think they fail to see some of the conditions here, right? Because these games are dragging way too long. It's going into 11 minutes. We should be forcing the end game at 8.
Well, with that being said, we will be going for a break. That's like our 6th best of 1. We're jumping into the 7th after this. So we're going for a break, but when we return, we'll see what is just going to be a whole comeback story the entire day. We'll see you guys after the break. Now, what are the chances the next game will also be a comeback game? I actually think it's quite high. Welcome to the EWC 26 here in Paris. This is Mobile Legends Bang Bang Wildcard. My name is Afel. Alongside with me is Getting Q as well as Naisu, where you guys started out the shift with a pretty long game.
Yeah.
And it had another one. And then both games were comeback victories, but this time it's the Mongols going up against KOG. Both are pretty solid teams. Mongols hasn't had good luck so far. They were okay.
They were okay, but I would say this is my highlight for the day.
Really?
I think this was my highlight match for the day.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's fair.
You're my highlight for today.
Thank you. You're also.
And you, Gideon. The other guys, they're like, they're just like, okay.
They're all right.
Yeah. Athletic fingers.
Is that really what she said?
Yeah. And then she quickly goes like, flickers.
I'll just say yes, because over in the Philippines, in MPL Philippines, I say the athletic flicker.
Yeah.
So I don't know where the finger came from.
no, because she was keep touching the cough button.
Oh, because she kept hitting the cough button.
I kept messing with it. No.
She plenty of times.
Late. It was late, wasn't it?
But then she got the timing at the fourth game.
Hey.
Honestly, speaking about these timings, I think that so far, as much as this is your highlight match for KOG, I'm pretty excited for Thailand actually like coming back to the international stage. And yes, 30 gang plus 30 gang over on the opposite side.
32 represent.
32 represent.
It's just, I think that KOG is coming in more of the favorites despite their region re-entering the scene once more compared to the Mongols who've tried multiple times.
They're very strong, man.
They are. I think a lot of people were excited when they first announced MSL Thailand, and then they had their first event, first season.
MSL,
yeah, MSL, and then I think also with this, just in general, like they've always been very strong in competitive games, and I think if you go back, what is that? That's like 9 years since we saw one of the winners from. Thailand for the first MSC.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we're that old, man.
Here's in 2017, now it's 2026.
Yes.
It's almost a decade,
It's almost a decade. That's why when you said maybe by 40, like it will still be here. Maybe another 10 years, LaFell, you got it.
I hope, but if it goes either way, live, die, I accepted it.
Yeah.
It's fair. It's a fair argument to have, especially when like you have veterans trying to kind of garner this newer generation of Thai superstars coming out from the MSL Thailand. And I think that, 33 has always been a natural leader. And I think most people don't tend to, they miss that fact. He is an incredible teacher.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Experience teaches you a lot. Like, for example, don't stand in a straight line against a Moskov. Maybe 33 can let them know. Yeah. It's like, maybe one of you is to the left, the other one is to the right.
I wonder. Now I'm thinking about it, I'm like, I wonder if he's like, back in my day, we didn't have these mechanics,
bro.
Like the old MLBB when first MLBB was released.
Hey, back in my day, Lorita can block turret shots.
Back in my day, the only counterplay to Harith was Lunox.
Yeah.
Back in my day,
we had no
Turtle
junglers.
wasn't there.
That's so true. Oh my God.
I think, by the way, we all stick with the back of my day because we all started playing at the same time.
We did. And I think that
we're oldie but goodie.
Yeah. It's oldie but goodie, but at the same time, it really just goes to show that like people can get into this game and not have like a lot of experience, not only in MOBAs, but just like the in-depth side of the game and still perform well.
That's actually a thing though, because I think what he stands for, because there's always a lot of talk in competitive play, like, oh, older players will fall off.
Yeah, the mechanics isn't there.
Yeah, they can't keep up with, the median age of our players out there. But I think this is something to be said. Like, yeah, it can happen. I mean, they're a very strong team. 33 is a strong player himself.
And we got to give shout outs to Mundan. They create a lot of heroes that you don't have to be good with your fingers. Like CC, you press your first ability and then you walk. High loss, you press your second ability.
That's true. Who would be the easiest
and then
hero?
You walk.
Who's the easiest hero?
How can it not be high loss?
No, I mean, like, let me tell you. How many clips online where Beller can go AFK and he get kills?
Ooh.
Because of his passive?
I think, yeah. I think it's subjective, like, in terms of no skill, like high loss, CC, some would argue Zushin.
Yeah, but all the mains of those heroes are going to argue and say, no, there is definite skill here.
Fine, let's talk about the hard ones. Argus.
Yeah.
Till they changed his ultimate.
Then you don't even have to press
you don't even have to press it anymore.
I don't know. I feel like
Argus has AI installed.
He does. Honestly,
Jarvis.
Honestly, that might be the next generation of the of MOBAs in the future, where you just teach AIs to battle each other, right? But either way, I still think that right now in the current game state, it's just the entry level is good enough for a lot of these younger players, but it's great to have these veterans to kind of solidify good fundamentals. And that's what we need right now in a meta that's so aggressively fast.
Imagine one day they made Ling.
Yeah.
After you use your ult, you press one ability, say the second skill,
and you do all 4 dashes. I knew it.
I already knew this was going. And he'll change his name back to Ling Stillman.
Anyways, right now KOG is going to be the first pick, batting out the Arlet instantly. Mongols batting out that Matilda. And it looks like both teams are taking their time a bit, discussing on what to ban out. Especially because we've seen quite a few games already coming in from both. KOG, if they still continue banning out all the EXP laners, maybe it's not specific against VSG. It's just like 33 needs a bit of help.
Is he somebody who needs that little bit? I mean, possibly. I think there's definitely an angle there. But also, like, Arlet, I kind of get, right? The way that the Mongols have been playing, and especially with so many picks up, not only the Baxi alongside with the Fredrin, it just feels like Arlet is kind of a no-brainer in these senses.
KOG ban like they're from red side.
You know what? That's true.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right, it makes you think.
Oh, yeah, I'm sitting here thinking about that now.
Does that mean that they only have one linear line of play?
Let me just say this. Every time I think 33 will pick up the CC, he does.
Is it so it's first pickable?
No.
Let's see if it gets banned here.
That's smart. That's smart.
One step further. Gotta go one step further every single time here.
It might get banned, it might not. But, I mean, even though, like, we've seen what the Mongols are capable of doing in a turnaround. You think about how much they were able to go ahead and hold tight, even after being pressured in the early game against VSG. That's one thing that is a threat in...
this has to be first pick Akai.
It has to be. Fredrin was the last man?
Wait until they lock it CC again.
CC first pick.
Nah. I mean, like, you already banned out the Boxia as well as the Fredrin. If you first pick the Akai here, yeah.
Perfect. So they find their angle. 5 times picked already, and this might just want to be the first few times that we're seeing, hey, some side is going to get a tank jungler, you're going to have to figure out a way around it.
So now, in terms of counterplay, sometimes we see Eve Claude here.
I would say Eve Claude, probably.
Right? Like, that's the safest opener.
Yep.
Is there something else that we have to consider?
I mean, they're showing Jushin here, but then Atlas is... Oh, wait, never mind. They pick up Atlas. This is a slightly different opening compared to the Eve Claude. Yes, it's like, again, they're generally safe openers, but definitely, you can see that the Mongols, they're going to be playing for team fight. Like, very clearly team fight.
So KOG Eve Claude?
I think...
With the Akai,
Eve is okay.
Yeah. Could work.
Eve is pretty good against the Zushin. And then Claude's just a cool guy.
Claude's just the guy right now. He's the guy.
He's the guy. Yeah.
There's not much.
He's the poster boy for marksman.
Currently.
Yeah, I think it's has to be. Oh, all right. I don't like the fact that teams are like, oh, we see Atlas, that just means we gotta go for the Valentine, because now it allows Mongols to actually double up on... Oh.
Valentina Cho, though.
Oh.
Very interesting.
What were they going to double up on?
I thought they were just going to double up on like on just bigger and badder alts every single time, right? Just overload the Valentina every single time she tries to make an attempt with the Fatal Links.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those cases, like you said, though. Once you see that Atlas, some teams are just like, you know what, we'd like the Fatal Links too.
Not a bad idea.
It's kind of cool alt, you know?
It's a sick alt.
Yeah.
But this is genuinely concerning, because with the way that both teams have kind of opened it up, and you can tell that KOG is like, yes, we are team fighting, but we also want to make sure that you have to take Purify so we get the Cho first. Then Harith gets locked in on the opposite end, and now it's like, what do you do?
Let's bring the question. KOG, do they ban out the Yi Sin Shin? That's one of the winners for Mongols.
I think banning out the Yi Sin Shin is necessary. I think there's also an argument to also ban out the Phoveus.
Phoveus.
But then I'm wondering, too, what does ZXOR end up playing if the because the Baksha and Fredrin are already out, and we're most likely expecting the YSS ban. Yeah, so it's like, what is the next order going to play here? Are we going to potentially see him pick up
a Amon?
Might be a bit
I
hard.
would say maybe that. Maybe is there still room for a Harley? You know.
I'm gonna say what my mom always says. There's always room for Harley.
Your
My
says that?
mom has a very weird saying. just roll with it, you know.
Okay. She's an OG as well. She plays as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's just say that. Yeah. I don't know. This is one of the weirder drafts I've seen. We see the Claude. We also see Yuzong also getting banned out here. More focused towards the EXP. Finally, the Phoveus gets banned out here.
Yeah, Phoveus narrowing down some of the XP options still. I mean,
Could have been Lapu?
This is a lot. Yeah, if you think about the amount of XP bans going out, left open. What
They
are we
love
going to see the
33s.
XPs?
I'm thinking Lapu. I could see a world where they want to get rid of either a Terizla or an Alice.
Yeah, I can see that as well. But especially against like the hat, it's already difficult to catch him when you already force him to go for the Purify. Now you just need another way to like get it out of him somehow.
That's what we expected.
Yeah, as we expected.
Yeah, kind of narrows that choice for ZXOR. Again, there's a lot of bans here towards that XP and the jungle. Harara, I would say they are going to run it back.
Not bad, not bad.
Here's what I don't like.
What do you
They
not
like to pair Hirara with skill-based damage dealers.
Yes.
Like, before this was Granger, now it's Harvey. Harvey is stronger than Granger, yes. But I would always prefer Carry or Moskov, anything so that you're just buying enough time for the basic attacks to come in.
I agree, but also I think that in this particular circumstance, they needed. I feel like their mid laner, if it was Yve, it might have been a little bit better because then you can proactively set up a scenario
Maybe
where Hirara could go for a clear, or even. I don't know so much about the Kimmy. The Kimmy has to take Purify in these cases.
Okay, so now for KOG, what are they looking out for?
KOG
is it
up.
CCable?
It still might be. I mean, think about the XP bans that are out. Oh, the Sora's still there. Sora and the Moskov.
This is so strange. This is really, really strange.
The pattern was very odd.
Yeah, they're like, okay, I feel like they already had an idea of what the composition already was, and they didn't have to adjust too much on the fly because they just really just doubled down. Hey, EXP laners, that's 4 out of the way, and then we also get rid of the Yishin Shin. It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. And they go blind Sora.
All right, last pick here, too, for the Mongols.
Probably Lapu. Oh, Alice, even better.
Yeah. Because I really feel like their composition would not do well against a diving tank. But with that being said, I am interested to see how Mongols is going to make this draft work. I have my doubts. So I want to see how it actually plays out. So now, Nice as well as Gideon. I don't want to give any kind of thoughts. I'm just going to give it over to you guys and all the best. Wait, is that too much?
Hey, thank you. Thank you. We'd love to hear your thoughts, but we'll do our best here with this one. Again, it's me, Naisu, Gideon, to bring you our match 7. We're here, day 1 of the wild cards for MSC. We have 2 matches left for the day, including this one. So here we are, coming down to it. The Mongols, if you missed their previous game when they did play against VSG, they had a rough start to the game, but man, they held on. They turned the game over on its head, and they got the dub. And now for KOG, one of the favorites, I'd say, for the wild card, they're going to be facing up against the Mongols, who technically have some momentum, but we'll see this. Gideon, what do you think of the drafts here?
Oh, I don't know. I've been thinking about it for a little while. As much as the order has been really, really strange, they have to have some kind of set play here. Because there's a lot of different tools on both sides that actually counter each other if used correctly. So I think it's about just baiting it out early on. Speaking about baiting it out early on, Nile taking way too much damage here and is going to be forced to use an early regeneration for the time being. And Mumu, I think for the laning phase, it should be totally fine. I am a little worried about the team fights later down the line. First turtle is where things are going to get interesting.
You worried for the Mongols with their composition, or?
Honestly, I'm worried about both sides. Like, I could see an angle where Mumu tries to go for like an ult Flowing Blood play and then just get pushed away by KZen, or maybe even 30-30 if he's in the wrong angle.
Oh, ZXOR just got the mobility there with the dashes.
Oh, it's good. Might be good, might be good. Zexora should be able to get the damage down. He's got more abilities than most people can actually deal with and is able to lock down too. They can't catch up to Nile, but they also successfully go for the invade. So things, first blood going over to the Mongols, everything that could have gone right for them just went right.
That's one of the things about the Harara, right? Like the way that we're seeing it played and executed by some of the teams already at day one is this kind of finesse. It's kind of like this maneuverability that the hero provides. You of course have your damage, you know, you have that little bit of interaction with the iframes and everything, but it's one of those things where if you're the opposing team against a Harara, especially early on, it's like you kind of have to be really cautious of the moving in and out of the team fight, and it's just kind of elusive in a way. And I think that's one of the big things about Harara, the way that she approaches the early game. Now, eventually, when we get to mid to late game, it kind of struggles a bit, right? You need a little more support from the team. You need a little bit more finesse on the way you go into these fights. But now that this turtle's up, and Mongols have garnered themselves a very slight lead, we'll see if they're able to go ahead and secure this. Makey is holding on to that level 4. He got the kill earlier on. Nile will take some damage here. ZXORA will start this turtle, but it looks like KOG wants to fight this one out.
Yeah, I mean, the position isn't too great. Momo's trying to get in there. Might want to consider popping it all sometime soon, but the heavy spin is already out, so he's just holding on to it. Spear connects. Looking for an opportunity again from Now, but Zexora is going to find the first turtle of this game. If they're able to take out Now, that'd be great, but it looks like Nile really overestimating the passive coming in from this Atlas, forced to flicker away, and Mumu says, no, you're not moving. You are not going to escape from me.
Good usage of the Gleam there. Mumu didn't even have to flicker to go ahead and capitalize a kill on Nile. So they get themselves the turtle. Mongols also get themselves another kill on the board. They garner themselves now 1,000+ gold up to this point in the early game. That's great for their composition that we were talking about. And now we'll see. We have to keep track of ZXORA where he decides to go. Look at the lead he has right now in terms of level advantage against Kaizen. Kaizen will go ahead and get his purple. Hits that level 5. ZXORA still going and farming up. Now you have to start to look where can KOG find a pick-off potential with Nile once he has the level 4 available to him, which should be shortly here. But right now it's trying to hold down the XP in the jungle.
Yep, I think that unfortunately for the XP laner, that's kind of a dead lane. Nothing is happening there ever. KOG want to lead in to Payan and make sure that they can protect him as much as they possibly can. And so therefore, Mongols, the most reasonable strategy is, hey, you actually clear slower than me. I'm going to take your camps. And if I happen to kill you, I'm going to be able to convert that to a level lead. And so far, that level lead has been doing wonders for them. Now, the last problem that they have is the conversion.
Yeah.
Now that you have the lead, can you get something? And they find it in Killer Nile. They're looking to attack that mid lane as they've already invaded that top side. Let's see the bleed over.
Man, that's just a lot of damage early on. Nile feeling it, too. 2 deaths now sitting here, you know, just getting his level 4 pretty much. And you know, now you're thinking, are we in a position to actually fight and follow up?
All right, 33, he's already in it. They're trying to kill Ox here. Ox, does he have his ult? Yep, he's ready to go, and he looks for the counter engage with the fatal attempts with the fatal links, but fortunately he doesn't get enough. Way of the Dragon comes on through as well as Makey is able to peel perfectly. And guess who gets a, oh no, unfortunately, unable to trade. I thought Bayan was going to at least steal an assist there, but it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of the Mongols.
Man, ZXORA threading the needle, staying alive in the Harara here. You know, able to kind of, again, that's what it is. He maneuvers through these fights, he pumps out his damage, he gets out. The rest of the team kind of follows through. That might have been even a better team fight if the spear would follow through from Payan, but still, he has to deal with K here up in that gold lane, and there's just nothing favorable happening right now for KOG. This turtle is going to be secured by the Mongols. You know, ZXORA hasn't even gone back to base. He's just got control of things and will make it happen mid lane.
Oh, the fatal links pulls in Kaizen, forced to use the heavy spin. Makey almost getting about 5 stacks, but doesn't get the pull. And now we see that Nile has to take the damage from it. KS Ox is going for the Pan, knocks him away by some time, but he still loses his support. He missed out that tempo, and now that should be technically tier 1 breaking if Mongols keep committing to this top side.
Man, Gideon, ZXORA has figured out to make Harara work the best, I would say, so far that we've seen today. It seems to be very clean with the way the team is supporting him as well. And they're just winning across the board. I mean, that lane up top, gold lane is going to be favored now. 4K gets the turret knocked down, so Payan delayed more on this Moskov to scale up to that Trinity that he needs. right now, Mongols, I mean, this is a very strong lead that we haven't seen too much of. Nile goes for the kick.
Okay, Way of the Dragon on towards K's side. All right, Zemenforce, and now they're committing to the heavy spin, and Zora unfortunately can't do much about that, but now they're looking for trades. Makey, he's thinking about it. He could ult over the wall here, but instead he's going to take his time as they lock one down. Zora takes out KZ. Now looking for Nile. Zed, he needs to peel. Unfortunately, loses his boy in the process, and now the Fatal Link stolen away as they get 33 into the middle of it. And now, with one back into Ox, he wants to go a little bit further, pops the ult for the iframes, forced the flicker away so he doesn't get traded back, and Momo, he's done enough. They walk away 2 for 1 in favor of the Mongols again.
Oh man, good response from KOG to try to get something out of that, but man, they might lose more as this purple buff is going to be taken. ZX Zora grabs that, and you know, it's one of those things where sometimes KOG doesn't have a choice. They're almost in these situations where they've already expended some of the resources, especially battle spells or ultimates, and they just kind of have to force this fight against Mongols, and it's just not favoring them right now. Nile feeling the brunt of it, you know, sitting there. He doesn't have a full item yet, right? He's got to go ahead and build up into that. He's got a little bit of magic resist, a little bit of physical resist, but he's died 5 times. He really hasn't been able to capitalize on the Way of the Dragon kicks, and they're just desperately trying to hold on to their jungle XP and buffs.
Yep, getting very involved here.
Oh, so close on that.
Very close, but not enough. So far, the snowball continues for Mongols. They have full control of basically everything across the map, and more importantly, the fact that Zixora 2 items in. He's got the War Axe. Oh, hold on. Underneath the turret, they're not safe. Zed in trouble. Makey takes Zed out, no problem. But now in the back line, we see that now trying his best to turn things around. As you can see, Zixora sustaining through the pain, sustaining through the power. What are you gonna do when it comes for you? Makey pulls one back as Ox looking for an opportunity to actually follow up on this, gets his assist, and Mumu says, hi, goodbye. Ox secures the kill.
That is a wipeout at the 8-minute mark. The Mongols come in swinging. Harara comes through for ZX Zora, and they take everything off of that wipeout. They'll take a tier 2 down bottom. They're looking to take another in the mid. Man, the Mongols are on something different in this game against KOG.
I know. Unfortunately, the backliners are a little too weak to deal with the raw snowball damage coming in from Zixora, especially when he's got stacks from the War Axe. In the meantime, at least K, he's having the time of his life. He's only died once. He's got 5 assists. He would have liked to turn those 5 assists into 5 kills, but hey, you only get so much.
And I don't know, being able to fight. Oh, man, look at Zed. Oh!
Dodges it with the iframes, and now Flicker from Momo gets set once again. The counter engage is beautiful as he sustains through 2 waves in the middle of their base. Makey there to watch, and K very happy with their performance. Bayen, he's out of there. He's like, nah, I don't want to be part of this.
The finale. Oh, and into the base they go. 33rd. 33 will go down. ZX Zora's godlike. Give him a double.
Oh my goodness, he's 8-0-8. This man, he's making some hard beats here against KOG. He's gonna go again. Yep, he's gonna find Zed. Unfortunately, Zed able to dodge out of that now. Way of the Dragon. Unfortunately, Zixora using the iframes just a little too soon.
They've had enough.
They're done. They're like, we're sick of it. You only have 4 abilities. I'm sure we can make a hard read on one of them.
Oh man, they've had enough. Now they're gonna be looking for more here. Pushing.
They're trying. They're absolutely trying here, but K now terrified. Ooh, has to use the Purify to get on out of there. Can't get the angle, and K Zen. Beautiful heavy spin, covering the perfect angles.
Okay, the Mongols are massively ahead, but they don't want to take too many mistakes off of that. I mean, this is now a couple big shutdowns, big amounts of gold going over to the members of KOG, and they could use this to get themselves slowly back into this game. The problem is, with the Lord being up, and now the Mongols kind of going into this kind of force reset after really threading through that base push. They've got a clear light for this Lord, but they want to go ahead and continue to punish.
Fully itemized here. Trinity not done yet, unfortunately, for Payan. But K, he's ready to ball. He's got the Holy Crystal. He's down a clown with the rest of his team at this point.
Oh man, let's see if they do it here. Centered up around.
That looks good. Wait, the engagement? Oh, no. What? Momo, he was already on top of Payan, and now they're getting into accept Ox. He needs to find something to terrify his good, but unfortunately, he buffered in the Fatal Links and gets nothing. Nile goes down, but they're not done just yet. 33 down as well for the count as K is just a little too strong to deal with it. KZN unleashes the heavy spin a little too late, and now gets pulled into this. Minions pushing into the base. Fatal Links already through. Zed can't do it. Zixora says no with a double to close out this game. right at the 10-minute mark. They get it done. 10 minutes, 58 seconds.
One of the best games so far we've seen here from a Hirara, if not the best. What a clinical performance from ZXOR and the rest of the Mongols here in this game against KOG. I thought this was going to be a lot more closer than it was, man. But hey, the Mongols, they had their eyes set on the prize and they got it in this one.
ZXOR 10-1-10, 10K gold lead. Yeah, that was not a comeback. It looks like Hirara just needs some time to warm up. Mongols, they had their warm-up time, and this is where we see them, I wouldn't say peak, but this is the form that they wanted to show in the start of the day.
I'm so happy for ZXOR because coming into this Hirara game, if he didn't dodge those abilities, he would have been in a lot of trouble. So much trouble, as a matter of fact.
A whole lot of trouble, man.
Yeah, we got to talk about how in this game, it does look like KOG, they were uncomfortable. They were like, I don't want to say autopiloting. It's like, wait, what do we do again? It's like everyone's just a little bit lost.
I think you got to remember too, in those team fights, I know we'll see the highlights there in a bit. Dude, they were fighting them between tier 1, tier 2, and ZXOR was between tier 2 and tier 3.
No, that's why I kind of feel like having two CC heroes in mid, just to give Hirara the time and space to deal damage, because level 2 having 4 skills, you eventually have enough to kill someone.
Yeah, no, it was pretty crazy because, again, it's like you're comparing base damages to accessibility of skills. 4 skills compared to like the 50% extra base damage you see from people like KZen in the early stages of the game. But then you start to recognize that when you start adding people like Meiki, who makes it a lot more difficult and throws in more disruptions in your CC combo, it becomes a lot harder to execute.
Yeah, looking at this too, it's just... They knew the game plan from start to finish. The Mongols were all over the map. They were able to go ahead and really punish Nile. And this is one of those games where it's like, this is what I was saying when we saw the Cho picked up earlier on. It was like, Cho usually struggles, right? It's really difficult for teams to make it work in the current meta. This was one of those examples. A lot of these fights happened in between these turrets. The Mongols could choose to fight wherever they wanted to. And so when you don't have when you don't have the space that you want to work with your team composition, because one of the biggest threats is ZXOR, but then on top of that you have Ox on the Atlas, the Fatal Links are there. There's so much. And then when you're thinking about, oh, we've handled them, here comes Mumu with the Gleam, with the Alice, able to go ahead and even put more pressure. So this is just, again, a showcase of the entire game. And, I mean, they're in the base, taking out bodies.
I mean, well, what can I say? What can I say? Most people are a little uncomfortable dealing with Hirara. Like, it's hard to tell how far she can gap close, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. But also, that iframe, it's similar like to Lancelot, right? With Thorn Rose. Yes, it does damage, but it's always shocking when you see the iframe happen, and guess what? They're still max HP, and you're trying to figure out what happened there.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's just, at least they're up in spirits here. KOG knows that, hey,
we messed up.
We got to go next.
No, maybe they're like, hey, maybe we could use her on. That was fun. Because here's the thing. I feel like everyone is right and wrong at the same time.
Yeah.
You know, like for example, people say not enough damage. I kind of feel like that is correct. And people say like she has to play early game. That's also correct, but also kind of wrong. Because if we really break down the game, ZXOR tries to play the Hirara in the early game, but he never forced things out, right? He tries to get a safe trade and then nothing more than that. He doesn't like, okay, I got one, I'm going to go in again, I'm going to go in again. No, there's a finesse. Like I said, there's a finesse, and I feel like it's not a simple level 2 go in. There are, different timings. Level 2, you do this. Level 6, you do this. Like, you need to micro-plan the game before the game starts.
I totally get you. Because here, where we see the early game where they initially invade as the mid-trio, at level 2, you see that, hey, Akai suddenly hits level 3. At that point, most junglers would say, we need to back out. They actually decide to go back in further because they want to take advantage of not only the Hirara, but also the fact that they got the Zushin. Hey, I can go iframes, but I can also lock people down. So they just need to chain CC again and again and again.
And then just keep bringing them back, using that flare, bringing them back to secure the kills for ZXOR.
Reel them in.
Back. Just
reel them in. Pulling it out every single time.
It's nice because there's an Atlas there as well.
And he's like he's not. What'd you call him?
Is it an armored or an
armored
octopus
guy?
Calamari.
Let's talk.
Well, then
You
he'd
like
be
that
fried.
one.
He would be fried though if he was calamari.
I mean, well,
he's
I
not
mean,
fried, brother.
Yeah,
He's
well,
frying.
Hey, here's the thing. I'm looking at Eterna. It looks like she is with Mongols, and so let's throw it over to her to see like what they have to say after that win.
The resilience of the Mongols here come through once again. And congratulations, Zuxora. He said thank you. Oh, you want to talk in the mic? There you go. Thank you. Okay. So we want to talk to you about that victory because after your loss against FUT, you finally got back-to-back wins. How did you reset after that first loss?
Бүтэж дараас нь яаж рекорд хийчихэ.
Уусаа нэг олжсон ч гэсэн группээс хасдах болохоор тэгээд.
Yeah, so he says the 4 teams are advancing out of 5, so only one loss shouldn't mean that big of a shouldn't be that big of a deal. Shouldn't be that big of an issue.
Deal.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have that mentality. Where did that mentality come from?
Maybe confidence because we have good confidence in this wild card.
Okay, they have good confidence in this wild card. Now, who usually upbrings the team? Is it you? Do you usually motivate the rest of your team, or is there someone else behind the scenes? Maybe it's Coach Summer?
Яг тэгдэг хүн байхгүй тэгээд яг ингээ байдлаасаа юм уу тэгээд
It's very situational. Everybody
Okay.
does their own things. So
Okay. Who's the most lively in the team?
yeah,
Хоёлоо.
it's 2 of us.
Oh, it's 2 of you guys. All right. So I'm with the 2 most lively coming in from the Mongols. And, speaking of lively, again, we see another Hirara pick. The first time, it wasn't as great. But you finally were able to make it work. And now I think she's standing at a 75% win rate. And again, it's coming from another Mongolian team. So is this a hero that's exclusively for you guys? Or where did it come from? Could you talk to us more about the Hirara pick?
Хирара болохоор яг эхний гейм дээр болохоор яатсан маань. Эхний гейм дээр нөгөө жоохон дасаагүй юм утсан дээрээ дасаагүй тэгээд скиллээ жоохон алдаад суурсан. Тэгээд ер нь бол Хирараг би сайн пик гэж бодож байна.
Okay, so he says the very first game that we lost, we were adapting to our phones to the hero itself. So we were adapting. That's why we lost. But we still think Hirara is a very strong pick.
Okay, so we have a little bit of a mixed opinion here. I think some players think that Hirara is only strong in ranked. Do you agree with that? Or like, nah, she is strong.
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay.
She's strong.
She is strong. Okay. So maybe, do you have any tips to play the Hirara? Maybe for the rank public out there?
You need to save your passive skill and just kite the enemy. kite them. Yeah.
Okay. Kiting, and you need to save their passive. Is that right? Okay. So once again, congratulations with that victory. Do you have anything else you want to, share to the audience maybe?
Thank you for supporting us. Yeah, we will make it to main stage. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and we're waiting for you guys to make it to the main stage. Once again, congratulations, because we're going to throw it over back to our casters because we do still have one more best of 1.
Thank you very much, Eterna, as well as Xora and Summer. Another tip, kind of a small thing. If you want to play Hirara, you can go to the settings and actually make the first skill and second skill bigger and closer, so that it's less time for you to this. Yeah.
I bought the hero. I tried her, and I said, no, it's not for me. I'm just not good with two abilities. Man.
I don't understand this. This is the dedicated show player, and he's just like, 2 buttons. That's too much for me.
Too much for me.
Try Hirara roam.
You know what? I haven't tried that.
That doesn't sound like a half bad idea.
Because it is an actual thing happening, and people are getting success.
I should try it.
Speaking of success, congratulations to Mongols for winning that one. We're going for a break. After this is going to be the final best of 1 here in the Wildcards for day 1. Tomorrow we do have more 8 games, but for now, going to a break. We'll see you guys after the break. Talk about having a short break, huh? Because now we're back here, EWC 26, Mobile Legends Bang Bang Wildcard. This will be the final best of one for today. FVT Esports going up against VSP. Hopefully they recovered from the unfortunate loss we had earlier. My name is Fel. Alongside with me is Gideon as well as Naisu. And I hope no football gets over to my face.
Hey, don't worry. It's not going to connect. But so far, based on what we've seen in today's games, I don't know. Some people come in with a bicycle kick and take the game out from under people's feet.
I had to take a look at what you're talking about with the football, man.
Yep.
Hey, I used to be a football player. I used to call it soccer, too.
Yeah.
I don't anymore.
Thank God, all Asians out there. Yeah! Woo! We win! Finally!
So, let's talk about how JM should be super excited. Just because he sees an opportunity. You know, he's a good player. But again, a motto that we live by, just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Well, true, but at the same time, somebody's got to, it's going to sound bad, but somebody's got to leash him a little bit. They're going to be like, attack now!
JM?
Yeah! Because it's not like JM is making bad plays. It's just that the coordination isn't there. So he needs somebody to be like,
talk to his team.
Yeah,
Like,
signal
hey,
them.
Do you have enough stacks on the clock to get the damage done?
It's
Do the
like,
thing.
you know those games when you're using the manual communication buttons?
Yeah.
Maybe even that. Well, technically, MLBB has that too, Maybe we need to get more specific. What are they called? Command lines or something like that?
Communication wheel.
Maybe change the language from like Japanese to actually English, because isn't there Japanese ones?
Yeah, there are. They're actually, I would say, arguably the best voice pack that we have.
That's the ones I use.
You know what would be interesting? Instead of separating by language only, separate it by your generation.
What do you mean?
Like, for example,
yes.
Instead of attack the Lord. How would it sound like if it's like Gen Z?
I don't even start.
Yes, I want to. What is your Gen Z? Attack the Lord.
I don't know. I think
I need to feed the fire.
No. Stop it.
What is the Gen Z attack the Lord?
It's not going to make you any younger, even if you do say it. I'm just going to put that out there as you think about it. Because so far, I mean, based on what we've seen from the younger generation of FPT.
If you're signal to attack, right? Put it right in the bag, y'all.
Dude,
I might use that the wrong way.
That's a millennial thing.
Yeah, that's millennials.
You're one generation off.
Yeah. Oh, well,
good try. We'll workshop it.
We'll workshop it.
As Gideon was saying.
Yeah, no.
I think we're not the right generation to do this.
I think that, a couple of millennials here on the side of VSG and even FPT both are kind of understanding the scenario that they're starting to put themselves in, right? Both of which have gotten decently close at actually securing some pretty good games for themselves. However, I think that VSG right now is probably the ones who is like, let's end today good. We need that strong force coming into day number 2.
What I would like to see is VSG do what they did in the previous match, where they started off strong
and then stay that way, and clean up the mistakes, man. Like, you have to at this point. Again, day one's about to end, and already these things are falling into place for the wild card, right? This is why we talk about how important it is, how brutal it is for these best of ones. And I like the way that they controlled the early game. I like the way that they went through the mid game, but then it was just like, man, what's going on late game for them? I think that is the cornerstone of making VSG have this winning moment against this matchup here specifically. Yeah. Something that I would say a lot of casters have brought this upon when teams do this, which is they're being a bit undisciplined, right? And comes to the question, what do you mean by being undisciplined? Meaning to say that you're not waiting for the rest of your team to have the cooldowns necessary for you to launch a coordinated attack. It looks like, I'm ready, you guys better be ready when I go in. And then you go in, and then the team is like, we are not ready. This is not good positioning. This is not the good map placement, and we just don't have the item cooldowns.
As I like to call it, some of the people out there will get this. It's very Leroy Jenkins.
Yeah, very Leroy Jenkins.
Very Leroy
Jenkins.
I love it. I love it. Because again, I think that a lot of teams actually experience this in many different ways, but the important thing is they have to talk to each other. If you're doing things without saying anything to people, the onus is on you to make sure that it works.
Yeah. And I feel like let's start with Lord dances, right? Like,
yes, please, dear God.
Like try to establish a simple game plan. Like, Do we want to bait things out first? Do we want to pick off someone first?
Does that work for the Turtles though too? Like early on, or
I feel like early on VSP has got it quite well.
Yeah.
Is during those lore takes that they start. This might sound harsh, but maybe they underestimate their opponents.
You know what's kind of weird is so far, you don't see too many fights for the turtle. It's like something happened before where a team clearly has the clear take on the turtle. It is more so of the Lords right now, at least. Because I think, again, as we get through the wild cards, as we eventually get to the main stage, the meta and the way that it develops and the way that specific teams handle the current meta, I think is really the highlight of these international tournaments, seeing how they take their playstyles from all the regionals that we watch, all the qualifiers, to what's eventually showcased to us on the international stage is what is so fun to watch. I think not even just as casters, but also the viewers out there, they like to see the different playstyles. It's like a different personality pretty much showcased each time.
And then we go to the main stage where everyone just does the same thing.
Yeah. It all comes back. Okay.
This is why wildcard and MWI is so fun.
Yeah.
Because it's what we want. It's what we want.
Exactly. And again, this really comes down to the simple elements of high-level gameplay, right? You got to have the micro. Pretty obvious. You got to have the macro, a bit of brains. But the most important thing that most people don't realize is your attention. Attention and the visuals that you have on the map. If somebody's able to pull your attention for even 0.5 seconds, that means, hey, you're not looking at your own character when it gets one shot in that exact same amount of time.
Wait.
That's what they need to play with.
Is this Fredrin? Because
it's probably
Baxia Akai ban.
There's got to be. Like, I think that, honestly, out of both of these jungles, Fredrin is the most manageable only because there's very clear counter picks in the gold lane.
Like Gord and stuff as well.
Gord as well, carry an obvious one in these cases.
Yeah, again, too, you can see that Jushin was banned out. Psyche getting the first Savage of Wildcard in the first match today, if you guys had missed that one. And, you know, that was, again, Foot Esports has... They have the potential to go ahead and win this game based on the draft they pick up, based on the way that they've played and showcased that. And so, again, even for VSG, we talked about the struggles that they've had and the adjustments that they need. But Foot Esports, a team that has showcased a lot of strengths as well, they'll pick up a strong pick in itself. The Matilda, first pick priority.
This is interesting. It's not a bad idea. It's just that you got to make sure you pair it with the right jungler, right? If they're open to use something like, I don't know, a Balman, a Barats, you know, stuff like that, hey, maybe it can work.
I don't think it's a bad idea, but at the same time, I feel like this could be a potential bait, right? Because I think that FUT doesn't mind giving over VSG all the big tanks, right? Because I know Kazue, for a fact, is a dedicated assassin player. It's just he has to adapt to the meta.
And look at his VSG pick up the Paquito where the Freya is open as well. I wonder if they
idea.
Yeah, or, you know, try to fight it and let Freya go.
Actually, now that I think about it, maybe not necessary. Because again, you're already having to deal with a Matilda. There's no guaranteed way to keep people in that fight yet. So unless they pair it up with like, well, in this case, going to be Gord, I would have liked the Yve, but at the same time, it's a give and take.
This is interesting, too, that they decided to actually pick up the Gord this early on. I mean, I get the Paquito, but they could probably waited on the Gord a bit here. Maybe they also just didn't want to go in the hands of Psyche, so this was the response. You threw it out earlier, you know, the Fredrin, that's going to be the pick. This is something that we saw so much of before in previous internationals and even the meta, right? The Fredrin paired up with a Matilda, you get so much mobility. You're able to go ahead and engage on fights or disengage if you need to. Gives you good control around objectives. And then you also get a Freya, who's just a fighter in itself, who can hold her own and even be enough of a threat to kind of dissect teams on approaching things. So this is a good answer. I was waiting for this pick to come up. We mentioned the carry earlier on. Well, now we finally get it in this matchup.
Okay, now here's the risk here with the carry here on Red 3. Carry can be counterpicked in the lane itself. There are a couple of bad matchups, of course, but she will inevitably scale to the very end. The only other issue is whether or not they're going to find the single target lockdown, right? I think that's what they're missing here to make VSG's composition really come together. Cho, Kalia comes to mind straight away, but there's only 2 bans. So where do you lead them to go?
By the way, just something to put out there. FUT, they can flex this just a little bit because Freya can go gold, can go EXP.
Yep.
I prefer her in the EXP, but especially because you already have a Fredrin, right?
Yeah.
You can't just change and have a Yi and Shin for one reason or the other. But yeah, I agree with Gideon. Get rid of the Cho as well as the Kalia and not give the carry an easy time.
That's what they're looking for. Something big Because honestly, anything with big AoE style of engagements may not necessarily be as good. It's like, yeah, all right, sure, you buy some time, and they get away with Matilda, and then you still have a Freya to deal with.
Yeah.
Same problems are still going to be there.
Yeah, they're going to have to figure that out here. We'll see what they end up going. Kimmy was a ban for that 4th ban from VSG because that's usually what we see with the Fredrin, especially right now, and then you also pair up all that utility that a Matilda brings. You definitely want to take that out. So we might just see for the mid lane option, at least for Foot Esports, is maybe they do just go with, well, the Eve is actually already banned out. You have no Valentina. The Jushin's gone. Gord was picked up early on. So the choices
is Lilia.
Lilia.
If you want like continuous fighting, you know?
Yeah, like continuous amount of damage here.
I think
we might see something new. I mean, there's
Farsa
potential.
Farsa Ben is brand new.
I would like to see Farsa. I was about to mention it, but I think VSG, they caught me on it really quick. Because again, there's only a few people who can actually outrange the Gord, and in this case, Farsa would have been the go-to.
Maybe they want them to pick the Zetian.
Yeah, Zetian is also another option.
Like range-wise, you know what I mean? Like that's.
I agree, but there's nothing to disengage from is the problem. Like by the time it comes out, you ult, it's too late.
But also like late game, just having that information, is kind of crucial. You know, having a Matilda
stun.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Like you know where they are. Matilda can just bring someone with you, and then hey, maybe you can catch a target.
I suppose, but if that's the case, might as well play Yishin on the opposite side for VSG, right?
Kaja. Now that's very interesting, but this does live Kalia as well as the
Cho
Open. But yeah, those Boro had a pretty good Cho game. Let's put it that way. He had a pretty good Cho game.
Yeah.
Like the loss wasn't his fault. I would say it wasn't his fault.
Oh no. Oh no. Here, Red 4, most important pick. We got it. We got to see something here.
I feel like it's okay to pick up the Cho and then let your jungler be the surprise factor, you know?
Unless, well, now that Atlas is kind of out of the question, then yeah, I think that's fair. That's fair.
Minotaur.
Okay.
Actually, I like it. I'm a fan of Minotaur.
Is it just for the neutral takes, just to be able to kind of like, hey, if you're gonna sit on the Lord and not fight us, this is where we're going to beat you?
No, I think it's fight fire with fire. We have a hero that has Flash of the Oasis. We need one as well.
Yeah.
Right. This has the added advantage as well, where Freya jumps in, Fredrin jumps in, Minion Free knocks up everyone. Gives enough time for the carry to do stuff. Because imagine how scary it is, carry paired up with a support that has Flash of the Oasis.
Not only that, but you also have good, like, minor crowd controls with the Gord there, too.
And the damage of the first ability has been increased, making it, you know, in the lane trees a bit better.
It's a little bit better, but would you prefer that or Kalia? And I think this is the hard
Minotaur.
decision to make, man.
Yeah.
I think either way would have been fine. We do get to see the Moskov come out at the end of the day. And finally, the Lilia does come through. So again, we're building up towards this. These longer fights just work out a lot better for Foot. VSG come in, instantly kill. If they happen to kill the frontliners, then they move forward. If they don't, just back away.
Yeah. So what does this mean for the last pick here for VSG?
I'm thinking either Hirara or Suyo.
Oh, yeah?
Hirara
I think it's
or Suyo.
Aurora.
I think they see what we just saw from ZXORA.
Hanzo.
Hanzo.
Ooh, that's nice.
I'll take this other than the Hirara. At least we get to see something else.
Yeah.
Because now you can actually secure neutral objectives just a little bit easier, and the invades are actually kind of optimal for Hanzo. The question is mid lane going to have enough control? That's my problem.
Let me just say, I feel like on paper, FUT, very nice draft, right? I really like this draft, but hey, you like the Gord, I like the Minotaur. I want to see what VSG can do with this draft, so get it as well as Naizu. Last game of the day. Have fun.
And fun we shall have, LaFell. It's been one hell of a day to kick off MSC Wildcards, and this is actually capitalizing it even better. Now for the last game, we get some unique hero picks. The Hanzo. I'm not sure if I was expecting that or anybody watching around the world right now was expecting that. What do you think, Gideon? Is the Hanzo enough of a mix-up? Plus, I mean, even the Minotaur. Like, there's a lot of mix-up here for VSG.
Yeah, the Minotaur I'm a little more, like, confused about because I thought a more straightforward plan would have made a lot more sense. But in this particular case, I think that the Hanzo has been very interestingly suited for the meta. And I would have said that about Yishin as well, right? Because it's a battle of not only information, but how many camps can you actually take away from your opponents. And Hanzo is just one of those heroes that are especially good at walking into your jungle, taking away your money and walking away.
Oh, JM?
He should be okay here, right? He's got Flicker, they got Flicker, he flickers, and then XG decides not to, but he loses out like a good chunk of EXP.
Okay. very dicey in the early game. At least no one died against VSG's strat, what we saw earlier on. But taking a look at the emblems too. Interesting. Look how much speed you have in the Hanzo, but also the Warcry emblem here to capitalize out on that. Now, Hanzo just went through some recent changes, like a bit of a... Would we call it a buff? It kind of was like a buff, right?
Yeah, it definitely was a buff, right? He's able to now, be able to secure his own minions and neutral objectives if ever he wanted to. Yes, there is a little bit of a cap on it. Don't think about the numbers too much. It's still a good chunk with your retribution. But overall, I think really it's that goes for him. We need to see where he's going to try and initiate, because Matilda is always going to be a problem, right?
Yeah. He does hit level 4 rather quickly from Arteezy, but again, that's to be expected, especially with the speed of this Hanzo ability to jungle. We'll see if he actually tries to make a play here on RX. They've got the setup potential here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, RX instantly having to flicker out. Again, that light wheel is dangerous in the laning matchups.
Okay, meanwhile, might be some potential pressure by Foot Esports up top. Kazue is just going to go ahead and start the turtle. They've got a clear start for it. It looks like VSG will just give up the first turtle of the game as they look to try to capitalize down bot, but this is spotted out as well, so I don't think VSG is going to be able to convert anything down there.
Yeah, good choice coming in from VSG. Unfortunately, didn't find the interception, and I think that's the important part. And look at this response coming in from Foot. One man on each of the side camps, stealing away resources and taking the wave at the same time.
Oh, and they're going to be around the buff too.
Oh, they take it away, I think. He gets on out of there. Oh, look, at least Marteezy was able to get his own buff here. A retribution trade, but still, you can tell that FUT is clearly in the driver's seat.
And they are just taking control of his side of the map inside his jungle, so slowing Marteezy down a little bit. He's going to go ahead and rely on the rest of the team to go ahead and secure what he needs to. Boro still working up to that level 4. You can see, Blotz, he's already got the level 4 in the Matilda, so they've got pretty good control, I would say, in terms of early XP, early advantage, and even that objective. So what I want to know is, like we saw from previous Turtle, VSG gave it up. They wanted to try to make a play, it didn't happen. Oh man, they tried to throw everything.
Man, very close, very close. XE trying his best to try and capitalize on it, but really not finding too much on it. I am worried that he does have Vengeance here, but
Carvey.
Well, let's see the dive. Okay, flickers a little early on. Circling Eagle gets him. Again, Blotz still taking these big kills when honestly they should be passing it over to the people who need them, like RX specifically.
Is it just the Wisp or like...
It just happens,
You can't control the Wisp, man.
Yeah, it just happens. Now, XE getting... Wow, that was a surprising amount of damage coming out from Marteezy here just to try and set this up for Lord JM, but he gets canceled out! Well played, XE! Oh my god, he cancels out the jab!
Oh man, what is a boxer and a ghost ninja to a Valkyrie, man? Whatever Hanzo is. What are you, a ghost ninja?
He's ghost ninja. I think that's the best way to... that's probably the best way to figure it out. But now circling Eagle into the energy eruption, instantly taking Carvey down. That's how you do the dive.
Oh man, right now Foot Esports just playing together as a team across the map. Great mechanics from XE. Again, I gotta say, the ability to stay alive in those situations are great for the team as a whole. Kazue is gonna go ahead and be able to secure this turtle. Second one now for Foot Esports. They have control throughout the early and now up to this portion of the game. Massive items being picked up, by the way, for them here. Flask of the Oasis for Blossvet.
LaFoe was mentioning, how exactly was VSG actually going to get the information, considering that, you walk up and then all of a sudden you got 4 people collapsing on you. People like Boro, for an example, he can't afford to lose that all. He's that much of a game changer.
Yeah.
I think they're just using Marteezy. They're like, send in the ghost! Ghostbusters! Figure out who's in the bush!
Who are you going to call? Anyone. Basically, under the turret.
Okay, another attempt at a dive, but this time Lord JM trying his absolute best. The knockout strike is good, but unfortunately only connects onto 1. As you can see, Kazue intercepting the reinforcements before getting into the lane. Nicely done.
Man. Yeah, nicely done. Right now, Foot Esports is just putting on a show of team gameplay. This is why we talked about their combination of heroes, their composition, how good it is across the board. Look at this.
Look, this is learning about power positions in the game. It's a 2.7k, and now they're looking for the tier 1. And Hanzo, unfortunately, Ghost Boy can't do much here as the gush comes through. JM, he can't find an angle to push them back into the gush because he doesn't have his flicker, which came out right now.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Again, Foot Esports, with the advantage that they have, they're able to take down Tier 1, even under the Mystic Gush. And you can see across the board the goal difference that is built up here. Martese just slightly ahead because he's a Hanzo versus a Fredrin. That's really nothing to talk about there. And it's just you see even Boro on the Minotaur. I'm glad to see the Minotaur come through. But against the Matilda, the amount of value that a Matilda brings to a composition just outweighs, it outscales what a Minotaur can do, at least for now. Maybe if they get to a late game, there's potential for Boro to make a big play, but it's just too much. You almost have too much mobility around these centerpieces, around these team fights, that VSG is left standing, and they don't really know what to do against it.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of disagreed initially with the Minotaur pick. I think I would have liked Khalil a lot better because, again, it's like a util base. You're able to help out your main win condition anyways. But now, let's see how this plays out, because so far, Foot has been walking into enemy territory and planting that flag saying, this is ours, thank you very much.
Yeah, this is, right now for VSG, Foot Esports, it's like the people you can't get out of your house, man. You know, you're ready for bed. You know, you're ready to get out, and they just won't leave.
Yeah. Gosh, these homeless somehow keep getting in here somehow. I don't know how they get in my house.
Why is my door open?
Why is my door open?
That's the jungle, man. It's not even broken walls.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, it is broken walls. I have multiple doors open.
Hey, guys. This window is not protecting me from the elements. Well, maybe if you get the walls around the windows, that'd be great. So far, Foot has been doing whatever they want. In these past 7 minutes, BSG has just been taking belt to bare bottom, and now they're dropping down their ult 2 just to make sure that they can't get over to the holy shielding. Psyche in trouble. Black Shoes out of there.
Yeah, Black Shoes keeping it alive through that gush. BSG losing the tier 2. Now in the mid, they lost it across the board. They still on the base turrets. Martese, though, spotted out.
He should be fine.
Yeah, he gets away.
Dude, Xe, he's playing as if he's Yuzong right now. It's just 2 quadrants of the map, that's mine.
Yep, he's controlled so much of this map. The shield's gonna pop here, the holy defense now for VSG, so. And you know, you still got 30 seconds for this Lord to come up, and I feel like Foot Esports is like, yeah, we can get these shields. We might as well get them down before we go for this Lord here.
You know, surprisingly, that it's been 8 minutes.
Whoa, excellent.
Whoa, okay. Does he die here? Does he turn it into a 4-0? Nope, still 3-0. It is a...
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Is he? This is the moment.
I mean, he's got Vengeance. He's going to pop it soon. But again, the damage here... Oh!
Oh, my goodness.
He needed to wait just a little bit longer. If the Vengeance timed out, I think he would have gotten the kill there.
Dude, at this point, VSG needs like a God of War to go against this Valkyrie because it's just too much. Lord is up. Oh, JM?
Good flicker coming in from RX. Good respect. JM tried to go for the assassination, doesn't find it. On top of Psyche, but again, Martese, like, nobody can give him the space to auto-attack except for Boro.
Yeah, Lord easily going to go over the hands of Foot Esports. They've controlled this game up to this point throughout it all. VSG scrambling across the map to see what they can take. Again, when you look at their composition, what they're capable of doing, let's think about the base defense here now for VSG, because that's where they're going to find themselves. You know, utilizing a Minotaur, plus you got the Gourd. There is potential there to stall out this game, stall out that push from Foot Esports, where you're allowed to give Carvey that time to build up. You're allowed to go ahead and shred through some of these members of Foot Esports. The problem about that is, where does JM come into this picture? I think even for the Paquito, you still have to start to think, is he actually going to be able to be enough of a threat, towards that backline? Who's he even go for? Because the problem, again, having Matilda, and this was picked up early on in the draft, it was priority, you have so much ways to get in and out of the fights. And that is a big obstacle that VSG has to overcome when they approach these, even on a base defense, because it's like you can expend so much, you can commit so much of your kit, your resources, but if it doesn't capitalize kills, then you're just left there, you know, footing around the base here against Foot Esports.
I agree. I think right now, Lord JM, especially since now we're getting past like the mid game here, he does like good damage to Psyche. He forces out that Black Shoes early on, and now he has to play D, right? He's got to make sure to use that knock-up strike to peel for Carvey, and again, somebody's got to deal with that Lord now rather than later.
Okay, they want this push down the mid, and Kazue is just there with the Lord.
That's illegal. Kazue should not be able to walk here. Yeah, finally, they started to capitalize on this situation, realizing that they're out of position and forcing them back with only one missing inhibitor on the long lane. It's a little sad for VSG, but honestly not the end of the world.
Yeah, it's not. This is what we were talking about. The composition does allow them to play good defense in the base. They want to hold on to this base turret.
Oh, okay. XE trying his best, forces out a flicker here. Martese going to lose his ghost form. Get back to the main body here, but I don't know. VSG, they're waiting for Boro, but he doesn't have his ult either.
Ooh.
Now they're going to use the Gush, but it gets canceled out straight away. Bloodfett making the play of his life, and now opening an opportunity for Tofoot to walk into enemy territory, converting into 2 inhibitors.
Oh, RX picks up a win in nature. They're going to go for this last base turret. VSG down a member. Can they stay in this game? They don't have any waves aside this cannon minion. Boro, though, taking a brunt of the damage. They want to stay and keep things intact. They've got a mid-wave push of these minions.
They got to sell this. They got to force Boro to ult, and he's going to make an attempt. Boro, motivational shout, Martese as well. Already lose. Oh, you going to the ghost form, but getting into Psyche. Somebody's not stopping him. Black Shoes gets him out of there. Praises Wrath already through as XE able to cover the right side. Lord JM needs to push these minions out of here with his knock-up strike. He gets it. Unfortunately, focuses on the heroes, and this should be it. FUT able to take the game 6-1.
FUT Esports dominant throughout the game here for this one against VSG. VSG brought an interesting draft, a unique draft and unique heroes to this one, and it just did not work out. The Hanzo, the Minotaur, it's just a little bit too late to build up and scale up. And so for this one, FUT Esports, a clear comp that works, that we've seen work time and time. Even shades of old meta brought back here for this one, and it was executed perfectly for them.
Yep. Something that we can say is that just like M6, when we start with best of ones and then eventually move on, is that some teams, especially when they lose 2 games or even like a crazy comeback, they start to overthink, right? They start to overthink, they start to get too creative, and then it just ends up like betraying themselves.
A little bit. I'm not going to lie, a little bit. But I also think that right now, the biggest thing we are seeing from a lot of these teams here at the wild card is the awareness of the jungle path. Sometimes there's a little bit of scrutiny. Oh, I don't want to completely clear my bottom side. Where are those camps? Why are they not being stolen? I feel there's still a lot of gold in EXP being wasted on the map.
Yeah, that's why that jungle change or that kind of option to change things up in your path is so apparent from what we've seen even today. I mean, the way things kind of come into place early game is something that can be said. Even if you get something like the Hanzo, who usually has an advantage in terms of what you can take from camps, scaling up a little bit faster. You could see, because of they were so focused on allowing that to happen, Carvy's lane himself was just kind of taken care of. Carvy, think about it, he had 2 early deaths. XE is a big part of that. Again, the fact that he was able to go ahead and go 1v2 in a lot of scenarios and hold his own, put pressure in his lane, was a big part of why this all came together for FUT Esports. Plus, again, the Matilda, man, is so good.
But here's the thing, again, this is my personal opinion, but this is one of those things where I will die on that hill, right?
What? Which hill?
Which is, I'd rather go up against a Paquito than a Freya. Like, I might lose against both.
Yeah.
But I will feel more upset because Freya's just in my face and there's nothing I can do about it. Paquito, like a real boxer, he will hit you a few times and then he'll float like a butterfly, you know, like chill for a bit, get his cooldowns. Freya don't have no cooldowns. It's an illusion.
Okay, I think that's a very fair argument here, right? It's
and
either
she can take vengeance because she has dashes.
Yeah, like an quote-unquote infinite amount of dashes. But I get the idea. It's either you don't like being 100-0 or eventually slowly chipped away as you get chased down to your base. Both
as
sides
a roamer,
are correct.
I rarely get 100-0, so it's like, it's not my problem.
It's fine. And considering how Bloodfelt played this game on Matilda, like, it's a pretty good time to be a roamer right now. You've got some big impact to this game.
I would just say being a roamer right now, and has been the case for maybe the past like year or so, has been rather better than it has been in the past, man. I've really enjoyed
back in my
being a
days.
roamer. Back in
my days, there's no such thing as roaming boots.
Yeah.
Back in my days, they had to change our items so many times.
That's
from
true.
the mask,
the wooden mask,
right before
Rip
the
the
mask, it was the bulwark.
The bulwark.
Ah, yes,
right?
yes.
And then the thing is, when we had a good item, everyone used it.
Yeah.
5 masks, remember that?
5 masks.
You guys started it.
Hey,
that was kind of on y'all, to be fair.
Hey, we think of some of the best things.
Like 5 flame shots. Where you used to scale with distance.
Yeah, the distance.
Dude. As long as there's no more feeding Diggy, I'm okay with that. Like, some of the things you guys make are pretty diabolical. But with that being said, I am interested to see whether we get to see at the end of the day here or at social media later on where we look at the scores to see how Group A is looking at. Because Group B, everyone's going to make it through. It's more about who you're going to face up against in the CGBS.
Yeah. No,
Cross group breakout stage.
Yep, that's correct. That's correct.
Sorry.
I'm gonna leave that to you.
Well, we're going to be looking at the brackets just to see like what everything has shaped up for today. But before that, we will be throwing over to an interview with Eterna. So let's check that out.
Eterna here with Bloodspat from Foot Esports. Wow, congratulations on another victory here in the best of ones.
Bugün Best of One'da ikinci galibiyetinizi aldınız. Nasıl hissediyorsun diye soruyor.
Abi güzel hissediyorum. Şu an çalıştığımızın emeğini aldığımızı hissediyorum.
Yeah.
Gerçekten çok çalıştık zaten. Hani bir 2 aylık bir bootcamp sürecimiz oldu. Sabah akşam çalıştığımız için şu an onun ekmeğini yiyor olabiliriz yani şu an. Konuşamadım.
Tamam değil mi? We were working for this tournament for like 2 months. We worked so hard for it and like we are happy to see it's growth up like and we can take the fruits of it.
We definitely saw that. We definitely saw that in the back-to-back victory because the group that you're in currently is widely renowned as the group of death. Now, is the death Foot?
Sizin grubunuz ölüm grubu olarak değerlendiriyordu. Buradaki ölüm siz misiniz?
Diyebiliriz.
Yeah, we can say that.
Okay. It's looking really great so far. And we gotta ask you, what's the secret to this best of one?
Best of One'larda bu kadar iyi ve rahat oynamazın sırrı ne yani? Bir şey var mı diye soruyorum.
Daha önceden Best of One oynamadık. Yani biz de burada öğreniyoruz açıkçası. Öyle diyebilirim.
Actually, we didn't play Best of One until now. I can say we learned it with this tournament.
Okay, so they're also new to it. So they're also trying to figure it out. But the way that they figured it out, it's looking good for them right now. 2-0 so far. And I think the panel earlier on had some discussions about the meta in the roaming position. Now, what are your thoughts on that? And were you surprised with the Minotaur pick earlier on?
Can you ask again?
Were you surprised with the Minotaur pick earlier on?
Minotaur pick ile ilgili görünce şaşırdınız mı? Nasıl hissettiniz diye soruyor.
Yani metada olmayan bir pick, evet. Kullanılmayan bir pick. Ama kolay olacağını hissettim. Yani Mino'yu gördükten sonra kolay olacağını hissettim yani. Çünkü metada değil.
Like, you know, Mino is not in the meta. And when I say it, I said in myself, oh, we're gonna win this.
Oh, okay. So he already was confident when he saw the Minotaur pick. Now, going back to that, what do you think about the meta for the roamer? Do you think it's flexible? Do you think there's certain picks that are good? Or what do you think about it?
Şu anda roam metası hakkında ne düşünüyorsun burada oynanan karakter hakkında? Sence öyle flexible rahat mı yoksa birkaç karakter var ve sadece onlar mı oynanıyor?
Şu an tank metası o kadar açık değil. Yani Matilda, Atlas, hani Chu. Yani böyle hızlı kahramanlar oynanıyor şu an. Tabii ileride değişebilir. Ama benim için iyi, rahat. Seviyorum ve sevdiğim çarlar metada diyebilirim yani.
Until now, we were expecting a tank meta, but right now I can say the fast characters are more important on the tournament. Like his characters Atlas, Matilda, Chu. I love to play with these characters and I'm comfortable with it.
Okay, so we're gonna see more of those picks later on. And of course, before we let you go to get some rest for the day, we do want to ask you, tomorrow you are gonna be facing Alpha 7 and KOG. Which do you think is the bigger threat to your team?
Yarın Alpha 7 ve KOG'a karşı oynayacaksınız. Sizce sizin için hangisi daha büyük bir tehdit?
Yani biz kendimize bakıyoruz, rakiplerimizi izlemiyoruz. Yani kendi maçlarımızdan şu an mesela analizleyeceğiz. Hani kendimize bakıyoruz. Yani rakiplerimize bir çekincemiz yok, bir korkumuz yok yani açıkçası.
Actually, we are not afraid both of them. We will try to improve our game and focus our game. And what we're gonna do is we will improve. We will focusing to improve our game again. We will analyze our matches and we will be ready for the next day.
All right, mentality of champions and mentality of survivors through the wild card. So once again, congratulations. Get some rest. Thank you so much for the translation as well, because we are going to throw it over back to our panel.
Thank you very much. And yeah, roaming position is good as long as the hero is fast. As a roamer, I do agree, especially when the mid duo, both the roamer as well as the mid laner, they're fast, they're good. So here's my suggestion for Gord.
Yeah.
Add a fourth ability where you have a bar under your mana, right? So you can only use the fourth ability until that bar is depleted. And what that does, it's kind of like Farsight. You get on your board where you can free travel.
Yeah.
Added movement speed. You don't care about obstacles. Once the thing is done, you get off your board.
I approve.
And then as you move, just like Elite, you just feel the bar.
That's
and
true.
then when your skill hits, it feels the bar.
Feels the bar. I approve. Mobility.
You like the idea?
I need mobility.
Right?
I think that's only going to happen when Moonton decides to do a collaboration with Marvel. I think that's like the only time that's like a Silver Surfer type nonsense.
Yeah.
I'm down for it, but at the same time, like, do I need another character that goes through walls?
Yeah.
That's my only problem.
But also that's why, like, throughout MLBB history, we've seen picks like Grok, Cho, like all of these heroes that has one way or the other to make themselves faster. Like even Kalia, right? The second skill dash, not a short cooldown. It's pretty long, but it's a long distance, right? So we need more of that.
I think we do. But I will say that I'm glad to see some of these unique hero picks come up. I hope we get to see more in day 2 and even once we get to inevitably the main stage of MSC because, you know, the Hanzo didn't work. The Minotaur didn't work here. But I hope there's room for more unique heroes to come through this meta because I think there is a lot of room for flexibility. When Eterna asked the question there, you know, I think we are in a good position, not just for the roam right now, but also just as a whole. There's a lot of this testing going on, I feel like, for a lot of the teams.
I think it's more on the gold and jungle, a bit more restricted. Everyone else, there's still a bit more options, right?
I don't know. I feel like mid lane is the only one that's like, all right, you got like 4 picks. That's it. You kind of can't do anything other than those 4. So I would like to see maybe just a little bit more in that position. But other than that, I think that right now, the meta is dangerous. Like really, really dangerous. I feel like we're one hidden pick away from actually opening a new can of worms. Who would it be?
I feel like Hirara is one of them.
Uh-huh.
Right? Because I feel like she demands her own type of draft. Personally for me, right? So Hirara is one.
I think, unironically, Ruby might just be the pairing that Hirara needs.
With her extra damage now.
I mean, that was like a... I mean, that part is like a, oh, that's nice to have, you know?
Just the crowd control that she gives.
Exactly.
Like, for the whole, you know, iframe movement to work even more.
You have damage. You have a way to sustain naturally in the early stages of the game. You can control waves. There's basically no quote-unquote bad matchup for you because you don't lose the lane. You just sandbag it.
That's true.
Unfortunately, I feel like some cool heroes, we try to make a meta, it just won't happen. Picks like the Ling. You know? I feel like quite a lot of people were hoping for Alpha. But in the testing, it looks like his clear speed is slow to the point where going up against an Akai, a Fedric, you know, they can steal your camps.
Were you doing this pre-Mythic Glory?
Yeah, because it changes for Mythic Glory.
Oh, yeah.
That comes into effect.
That's so annoying, isn't it? I don't know. I don't know. It's been very frustrating to do homework because like now I actually have to like legit efficiently grind just so that I have access to the new changes.
Like you can't speak for it unless you are Mythical Glory.
Yeah.
Exactly. Really frustrating.
And it gets frustrating when it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, these are all the changes. Let me just start. It's like, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't help enough. It doesn't help enough.
It is an Excel sheet.
It's bad. It's so many of them where it's like
I have a
quality of
calculator.
life. You have a calculator?
On my phone.
It better be a Mobile Legends calculator.
Hey, he's got a phone now too.
You better watch out. I'm making the big bucks now.
Well, we'll be looking at the schedule, right? We're going to see for tomorrow. We do have 8 best of ones, and we'll see who'll be playing for tomorrow. We're starting off with Mongols going up against Alpha 7. Alpha 7 hasn't played today, so they will be starting off tomorrow against Mongols. Mongols started both days, by the way, and then Sunset Ravens against Nightmare Esports. Also hasn't played today. King of Gamers Clouds, KOG, Alpha 7, and then Huns Esports against Nightmare. So we're immediately like, okay, you guys missed day 1.
Yeah.
So how about we wrap it up very quickly?
Yeah. I mean, that's only the first set of games, right? We can look at the second set of games here, and it only gets worse.
It's the same.
Oh my goodness. They're going to have to play so many. Alpha 7? Poor guys. So many games to play in one day.
Well, FUT against Alpha 7, and then Nightmare Esports against Team Falcons Meta. BSG against Alpha 7, and KOG going up against FUT.
I feel like he said Alpha 7 about almost 7 times.
I think he said it about 4 times if we're being really picky.
I'm just happy it's not Alpha 6-7.
I want to walk into
Grown
traffic
man,
now.
by the way. 30s. What are we? 30s group, by the way?
30 gang.
30 gang.
30 gang.
Yeah. Well, I know a lot of people were looking forward to seeing Alpha 7 play. They were actually looking for them today when the day kicked off. Well, now you get to see a whole bunch of them tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, honestly, with that being said, today's games have been amazing, especially the first 2 that you guys handled. Amazing comeback victories coming in from the teams. But that's the end of the day. Thank you very much, Gideon, as well as Naisu, for handling the harder part of the casting job for today. You guys are the OGs. And with that being said, we're ending day 1. So make sure you guys come back for tomorrow. We have more best of 1s, 8 best of 1 actions. After that, it's going to be best of 3. So enjoy the highlights as we go to the end of the show. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.